Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2901 False Honor. As Kedis faced a dilemma, she tried to think about the nature of her new power. She only went through an upgrade a short time ago. Her mental state in the last match was vastly different, and she couldn't recall all of the details. She only remembered that she had set aside most of her logic and forethought, and relied completely on her will to see her through her fight against Ivan Reed. Willpower was obviously the key to fueling her abilities as a sword initiate. A swordsman without a will was merely a dummy who collapsed at the first blow. The problem right now was that her will largely matched the sword maiden's sword style. This was not good news to her because it was the wrong choice to employ against Ves Larkinson. She not only lacked a great sword, but also lacked the confidence to cut through the thick shield by relying on sharpness alone. Different from annihilation, the power of sharpness still relied heavily on physical force to create a cut. With her lacking strength, there was a significant chance that Shiva's blade would merely leave a chip on Horvath's tough and dense tower shield. What she needed to do right now was to switch to the Annihilator sword style, and try her best to leverage Shiva in the few minutes she had left. How do I do this? She then recalled the pivotal role that Sharpa played beforehand. Her sword intent unveiled several new abilities that completely changed the way she fought. It was rather difficult for her to determine whether she was relying on an external source in order to accomplish the impossible, or whether she was just harnessing her own capabilities. Regardless, Sharpa opened a lot of new options to her that others didn't have. Sharpa, if you can, please enter annihilation mode. Swish. Although Sharpa was not in a good condition, the will that Kedis channeled slightly injected some strength in the spiritual construct. It was a lot different than before. What happened yesterday represented a breakthrough. As a living entity, Sharpa grasped the opportunity to evolve beyond the confines of its initial design. It had grown and changed in a way that Ves would no longer be able to recognize. Now, Sharpa altered its form and focus with much more ease than before. Kedis' mindset changed. Her will still remained unyielding, but it had gained a different accent. It was a bit difficult for her to explain everything that had changed in her mind. This was the disadvantage of relying on Sharpa. The strength it exhibited was not under her control. It was a black box that magically did what she wanted but did not explain how it was able to accomplish its effect. She didn't care. Sharpa was more than just a pet or a mascot. It was an indivisible part of herself. She could not imagine living without its presence ever since it came into existence. Her trust in Sharpa was so complete that she never thought about the possibility of betrayal. Unlike Ves, she simply couldn't imagine this possibility. For now, her unrestricted trust in Sharpa paid off. Without any restraint on her part, Sharpa was able to affect her entire mind, causing her to become swept by the urge to destroy the shield that Horvath thought would deliver him victory. Shiva began to take on a darker sheen. As Kedis and Sharpa continued to work together, a field formed around her that somewhat resembled a glow. Previously, Ivan exhibited the capability of distorting his immediate surroundings with his will. Now, Kedis and Sharpa replicated this feat. Even if the actual effect was barely noticeable, Kedis still showed off one of the powers of a sword initiate. Any other sword initiate or sword master observing this match in person would definitely be able to perceive her empowered will. Ves Larkinson was no exception. While he was just an average disciple, he came in touch with several powerful swordsmen in the manned air sword school. His confidence shook, but he stubbornly forced himself to remain put. Unless Kedis definitely showed she was able to defeat him, the opportunist insisted on trying to see if he could outlast his weakened opponent. Are you going to attack or not? My shield is waiting for you to unleash your futile blows. I bet you won't be able to scratch its coating. The comment infuriated Kedis. No one liked to be belittled, but she especially disliked it. Ivan treated her like trash, but she eventually managed to end his ambitions to become a champion during this edition of the Greater Omandry Festival. I can do it again. There is no reason why I should back off against this turtle. She wanted to punch Horvust's smug grin off his face. She wanted to shatter the tower's shield he invested so much confidence in. She wanted to inflict such a decisive defeat on him that her subsequent opponents would not dare to take her lightly anymore. Let me show you that you should never underestimate a sword maiden. Despite her muscles screaming at her, she accelerated her pace and closed in. She did not bother to circle around in order to attack Horvust's flank. Instead, she raised Shiva above her head and resolutely chopped it straight against the surface of her opponent's solid shield. Horvust became less certain about his current approach. The will that Kedis radiated pressed down on him as if he was an ant. However, he was still a swordsman. His firm mind reasserted itself, and he resolutely clung to his own determination to defeat one of the strongest sword initiate in the tournament. I shall never take a step back. Under this tense moment, Horvust's will rose against the pressure and underwent a minor evolution. The bottleneck that hampered his progress for years started to loosen as he tried to ready himself for his inevitable counterattack. As long as he was able to endure the initial barrage of attacks, his victory was as good as assured. Yet just as Horvust swelled with the thought of earning a lot of glory for overcoming the sword devil, the saber she wielded briefly flared with black and ominous energy. Trrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr effortlessly annihilated the metal in front of it. As Kedis continued to chop the weapon downwards, her arm practically did not encounter any physical resistance, which allowed her to complete her attack with relative ease. Although the end result of Kedis' empowered attack was merely inflicting a thin vertical cut through Horvist's tower shield, her blade did not solely cut through metal. It also happened to pass right through the arm which was strapped to the shield. Gwahaheya! It hurts! Horvist completely lost his composure as his tower shield tipped onto the arena floor. His body quickly followed as the straps were still in place. The sight of his injury looked quite painful. Many people in the audience winced as the front side of Horvist's amputated forearm was fixed in place with one strap while the rest of his arm was attached with another strap. This caused his affected limb to look disturbingly whole despite the very obvious gap in between. Kedis had won the match with ease. Despite her exhaustion, despite her interrupted recovery process, despite her overstretched mind, in the end she only had to summon enough willpower to channel the power of annihilation. Kedis frowned even as the audience celebrated her easy victory. As she relaxed her mind and sheathed her saber, she puzzled over what had happened. While this was not the first time she utilized the power of the Annihilator sword style, she never channeled it with so little effort. Something had definitely changed. She had grown more powerful than she realized. Sharpa's degree of change was beyond her expectation. It was not just the ease that confounded her. The strength of her attack also came as a surprise. Every manifestation cost energy. Before she visited the Heaven's Word Association, she frequently exercised her superpower. She utilized normal butter knives and other weapons to cut through solid metal in order to master this power and gain a better feel for sharpness. She was only able to cut through a couple of metal bars before she exhausted herself for the day. Even a single attack was enough to drain her if she attempted to cut through something as solid and thick as Horvist's tower shield. Yet even if she relied on the power of annihilation instead of the power of sharpness this time, she was somehow able to exhibit so much of the former that she completely avoided a long and exhausting attrition battle. She returned to her fellow sisters and got rid of her protective suit as soon as possible. She laid down on a bench and endured the aches in her body as best as possible. Oddly enough, despite investing so much will and effort into executing her annihilation attack, her mind did not feel that much worse. She could easily bear her current mental strain. "Good job, Keddies. You proved everyone once and for all that you're the real deal." Fred congratulated her as he sat down on a nearby bench. "The Annihilator Sword School's revival is already set in stone. The casual way you disregarded Horvus Trion's protection is very impressive. Others might not know what you have accomplished, but I know better. You have gone further in our sword style in just a couple of days than I have ever reached while investing many decades in learning my brother's teachings." She felt ashamed at his praise. Sharpa took care of nearly everything. She merely had to supply the fuel to allow her sword intent to do all of the work. She was not a natural inheritor of the Annihilator Sword School. The people who called her a genius were completely mistaken. What would Fred think if he knew the truth? A swordswoman must be honest. She could not stand the thought of misleading the old scammer any longer. He deserved to know the truth. A guilty expression appeared on her face. "Mr. Walensky, the thing is—" His old but firm hand pressed on her shoulder. "Sure. You don't need to explain anything. Just focus on your recovery. When I was as young as you, I too hoped to make it as far as possible in a tournament. This is your moment, so don't worry about anything." "Fred, I'm being serious. I'm not a regular swordswoman. I went through a unique experience that changed something in me. I don't feel that I have truly learned the Annihilator Sword style. My actual understanding of it is so shallow that you can't believe how little I understand how it works. I don't deserve to lead your sword school." The former head of the Annihilator Sword School remained silent. His expression remained kind. Several seconds passed before he revealed his thoughts. "I'm not stupid, Miss Larkinson. Of course I realize that there is something deeply abnormal about you. No one in the Heaven's Word Association is able to master a true sword style within days. If the best Heavensworders can't accomplish this, then a young lady like you certainly won't be able to do anything better." "You knew. Why didn't you say anything?" Fred chuckled a bit. "My stance towards you hasn't changed. After struggling for over 3 decades, my brother's sword school was on the verge of collapse. That has changed ever since you arrived. My brother's legacy is more alive than ever, and I can look forward to passing it on to thousands of new and eager sword students. Aside from breaking through myself, I have obtained everything that I have dreamt of these last few decades. Why should I possibly quibble over whether you have actually mastered the Annihilator sword style or not? Even if you are merely a pretender, any of the sword disciples that we have attracted with your help might one day turn into the real deal. That is enough for me to die with peace knowing that I have not spent my life in vain." The old man's tolerance and acceptance warmed her heart. As their eyes continued to meet, she felt as if she had gained a true accord with the caretaker of the Annihilator Sword School. She knew now that she could trust him. Perhaps she might even be able to enlist his help into figuring out her new abilities. Chapter 2902: Systematic Inheritance versus Individual Development. A weight lifted off Keddies after she tacitly admitted her unusual ability to utilize the Annihilator sword style without actually mastering it. She increasingly felt guilty about misleading Fred and everyone else about her dedication to another sword style. She felt like a fraud. Luckily, the worst hasn't come to pass. Fred had lived over 90 years and invested at least half of it into mastering the sword style and propping up the associated sword school. He had turned from a powerful right-hand man to an expert pilot, and sword master to a destitute old scammer who went deep into debt in order to keep the remnants of the school alive. A swordsman who had spent years while enduring the lowest point of his life no longer clung to any illusionary values like pride, honesty, and order. He just wanted to make sure that his life's work was not in vain. Therefore, Fred turned out to be surprisingly understanding of her unique conditions. No matter what unusual methods Kedys utilized to exceed Fred's ability to exhibit the Annihilator sword style, it was all fine to him as long as she used her unconventional power for the good of the sword school. Both of them had come to an understanding after the match against Horvis Tryon. Ever since then, they began to work together to explore Kedys' unique advantages. At this point, she had only scratched the surface of what her upgraded mind could do. Her mind, will, design philosophy, and most importantly Sharpe had all undergone drastic changes that caused her to become a lot less familiar with what she could do in her current state. "We will need to remedy that," Fred stated as they entered a practice yard in the evening. "The essence of swordsmanship is to leverage your strengths in the most efficient and effective fashion in order to achieve your goals in combat. The precondition to this is that you must thoroughly understand your own capabilities. What are your advantages? What are your limitations? You must understand them both in order to develop your battle methods, or otherwise you will always be several steps behind from the likes of true sword initiates such as Ivan Reed." The seeded competitors in the tournaments had undergone a lot more focused training than any of the sword maidens, Kedys included. The systematic structure of a sword school was simply too good at transforming average sword students into elite swordsmen with exquisite skill. That wasn't all. The schools were not only good at imparting technical proficiency, but also excelled at molding the mentalities of its disciples. Strong pressure and constant training rapidly polished the wills of these aspiring sword masters. To those who were tough and motivated enough to complete the harshest training, their willpower had long exceeded that of an average soldier. Even if these swordsmen and mech pilots lacked the talent to transcend their mortal limits, they still represented the cream of the crop in their respective professions. Just like how the Life Research Association's biotech industry ranked at the top in the star cluster, the Heaven's Word Association objectively trained the best swordsman mech pilots across an even larger region. The state was so famed in this aspect that many foreigners who aspired to enjoy the best possible swordsman mech pilot training even went on long exchanges. This was also one of the main export products of the state. Wealthy foreign scions regularly paid the equivalent of billions of hex credits in order to receive some casual tips from an astute and insightful sword master. Although Fred Walensky was nowhere near a sword master, he had at least 8 decades worth of expertise under his belt. His talent may be lacking, but his persistent hard work allowed him to develop a mastery of the basics that was impossible for youngsters to exceed. All of this soon became clear as Fred earnestly began to tutor and help Kedys explore her new combat abilities. Kedys looked emptily at the practice yard. "All of this is great, but I can't make use of the facilities here. I'm still aching everywhere, and my previous bout against Horvis has already expended most of the energy in my body." Her will might be abundant, but it was very hard to rely on it to prop up her depleted body. It acted more like an amplifier. It was hard for it to act on a shambling wreck. "It's fine. We don't have to burden your body any further. You are already a trained swordwoman, so there's not that much benefit to exercise your moves. My plan for today is to go over the fundamentals of the Annihilator sword style." "How?" "By starting with here." Fred smiled while tapping the side of his head. "Like any serious fighting discipline, swordsmanship is both a mental and physical journey. This is even more important for true sword styles because the mind and will are essential to make them work. Don't forget where they came from. Every swordsman who trained in one of those styles is essentially tracing some of the footsteps of the original sources. While many founding expert pilots and sword masters partially developed their extraordinary abilities on an instinctual basis after they broke through, by organizing their insights and mental evolution in a systematic format, it was possible for them to pass on their abilities to others. In practice, this was not a common practice in the mech piloting community. Part of it was that the will and obsession of every expert pilot was deeply personal and unique. The MTA conducted many studies on this approach, and eventually came to a consensus that it led to the emergence of less expert pilots. Even if training programs tried their best to deconstruct a mech pilot's original personality and reconstruct it in the image of an existing expert pilot, the process was always incomplete. Every human still retained enough unique aspects that they still had to develop their own way to transcend their limitations, something which they were not very good at due to lacking practice in individual expression. However, there were still advantages to the model adopted by the Heaven's Word Association. The Cloud Strider Sword School clearly illustrated the advantage of having multiple expert pilots or sword masters inherit an existing style and continue to build on it over the generations. Some of the most renowned sword schools in the Heaven's Word Association actually maintained an uninterrupted inheritance that went back millennia. The continued development of human civilization had always been rooted on passing on knowledge and allowing subsequent generations to learn from their predecessors. Yet, when this approach was applied to mech piloting and swordsmanship, the issue of compatibility began to become increasingly more problematic. It was already bad enough that it was harder for individuals who inherited a legacy to become expert pilots or sword masters. The biggest conclusion the MTA had made was that it was very hard for even the most talented ace pilots to complete the final step and advance to God Pilot. Of all of the known God pilots in human space, the overwhelming majority were singularly unique. Hardly any of them trained in a systematic inheritance. This conclusion alone was enough for most people to abandon this approach. Even if the benefits of training in a systematic inheritance produced some of the most powerful expert pilots and ace pilots in the galaxy, few mech pilots wanted to lose their path to God Pilot. As Fred explained all of this to Kedis, she thought that the Heaven's Word Association's insistence on passing on its sword styles must be one of the main reasons why its citizens were exiled to the galactic rim. To sum it all up, the power of a swordsman is rooted in the mind rather than body, he said. We Heavenswarders aren't ignorant of the importance of fostering individual development. The newer sword schools like the Cloud Strider Sword School have been able to rise up because they allow for much greater individual development than the old and traditional sword schools. We have to adapt to the times as best as possible in order to avoid falling behind. In fact, this was a major contradiction in the Heaven's Word Association, but this had little relation to Kedis right now. It was enough for her to know that a sword style did not have to be rigid. Fred then uttered a very Ves-like statement. Sword styles are alive, Kedis. While they prescribe a single recipe, who says that you have to follow it to the letter? If you like your food to be a little spicier, then you can throw in a few chilies. If you are in an environment where you don't have access to wine, then use vinegar instead. Do what is best for you. Even if you have inherited my brother's work, don't assume you have to turn yourself into his clone. Instead, take what you have learned and use it to develop your own style. This was essentially the same advice that Venerable Dice had given to her. True swordsmen and swordswomen were supposed to go beyond what they learned. That sounds a bit too far to me. With the time that we have, I think I can deepen my proficiency in the Annihilator sword style, but I don't think I can make much progress in forming my own style. In a way, Kedis was also a product of an inheritance, if only a shallow one. She lived and breathed the Sword Maiden sword style. Even if she had already developed a few moves that she felt comfortable with, it was not enough of a difference. I see. You aren't wrong. Let me pass you my own insights on the Annihilator sword style in order to get you up to speed on how it is supposed to be practiced. In order to break the rules, you have to learn them first. This was a rather risky prospect, but Fred believed that Kitty's was wise enough to stick to her own guns. He unsheathed his own weapon and held it out. After a lot of effort, he managed to evoke the power of annihilation to slightly cover the blade. The heart of this sword style is the unquenching will to destroy any obstacle in your path. This does not just describe the method in which it works in a fight, but also the mindset that is necessary to drive it forward. Kedys nodded in understanding. Sharpa already took care of that when he entered annihilation mode and infected her mind with its altered presence. Now that she thought about it, this was actually a form of cheating. Since her pet already took care of the hard work, Kedys previously thought it was unnecessary to make this switch herself. She realized that she was wrong. Rather than rely on an improper solution, she should be altering her mentality by herself. If she was able to adopt a destruction mindset by her own merits, then Sharpa's transformation into annihilation mode might achieve even greater results. After all, instead of fighting against her original state, it would complement her current form. Perhaps she might even be able to achieve another form of resonance in this fashion. Her eyes lit up as she felt this was a viable way for her to quickly improve her battle prowess. She had worked with resonance long enough to know it was a fantastic way to achieve greater results with limited resources. She earnestly listened to Fred as the old man elaborated on his personal approach and philosophy towards the Annihilator sword style. The insights that had allowed a talentless swordsman like him to become a pseudo-sword initiate were worth their weight in exotics. Since a part of Fred's teachings were not exclusive to any single sword style, Kedys gained more than she expected. Some of the lessons she learned could easily be applied to the Sword Maiden sword style as well. As long as she digested what she learned, her combat performance would inevitably take a substantial leap forward. Chapter 2903 Overcautious. As much as Kedys wanted to immerse herself in learning, she only had a limited amount of time available. She still had to go back to her healing pod in order to resume her recovery. She also had to mitigate the effects from her previous exertions. It didn't matter if she managed to end her match against Ves Larkinson quickly. Her body was in such a fragile state that just wearing the protective suit considerably worsened her condition. Still, she didn't need to absorb too much theoretical knowledge and insights to improve her performance. When she next stepped onto the arena with Shiva in hand, she faced a confident swordsman from another sword school. Unlike her opponent from yesterday, her current adversary did not intend to rely on a passive strategy to win the match. Jellic Rodomer held a typical fencing sword that was very popular in the Heaven's Word Association. The sword type may be a bit too thin and fragile when employed in mech combat, but it was a lot more practical in personal combat, as long as the adversary wasn't wearing too much protection. Also different from yesterday, Jellic did not talk too much. He merely bowed to Kedys before entering a fencing stance. Obviously, he learned deeply from the clown from yesterday and was determined to do better. "Well, damn," she softly cursed. Jellic clearly learned that exchanging words was pointless. It was better to secure a victory first before starting to boast. Anyone who reversed this order risked turning into a laughing stock like Ves Larkinson. She would have preferred to face another idiot who tried to rely on defense to outlast the opposition. With her annihilation sword style, armor was basically invalid in front of her blade. A wry smile appeared on her face as she held Shiva with a bit of difficulty. "I'll have to work harder for my win." When the match commenced, Jellic patiently crept forward while maintaining his odd-looking stance. He looked ready to dash forward or step to the side at any moment if Kedys did anything unusual. His light sword along with his explosive stance were highly conducive towards short, high-speed spurts of motion. Kedys could already tell that Jellic wanted to rely on his excellent dodging and evasion abilities to avoid her powerful annihilation attacks. While the Annihilator sword style was able to exert a fantastic effect upon contact, it did not incorporate any good solutions against fast and agile opponents. Not only did it lack a ranged technique, or a means to extend her reach, it also did not include any moves that expressly countered these kinds of opponents. Its practitioners essentially had to rely on their own skills and attributes to outfight those who excelled at avoiding powerful attacks. Strangely enough, Ketty still looked fairly relaxed. While she recognized the difficulty of overcoming her current opponent, apparently she did not look that concerned. "Will you come closer or not?" she impatiently asked. Jellic abruptly darted and leaned forward to perform a stab. Clang! Ketty's easily managed to deflect the opportunistic lunging attack, but she had to employ more strength than she was comfortable with. In other words, she had to pay a heavier price than Jellic. Still, the other swordsman did not repeat his earlier attempt. Ketty's could channel her annihilation power at any moment in order to cut his fencing sword. In order to preserve his weapon and avoid getting eliminated by a single hit, Jellic had already concluded that he should employ a hit-and-run approach. His earlier attempt already confirmed that Ketty's ability to react against his attack was not strong. He was not unaware that Ivan Reed adopted a similar approach, only to fail at the last moment. However, the Ketty's back then was very different from the wounded and recovering woman before him. He also did not intend to give up any advantages in order to play with his food. "I will win this match cleanly." He proceeded to enact his plan. He rapidly circled around and lunged forward in order to launch another attack. Ketty's changed the orientation of her body with some difficulty and managed to deflect the stab, but Jellic was already moving after he pulled his body back. He circled around again and repeated his earlier attacks. While Ketty's was barely able to deflect the simple stabs, her diminished stamina rapidly drained as she did so. Jellic actually expended a lot more energy, but his previous matches hadn't injured him so much, so his endurance was monstrous in comparison. Every time she attempted to launch a counterattack, Jellic had already pulled out of range long ago. Since she was unable to perform a lunge herself, there was no way for her to get close enough to her nimble target. What was even worse was that when Ketty's and Sharpa entered annihilation mode and started to cover Shiva's blade with a dark corona, Jellic rapidly dashed back in order to open up a healthy distance. There was no way for Ketty's to make good use of the techniques she performed when her target was this far away. Jellic patiently stood still and waited as Ketty's continually condensed her will in order to maintain her current state. That bastard was deliberately forcing her to consume her willpower. She sighed and let go. Shiva's blade lost its dark sheen as the power of annihilation had receded. As soon as Jellic saw that she retracted her energy, he immediately closed the distance and resumed his circling attacks. Ketty's had enough of this. She originally wanted to exercise restraint and avoid revealing anything more, but her adversary was too clever for his own good. "Enough!" She commanded Sharpa to return to its original form. When the urge to destroy receded from her mind, she began to focus on her first sword style. Her unyielding will surged and her spirit became sharper. She soon began to resonate with Sharpa, which was actively helping her condense her will in a form that was much more familiar to her. The changes caused her to exude a substantially different vibe. Jellic grew cautious and immediately backed off by at least 20 paces. He was spooked. "Are you a swordsman or a coward? Fight me!" Ketty's barked like a sworn maiden as she slowly began to step forward. Jellic did not allow her to reduce the distance between them. He cautiously maintained his stance even as he inched back. What a cautious swordsman! Even the audience began to boo and jeer at Jellic. This time, The Heavenswarders had no qualms in taking her side. You scaredy cat! Why aren't you attacking her head on? The Sword Devil is standing right there. You're less of a Heavenswarder than the Sword Devil. A true warrior always welcomes the chance to fight against a sword initiate. Despite the many ill remarks, Jellic did not let himself get pressured by public opinion. Winning was more important than winning a popularity contest, and the best way to accomplish this was to stick to his own plan. His behavior did not break her expectations. While she faintly hoped that he would come closer and make things a little easier for her, she had to make do with the current situation. Her eyes exuded a sharp glint as she began to accumulate power. Her will continued to surge and the resonance between Sharpa and her grew more intense. What was truly new was that Kedis even extended her will into Shiva. Even though the weapon did not welcome any influence that was different from that of the founder of the Annihilator Sword School, Kedis did not let this hinder her attempt. Sharpa! Her living sword intent somehow connected with Shiva and managed to smooth over the difference. It helped that Kedis had already bonded to it numerous times. Shiva began to resonate with her. A sharp, white corona began to form on its edge. The manifestation steadily grew brighter and brighter as Kedis continued to gather more power. Several dozen paces away, Jellic began to grow concerned at what was happening. The sword of Lydia that Kedis displayed before was incredibly scary. Yet even if Kedis was able to extend the reach of her saber by 3 times, so what? He stood far enough away that she had no chance of getting close enough to land a hit. Even so, Jellic's intuition began to sound increasingly more alarms. There was something deeply dangerous about what she was doing at the moment. Perhaps he made a mistake by backing off and giving her the time to prepare her next maneuver. When all else fails, just step back. The arena was quite wide, so Jellic had plenty of room to back off. Out of an abundance of caution, he continually pushed himself back. Even if Kedis was able to unleash an energy manifestation that was 10 times longer than her saber, Jellic would be at least 100 paces away. Kedis was well aware of what her opponent was doing, but she did not alter her actions. She didn't even bother to step forward. It's no use! She grinned as the glint in her eyes had grown sharp enough to kill. Taste the attack that has cut straight through a mech formation! Executioner! The glow around Shiva rapidly grew brighter until she performed a horizontal stab. The energy manifestation leapt from her saber and surged forward like a projectile. The audience gasped while Jellic immediately sensed the danger. Even though the energy manifestation did not travel as fast as a gun projectile, at this distance he had very little time to react. Seeing that the height of the broad and narrow energy attack was set to cut off his legs, he decided to leap into the air in order to jump over the deadly wave. Kedis smirked. Did you think I failed to account for this possibility? You're too naive! While Kedis was not capable of influencing her energy attack after she had released it, Sharpa was different. As the personification of her sword intent, it maintained an active connection to the energy wave. It only took a brief spurt of effort for Sharpa to adjust the trajectory of the energy attack and angle upwards. Stuck in midair, Jellic did not have any leverage to alter his orientation in the air. Although he was already trying to pull up his legs, there was too little time for him to complete this last-ditch effort. Shhhhhhhrt. The sharp energy wave brutally cut off both of Jellic's vulnerable legs just above the knees. Unlike the instances where Kedis utilized the power of annihilation, this time the energy blade made a very loud cutting noise as it passed through several different barriers. Neither the energy shield nor the protective suit was able to negate the power of this transcendent attack. At best, the energy wave had weakened a lot, but Kedis made sure to pump enough power in it to complete its mission. As the energy attack harmlessly dissipated after Sharp issued another command, several meaty thumps echoed across the arena as Jellic's body parts dropped onto the surface. A copious amount of blood leaked from the cut sections before the protective suit automatically adjusted its shape to stem the bleeding. "Aha! I need a medic!" Kedis calmly sheathed Shiva and turned her back to her injured opponent. She was already moving to the exit even before the announcer declared her victory. Her body was already aching a lot from all of the weight she was bearing. To the spectators who witnessed her incredible actions, she looked incredibly cool at the moment. "Woo-ha! She can unleash sword energy. She's much farther ahead than I thought. The Sword Devil is much more impressive than Ivan Reed." If her previous performance against Ivan Reed could be dismissed as a fluke, then the domineering way she dispatched Jellic Raudomer definitely cemented her as championship material. Reaching the top 100 was practically guaranteed as long as her body condition didn't worsen. Chapter 2904: Realizing Potential. Among swordsmen, the release of sword energy is one of the most important steps to becoming a sword god. Fred explained as Kedis returned from her match against the overcautious Jellic. Some sword masters are incapable of unleashing it. You can imagine how rare and difficult it is for sword initiates to accomplish something similar at their stage. If the higher-ups of our state hasn't paid much attention to you before, then it is definitely different from now. Each sword initiate who can manifest an attack to this degree is a treasure. The old scammer was all smiles right now. He had plenty of reasons to be jubilant. The amazing prowess that Kedis had just displayed practically tripled the interest in his sword school. There were countless people in the Heaven's Word Association who dreamt of unleashing energy attacks just by swinging their swords. It not only looked awesome, but also solved one of the greatest weaknesses of swordsmen and swordsman mech pilots: lack of range. Kedis didn't look too happy, though. While she managed to minimize her physical exertion, the sword energy release set back her mental recovery. Sharp felt a little more deflated than before, and it became harder for her to focus her mind. Everything had a price. Even mystical sword energy attacks had to come from somewhere. The strange part about this was that she possessed a lot more energy than she expected. She also recharged fairly quickly. She chalked this up to yet another quirk of her unusual state. That said, when Venerable Dice derived the executioner technique from a sword made in battle formation, her results were considerably worse. Unlike the Sword of Lydia, the executioner was a much more elaborate and advanced technique. It involved several difficult principles that Venerable Dice wouldn't have been able to grasp if she didn't have the luxury of referencing her battle formations. The technique that Dice passed on to Kedis was very rudimentary and still a work in progress. One of its major flaws was its low efficiency. It took too much energy to unleash the executioner. Fred grinned. "I don't think your future opponents will allow you to pull off this technique again. You can count the number of sword initiates who can propagate sword energy on one hand, maybe two if a couple of them have done a good job at hiding their strength. This means that they will essentially turn themselves into target dummies if they stupidly maintain their distance while you are charging up your attack. They have to get close and keep you occupied." "That also plays in my hands," Kedis confidently responded. "The entire reason why I pulled off the executioner to begin with was because my previous opponent insisted on staying out of my reach. As long as my opponents get close, I can utilize both of my sword styles to cut them apart." Learning the executioner attack neatly solved her greatest weakness in her current state. She had already formed a complete system. With the extraordinary characteristics of her two sword styles, she was an incredibly formidable threat at point-blank range. Now that she had a ranged solution in her arsenal, not even the fast and mobile types like Ivan Reed posed an insurmountable threat to her anymore. The matches continued. Each time she stepped onto the arena, she stood proudly and exuded an indomitable vibe. It was as if her silent posture already signaled that she was bound to win the match. The opponents she faced in the next couple of days became increasingly stronger, but no outliers had appeared for the moment. This meant that each of them had to face a very difficult dilemma. They could choose to employ a cautious strategy and attempt to leverage their mobility to evade Ketty's attacks. They could also choose to attack her head-on and attempt to take advantage of her temporary weakness to avoid getting hit by her blade. They all failed. Ketty's was slowly recovering with each day that passed. Fred constantly taught her the ins and outs of how to cultivate her swordsmanship according to the methods of the Heaven's Word Association. It became easier and easier for her to empower her attacks. Her mentality also shifted. She frequently switched between the Sword Maiden sword style and the Annihilator sword style. Both of them possessed their own charm, and channeling them over and over slowly allowed her to develop her own insights in swordsmanship. The advantage of possessing two separate sword styles was the same as having access to two different design philosophies. Ketty's was able to compare the two. This not only highlighted their common strengths, but also revealed their shortcomings. The contrast was so clear that she could easily recognize what needed to be changed in order to plug the weaknesses of either sword style. Maybe this is how I'll be able to develop my own sword style. She was already generating some ideas about this endeavor. Due to her personal inclinations, she still planned to retain much of the Sword Maiden sword style. This would always be her starting point and anchor. Every other sword style should be subordinate to her original style. Ketty's did not intend to adopt the Annihilator sword style wholesale. Instead, she was content with plucking the most comfortable and desirable fruits from this tree. She had to be very careful about this. Fred already warned her that combining sword styles mostly failed because of lack of compatibility. This was also why there was no habit of directly exchanging techniques between sword schools. At most, the scriptures of their rivals could be used as reference material. She continued to study, listen, and read. She not only learned a wealth of knowledge from Fred, but also worked together with Venerable Dice to refine her two empowered moves. Both the Sword of Lydia and the Executioner techniques became more controllable. While her performance in the arena did not shift that much, secretly her combat prowess had soared. She did not magically gain a lot of additional strength. Instead, she was making better use of her existing potential. Her previous breakthroughs substantially increased her capacity, but it took a lot of time and effort to get accustomed to the new possibilities. I'm not sure I can still call myself a fake sword initiate anymore. At some point, Ketty's was able to replicate some of the charm of her two sword styles without leveraging Sharpa's help. This was something that swordsmen invested a lot of years to accomplish. Fred became shocked when he saw Ketty's cutting through a practice pillar with Shiva. Even though the saber did not completely pass through the thick pillar, the progress she made was record-breaking. If this is what you can truly accomplish without relying on any tricks, then you have definitely reached the standard of a pseudo-sword initiate, he said. It's only a matter of time before you become a genuine sword initiate. Ketty shrugged. I was only able to progress this quickly because I am constantly able to reference the end point of my journey. It's like having all of the answers of a school exam. I don't think it's that simple, Ketty's. If you aren't a pure and genuine swordswoman, you wouldn't have been able to comprehend any of the essence of the Annihilator sword style to begin with. I can't count the number of spoiled brats I've met who tried and failed to master a sword style because they were too dependent on the help and tutelage of sword masters. Those types exist in our state as well. She felt a bit prouder after he said that. Her determination to prove that she was not a fraud pushed her into making a serious effort into comprehending the Annihilator sword style. Being able to reference the strength of a late-stage sword initiate by making use of Sharpa allowed her to avoid many detours and dead ends. This was actually one of the primary reasons why swordsmen progressed so slowly, or not at all. It was very difficult for other swordsmen to pass on this kind of understanding because everyone's situation was unique. Yet Kedis was essentially able to compare herself to a future version of herself. Whether it was cheating or not, she no longer quibbled over this issue. Plenty of powerful swordsmen took advantage of their own unique peculiarities. Some were born with insane natural reflexes. A handful of tournament participants possessed superhuman endurance. Others merely took advantage of their family relations in order to receive privileged instruction. Therefore, absolute fairness was not a realistic notion in the Heaven's Word Association. Her rapid improvement in swordsmanship caused her to cherish this moment. Even if she dropped out of the solo tournament right away, her visit to the Heaven's Word Association was already one of the best periods of her life. She still missed the Larkinson clan though. One of the aspects she missed about her life was designing mechs. The tight tournament schedule did not grant her any opportunity to resume her primary profession. Kedis looked forward to returning to the expeditionary fleet with all of her gains. Even if it was difficult for her to directly translate her progress in swordsmanship to her mech design career, there should be at least a bit of overlap. She even began to speculate whether it was possible to incorporate her masteries into her mech designs. However, she was not ready to go back to her old routine. Even as the Greater Omandari Festival and its associated tournaments entered its later stages, Kedis felt it was her duty as a swordswoman to reach the limit of her capabilities. She had become fully caught up in the competitive spirit of the occasion. Eventually, the match that would allow her to enter the top 100 loomed close. She had already reached the top 1,000 some time ago. Whether it was a coincidence or not, she did not encounter any top seeds. Secretly, she wondered whether the tournament organizers deliberately shuffled the matchups to prevent her from smashing the proud sons and daughters too early. She didn't complain. The lack of strong opponents granted her ample time to recover her physical and mental states without exacerbating her existing conditions. The few opponents who were able to defeat the old Kedis from before entering the tournament no longer posed a challenge to her. The difference in strength between a regular swordsman and a sword initiate was as great as the gap between a regular mech pilot and an expert candidate. In a one-on-one fight, a sword initiate was virtually invincible against opponents who failed to grasp the essence of a sword style. Unfortunately, just before she was about to enter the top 100, she finally bumped into a proper challenge. It was inevitable for you to reach this point. Fred spoke after he entered her practice yard. Millions of swordsmen took part in this tournament. Many of them are average and only sought to get as far as their luck and skill could bring them. By now, they have all been eliminated by their betters. The swordsmen who remain up to this point are either sword initiates, pseudo-sword initiates, or freaks who enjoy abnormal advantages. Kedis pretty much belonged to the latter category. Just cut to the chase. Who is my next opponent? Fred looked serious. It's a woman this time. Saipia Peperin is a sword initiate who is a few years older than you. She is a seeded competitor, and most betting agencies rank her between 5th and 15th. While she isn't the favorite to win the tournament, she is definitely able to contend against the top seeds. Whether she was stronger or weaker than Ivan Reed, she would never look down on Kedis after what had happened to her rival. Saipia would definitely approach the fight seriously from the very start, and not let up until she definitely secured victory. Kedis did not feel afraid. Instead, excitement and anticipation welled up inside her. Different from before, she had already returned to her peak condition. She would be able to fight Saipia on a level playing field. Chapter 2905 Unrelenting Raider. The final matches took place in a different venue. In order to accommodate the huge amount of Heavenswarders and tourists who wanted to witness the exciting battles with their own eyes, the solo tournament moved to the grand and spacious First Sword Arena. Despite its simple-sounding name, the First Sword Arena was the very first competitive venue of its kind on Omandri 3. It used to be a modest-sized structure that only accommodated a couple of thousand spectators at first. Over the years and centuries, successive administrations renovated it in order to keep up with the growth of the planet. At this point, the First Sword Arena was one of the biggest of its kind in the Heavensward Association. With a capacity of 5 million visitors, it was able to concentrate an immense amount of humans in a limited arena. In order to fit so many people in a single venue and still allow them to obtain a decent view of the dueling swordsmen, its design incorporated a lot of verticality. From the outside, the main building was shaped like a thick and massive sword that had been thrust halfway into the ground. Inside this hollow sword, there were over 100 floors where personal combat duels could be held. This time, the First Sword Arena retracted all of those floors. Instead, only a single semi-transparent arena floor existed in the middle. Those sitting in the stands at the bottom end of the public area would be able to look through the transparent floor and view the action from an unconventional perspective. It went without saying that these seats were not very desirable. Their price was cheaper, and the amount of space and comfort they provided was lower. Nevertheless, lots of average citizens flocked to them. Too many Heavenswarders never had the opportunity to see the best sword initiates in action. Opening up the lower seats was a good way to allow millions of people a chance of admiring the splendor of elite swordsmen. Still, the best way to experience the thrilling sword duels was to occupy a seat on the upper half of the arena stands. Ticket prices for these seats cost so many sword coins they were firmly out of reach to the average household. This was where the tournaments made a killing. The prices were high, but the demand was even greater. Aside from wealthy fans, many professional swordsmen and swordsman mech pilots were willing to pay years' worth of salary to attend a single good match. Viewing a match in person was much different from viewing it from a projection. The clash of wills, the outbursts of energy, and the emotions of the crowd all contributed to an unforgettable experience that enriched any swordsman who understood the nuances of sword duels. Every Heavenswarder dreamed of getting inspired by what they managed to observe and feel from the matches. The direct and indirect benefits of witnessing great swordsmen in action had already been proven in numerous academic studies. There were good reasons why the Heavensward Association organized so many tournaments. Kedis readied herself up. She donned a familiar protective suit that projected the emblem of the Annihilator Sword School. When she had to choose her weapon loadout, she briefly hesitated before deciding to bring both of her weapons to the arena for the first time since her match against Ivan Reed. She had become slightly fond with the convenience of wielding Shiva. While she still favored her CFA greatsword, she did not oppose using other weapons, unlike some purists. She was quite practical in that regard. "Does your sword have a name?" Fred asked. "Huh! Your great sword. You're quite fond of it. I can tell." She frowned. I never really named it. We don't have a tradition of doing so in the Sword Maidens." "You should consider adopting it then. When you invest so much care and attention to a weapon, it becomes more than a tool. It becomes your partner. The least you can do is to give it a name in order to make it yours." Though Fred Walensky did not see life in objects like Ves, the Heavenswarders developed their own romantic notions with swords. There were many locals who believed that swords would grow stronger or help them reach a higher level in swordsmanship if they earnestly took care of their weapons. In any case, it was always good practice to maintain your weapon. Even if all of this attention didn't yield any extra benefits, the Heavenswarders did not have a reason to stop this custom. Keddy seriously looked at her great sword. With the help of Sharpe, she sensed the life buried deep within. Although it was faint, she knew that she was responsible for fostering this living entity. This caused her to feel a little mixed. She always adopted the perspective of a bystander whenever Ves expounded on his theories on how objects could obtain life. Yet now that she had personally brought her most cherished weapon to life, it had become personal. "This is my baby," she whispered. She felt like a mother who became bewildered at the appearance of a new child. Even though she frequently handled her CFA great sword for several years, she never thought about this outcome. Now that she did, there was no justification to leave her close companion without an aim. It deserved better. She ran her hand across the smooth, unending alloy that covered the large and heavy blade. The dark metal seemed to welcome her touch. She felt as if she was petting a much more docile version of Lucky. Still, try as she might, she failed to come up with a name that fit her great sword. "Naming a sword is a sacred custom. You don't have to rush it if you don't feel like it," Fred reassured her after he noticed her changing mood. "Wielding it in battle is a good way for you to discover a name that suits the character of your weapon." "I'll try that then." Up until now, she hadn't fully unveiled the remarkable properties of her unending great sword. Her match against Ivan Reed mostly put her on the defensive. At the end, she relied on the manifested sword of Lydia rather than the physical properties of her weapon to cut her opponent's limb. She hoped that would change this match. Against average opponents, empowered techniques were virtually irresistible, but sword initiates definitely had plenty of means to resist such attacks. Since channeling so much willpower and evoking so much energy was exhausting, sword initiates did not repeat their most powerful moves all the time. They had to ration their resources carefully. Therefore, plain swordsmanship still played a huge role in battles between top swordsmen. After a lot of preparation, Kedis finally stepped into the sole battle floor of the first sword arena. On the left side, we have Interim Director Ves Larkinson of the Annihilator Sword School. The Sword Devil needs no introduction. After dispatching the famed head disciple of the Cloud Strider Sword School, this foreign-born sword initiate has cemented her status as the greatest dark horse of this festival. The audience in the upper half of the stands roared so much that Kedis couldn't even discern any words. The sheer enthusiasm of millions of fans washed over her like a tide. She had never drawn so much public admiration in her life. While she had already been accustomed to attracting cheers in her previous matches, the scale was different this time. The millions of people that were stacked on top of each other showing their appreciation for her cemented her transformation into a public figure. She was no longer Kedis the obscure sword maiden mech designer. Now, she had not only become the head of a sword school, but also a renowned sword initiate. In the Larkinson clan, these labels were enough to propel her into the middle upper ranks of the hierarchy. No longer would people treat her like just another apprentice mech designer. No longer would her student-mentor relationship with Ves be the most eye-catching part about her identity. It was only when she acknowledged the adoration of so many sword enthusiasts that she fully accepted her new status. A faint induction allowed her to sense that there were even more people cheering her on from below. The ground looked solid to her when she looked down, but she knew that it acted as a one-way window. Even though they needed the help of massive projections to gain a good view of the upcoming match, the people over there were even more rowdy due to their more modest backgrounds. As she held her place, her opponent soon entered from the other side. Please welcome head disciple Saipia Pepperin of the Brevis Sword School. Known as the Unrelenting Raider, Miss Pepperin is one of the most skilled dual-wielding sword initiates in the tournament. Her twin blades have posed a nightmare to many challengers who wish to overcome her defenses. Many notable swordsmen and swordswomen acquired nicknames or titles over the course of their career. As long as they performed well enough or generated enough of fame, the press would automatically figure something out to embellish their image. Of course, the recipients of these names usually didn't have a choice in how the public called them. This was one of the established rules regarding unofficial titles. The reason why Sepia Peperin became known as the Unrelenting Raider was because of her active fighting style. "Hello, Sword Devil," she greeted Kedis after reaching her assigned spot. "Hello, Unrelenting Raider." "You don't have to call me that. It's an ungainly name. Just call me Sepia." "Then you can call me Kedis." Unlike her previous opponents, Sepia was the first person who stood on the same level as Kedis. Neither of them looked down on each other. Since they respected each other's abilities, there was no harm in making friendly contact. If Kedis was a genuine Heavensworder, then she would probably get in touch with Sepia lots of times. It was very hard for sword initiates to find worthy sparring partners. A typical sword school either had one or no sword initiates at all, so people like Sepia frequently had to look elsewhere to spar against a partner that was either overwhelmingly strong or painfully weak. Unfortunately, Kedis had no intentions of sticking around. She unsheathed Shiva and entered a battle-ready stance. "I'd love to chat and all, but there are better ways of getting to know each other. Let's fight." I suppose you're right." Sepia grinned while she pulled out her identical short swords. As one of the stronger seated competitors, her twin weapons were quite remarkable. While the public didn't know the full details about them, Sepia's swords were notable in their lightness and resilience. The Unrelenting Raider's choice of weapons fully complemented her active fighting style. Facing Sepia with a single weapon would be tough. While Kedis possessed enough strength to wield her CFA great sword in one hand while holding Shiva with her other hand, she would be a fool to do so. She would lose far too much control and probably even risk losing her grip on one of her weapons. As the countdown approached 0, Kedis held her saber in both hands. Commence the match. She pushed herself forward and boldly attempted to meet Sepia in battle right away. "Ha! I knew you were similar to me. This will be a fun duel." The other woman laughed as she stormed forward as well. Clang! Neither of the women empowered their techniques. Instead, they collided against each other before exchanging a flurry of attacks. Though Kedis attempted to utilize force to break Sepia's guard, the inheritor of the Brevis Sword School crossed her swords and skillfully blocked and deflected every incoming strike. It was as if Shiva kept getting entangled into a net. When Kedis slowed down, Sepia seamlessly transitioned to an offensive posture. This time, the Sword Maiden was struggling to fend off multiple attacks coming from different directions. She continually had to step back in order to evade the attacks that she wasn't able to block. Even though there wasn't as much force behind her attacks, Sepia's attacks were very hard for Kedis to defend against. Chapter 2906 Shackled Swordswoman. Kedis was glad that Sepia Peperin treated her as a serious opponent. Unlike the farce that took place in her match against the Cloudstriders, Kedis truly felt she was fighting a proper sword duel this time. Yet her appreciation quickly made way for frustration as the reality of fighting against a strong and challenging opponent settled in. Unlike the lower-rank swordsman that folded after getting hit by a single empowered attack, Sepia was anything but a pushover. "Heh! You're not bad," Sepia complimented even as she executed a vicious stab just as her other sword locked Shiva in place. "Same," Kedis responded as she pushed herself back against Sepia's blade in order to evade the stab. "Why do you lug around a great sword?" "It's my first weapon." "Then why not fight it in the first place?" "I don't want to defeat you too quickly." "Then I will make sure to force you to draw out your real weapon." Saipia Pep-Perrin was an excellent swordswoman. From the first few exchanges, she already recognized that Kedis was not entirely fluent in wielding a one-handed saber. Even though the sword maiden mastered all of the basic moves, her battle consciousness with the weapon fell a bit behind. The difference was quite noticeable, and Saipia was a little disappointed with fighting against someone with less skill than she expected. Although Kedis knew that she wasn't fighting at her best when wielding Shiva, she was still confident in her own skill. It didn't matter if she was having a hard time right now. As long as she held on, her proficiency in wielding a saber visibly grew better. As a mech designer, Kedis did not wish to dedicate herself to designing swordsman mechs that excelled in wielding great swords. While this would definitely become one of her primary interests, she wanted to explore the possibilities of different swords and configurations. With the rise of the Annihilator Sword School and the entry of thousands of new sword maiden mech pilots, Kedis wanted to meet the needs of all of them no matter what kind of weapon they excelled at. Wielding one-handed weapons like Shiva was just the first step in her journey to master every type of sword. Although Kedis hadn't fully formulated her own sword style as of yet, she had already made a decision to move beyond the monolithic sword maiden sword style. This mainly had to do with her unique advantages. Sharpa's existence allowed her to quickly pick up new sword styles. Even if she had to put in a hard effort to master the sword styles that Sharpa was somehow able to replicate, she possessed an undeniable edge on this front. If she was just a pure swordwoman, then she would have probably chosen to dedicate herself to a single style, whether it was the sword maiden sword style or an adaptation of it. Yet because she needed to balance her needs as a swordswoman and a mech designer, she felt it was more beneficial for her if she broadened her scope and tried to attain enlightenment in swordsmanship by learning every style. Her ultimate goal was to become the best swordsman mech designer in the cosmos. Perhaps some extremely dedicated mech designers might be able to surpass her in designing a single specific model, but Kedis wanted to be able to design excellent swordsman mechs that conformed to every sword style she mastered. Of course, a part of that long and unending journey was to gain proficiency in dual-wielding styles like the Brevis sword style. Even as Kedis continually struggled to block and evade Scipia's attacks, her eyes constantly shone with interest as she observed her opponent's actions. From what she recalled of the Brevis Sword School, it was a 2-century-old institution that had built up a modest inheritance. Its situation was much better than that of the Annihilator Sword School. As a newer and less conservative school, the Brevis Sword Masters were not sticklers for traditions. Each of them had successively altered and expanded the Brevis sword style with offensive, defensive, and movement-oriented techniques. Right now, Scipia only made use of ordinary swordsmanship moves, but Kedis sensed that her opponent was gathering momentum. The unrelenting raiders had already launched more than 100 attacks, but there was no sign that Scipia was flagging any time soon. Swordsmen at this level were heavily augmented without exception. Even if they looked like normal humans on the surface, underneath their skin their muscles were derived from powerful artificial genes. Here and there, foreign modules in the form of biological or mechanical implants specifically improved someone's endurance, force exertion, running speed, reaction time, and more attributes. Prominent sword initiates like Scipia Pep-Perrin always received the most luxurious treatment when it came to augmenting their physical capabilities. Therefore, Kedis soon found out that she barely won over when comparing physiques. This was not outside her expectations. Ivan Reed similarly closed the gap to her on some points. What was frightening was that the Cloud Strider disciple vastly exceeded her in other areas such as speed. Fortunately, Scipia apparently did not possess a similar advantage. Even though the Brevis sword style was very active and mobile, it did not emphasize speed and evasion as much as the Cloud Strider sword style. Clang! 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 Kedis continued to circle backwards as she hastily blocked a flurry of slashes. She had become more proficient at dealing with attacks coming from different directions. She began to incorporate more lateral movement in her steps. This allowed her to counterattack if the opportunity presented itself. Still, it was not that easy for Kedis to land a hit on her opponent. Ha! I can read you from a star system away. The downside to holding one weapon at a time is that I don't have to split my attention too much. The character of the Brevis sword style became more clear to Kedis. It was not the fastest or most explosive of styles she encountered, but it was very hard to deal with. The Brevis sword style seemed as if it was designed to fight against tough opponents. Kedis respected that. The Sword Maiden sword style was also geared towards defeating stronger and more powerful enemies. Still, now that she was on the receiving end of this treatment, she did not feel good at all. No matter whether she slashed, chopped, or lunged, either one of two short sword would come and spoil her attempt without fail. Scyphia didn't even lose any sweat in the process. A normal approach wasn't working. Shiva lacked the heft and reach of her CFA greatsword. If she wielded the latter, then she might have been able to apply more force to break Scythia's guard. There was another way to break the pattern. Kedis briefly hesitated, but eventually decided to make the first move. Sharpe! Her living sword intent quickly embraced the Annihilator sword style. At the same time, Kedis actively changed her thought patterns so that her mind conformed to her newest sword style. A slight resonance formed between Shiva, her mind Sharpe. Destroyer's blade! A dark corona surrounded Shiva's blade. It was as if some kind of black ink had stained its shiny metallic surface. The desire to destroy Scipio's guard and ruin her annoying short swords quickly welled up in her mind. Though Kedis respected her opponent, at this moment she wanted to do nothing more than to break the obstacles in her way. Clang! The crossed short swords that blocked her empowered saber were also shining at this time. I was expecting that. It took you long enough to resort to this trick. Clang! 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 Even though Kedis had gone on the offensive, Scyphia skillfully blocked and deflected the incoming attack without enduring any apparent strain. Her unrelenting will sustained the empowerment of her twin blades and granted them enough strength to resist the power of annihilation. Kedis grimaced and decided to pull back and open up some distance. She needed to get her bearings and rethink her approach. You don't have much experience with fighting against sword initiates, do you? Scyphia taunted as she relaxed her posture a bit. She did not mind the small reprieve considering she had been intensively for several long minutes. What was it like to live outside the Heaven's Word association? Well, we didn't have all this. Kedis gestured to the enormous audience who were all thrilled with what they had seen so far. Swordsmen and swordswomen are seen as weirdos rather than honorable warriors. People just think there's no point in wielding swords when using rifles is much more effective most of the time. They aren't wrong. It may not look like it, but we do field mechs and soldiers armed with the same kind of rifles and cannons that are used outside our state. We just don't exhibit them all that much. As powerful as we are, there simply aren't enough sword initiates and sword masters to cover every need. Even the Heaven's Word Association had to bend to reality. If all of its mechs and soldiers only brought swords into the battlefield, then the state would have been overrun a long time ago by its neighbors. You're the first Heavensworder I've spoken to who openly acknowledges that. You guys aren't fans of ranged weapons. Scyphia smiled. Not everyone has a sword up his backside like Ivan Reed. While I haven't traveled outside the Heaven's Word Association yet, I have entertained plenty of foreign guests. If you want, you can pay a visit to our Larkinson clan. We welcome lots of outsiders. We would love to entertain a skilled sword initiate. I'll have to pass. I have too many responsibilities at my sword school to stay away for too long. I envy you a bit. You enjoy much more freedom than the rest of us disciples." This was the life of someone who dedicated herself to a single sword style. They were investments that were supposed to deliver value to their sword schools. It took an incredible amount of money and resources to raise someone like Scypia to this point. If the unrelenting raider failed to advance to sword master, then much of the value put into her would go to waste. For a moment, Kedis pitied Scypia. The latter clearly felt more constricted by the invisible bonds that kept her locked in place. This did not mean that Kedis would go soft. She still had a match to win, and she could not allow her sympathy to muddle her purpose. Scypia grew serious. Her short swords glowed brighter. "Get ready. I'm about to show you the real brevis sword style." She sprinted forward and began to wield her glowing blades in a distinctly different fashion. Clang! 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 Their blades continually met as Scypia turned into a whirling storm. She somehow swung her blades faster than before, and the way she spun around in order to leverage her angular momentum made her attacks a lot more difficult for Kedis to block. Stepping back no longer worked because Scypia had suddenly turned sticky. The two women clung together so much that it was as if they were bound together by a chain. Kedis had to exert her blocking skills to a much greater degree as a result. Sometimes, a short sword just managed to bypass Shiva. The sword maiden had to employ all of her strength in order to sidestep the threat at the last instance. The Annihilator sword style became increasingly more cumbersome to Kedis. As in rudimentary first-generation sword style that hadn't been worked on for many years, it lacked powerful defensive techniques. Kedis had to rely on her own swordsmanship in order to hold her ground. She knew she had to change the variables. If this went on, then her guard would slip sooner or later. Even if Scypia was exerting herself to a much greater degree, her abundant stamina allowed her to sustain her offensive with ease. Her will grew more condensed. Even as Kedis found it increasingly more difficult to fend off the flurry of attacks, her unyielding spirit grew more indignant. A sword maiden should never be passive. Chapter 2907 Rudimentary Innovations. When Venerable Trey Walensky advanced to expert pilot, he did not live long enough to complete the Annihilator sword style. Oh sure, the basics were all there. Its repertoire even incorporated a couple of empowered techniques. Yet after Kedis fought against numerous disciples of other sword schools, she recognized that the Annihilator sword style possessed too many gaps. If Venerable Trey didn't die when he was at the prime of his life, he would have been able to flesh out his sword style. As it was, he died before he could work out the defensive and movement techniques of his sword style. This caused the Annihilator sword style to possess a purely offensive character. As long as Kedis was on the attack, then she could take full advantage of the power of annihilation to demolish the opposition. Yet, in situations where she was put on the defensive and the power of annihilation wasn't enough to break the deadlock, the sword style became a lot less impressive. It was no wonder why the Annihilator sword school failed to gain any inheritors after the death of its founder. The sword style it taught was too incomplete, causing it to become far too one-dimensional in practice. This shortcoming had become especially obvious after Scypia launched her latest offensive. Ha! No one is able to last forever against my whirling dervish. Either my attacks will break you, or you will break mine. Kedis quickly figured out what made Scypia's whirling dervish technique so powerful. The unrelenting raider was able to spin and build up her angular momentum with significantly greater ease than she should considering her physical prowess. It was as if Scypia turned herself into a spinning top. The worst part about this was that Scypia didn't slow down over time. She spun a little faster after completing a couple of revolutions. This not only increased the frequency of her attacks, but also put a lot more force behind the blows. Kedis did not dare to block the short sword's head-on anymore. She had to leverage all of her skill and strength to deflect the incoming attacks and redirect all of the incoming force into the air. Yet even as she fended the dervish, Kedis patiently accumulated energy. Her willingness to destroy grew stronger as she actively fed this desire. As Shiva's blade continued to grow darker, she finally judged that she had done enough to execute her first self-invented move. Clang! 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 Kedis deflected and diverted a couple more attacks before she keenly grasped the small window of opportunity where Saipia was still preoccupied with spinning around for another round of attacks. While this window of opportunity was too short to allow Kedis to launch a conventional counterattack, the move she was about to pull off was much swifter. Release! Shiva rapidly slashed forward. As it swung in Scipia's direction, the dark energy that covered it loosened up and propelled forward as if Kedis had just whipped it off the blade. A cloud of annihilation energy expanded as it continued to surge forward. If any of it landed onto an unprotected body, then the consequences would be dire, but Kedis was confident the protective measures in place could stop her move from going too far. Before the energy shield had time to activate, Saipia had already formed her own countermeasure. Even as she spun, she rapidly darted backwards. This bought her enough time to complete her spin while rapidly swinging her short swords in a defensive posture. Her quick actions generated a defensive barrier formed out of sword energy. The glowing sword energy barrier only lasted for a brief amount of time, but it was more than sufficient to block the annihilation energy from going forward. Kedis clicked her tongue at the sight. What a useful defensive technique! Damn, you almost killed me! Saipia joked. Despite her words, she did not sound as if she just avoided a brush with death. I've long known you were able to project your sword energy, so I never let down my guard. It was worth a try. The move she pulled off was quite simple. She simply borrowed some of the principles of the executioner technique and applied them to the Annihilator sword style. While the results were extremely rough, it still represented a change in the Annihilator sword style. She had already begun to innovate. Unfortunately, that was all she had. She lacked the time to create more sophisticated moves with the Annihilator sword style. After taking a deep breath, she let go of her destroyer mindset and put Shiva back into her sheath. She solemnly drew her CFA great sword from her back. A different kind of intensity began to well up from her mind. Her unyielding will grew sharp and strong. Saipia clearly sensed the distance and grew a little more serious. You're finally pulling out the big one. I've been waiting for this. Kedis pinned Saipia with her sharp eyes. The real fight starts now. She charged forward and chopped her great sword in a way that forced her opponent to defend. Clong! Even if Saipia managed to cross her swords and meet the incoming attack, the force and momentum behind the blow was on another level. This time, it was the unrelenting raider's turn to take a step back. Kedis did not let up. She pulled back her great sword and attacked as quickly as possible. Clong! It didn't matter to her that Saipia managed to block her obvious moves. Kedis merely repeated her actions and hacked down her sword at a slow but disturbing pace. Though Saipia looked a bit aggrieved, she was unable to launch any counterattacks. Her swords were too short, and she needed to spend a bit of time to get within reach. This brief time interval was more to launch another counterattack. As their wills increasingly pressed against each other, Saipia knew that she could not let the current situation go on like his further. Without announcing her move in advance, The unrelenting raider blocked yet another heavy swing before she rapidly turned and swung her crossed blades forward. This motion caused her to relieve the momentous glows that had previously covered her short swords. Kedis immediately recognized the threat and blocked the incoming sword energy waves with the flat of her CFA greatsword. Oof! Though she successfully blocked the energy attacks, she failed to account for their momentum. Somehow, the illogical and poorly understood sword energy conveyed a lot of momentum that completely pushed Kedis back. "You're mine now!" The unrelenting raider grinned as she was already darting forward. Kedis was in a very dangerous position right now. She had a lot of trouble with restoring her balance after feeling as if someone attempted to push her over. Saipia approached faster than before. Her twin swords glowed brightly as was about to launch another flurry of attacks. "I'm not falling for this trap." From what had happened before, Kedis knew that she would just get pushed back again and lose her balance if she dared to resist Scipia's empowered blades. At this time, Kedis didn't have the time to pull off any big moves. That didn't stop her from channeling the power of sharpness over her entire blade. In the past, this action would have exhausted her. Now, she could maintain state for quite a while due to all of the growth she had experienced in her mind. Although Saipia suddenly became a lot more wary about clashing head-on against Kedis' sharpness-empowered sword, the unrelenting raider did not recede. The heir of the Brevis sword school was also a sword initiate. She had tangled against lots of sword styles. At her current state, she could easily resist the effects of different kinds of sword energy, as long as she did not tangle against sword masters. Yet as the empowered CFA greatsword swung close, Saipia suddenly had a bad feeling about this. She quickly crossed her blade and switched to a defensive posture. Swing! The collision sounds were different this time. To Scipia's horror, the greatsword's glowing edge cut through the protective sword energy field and partially managed to leave some shallow cuts onto the short swords. "What the? My swords! You hurt my swords!" Kedis grinned as she saw that she succeeded in pulling off one of the moves she theorized. This was another small innovation. As someone who was able to utilize multiple sword styles, she had gained a lot more insights about the nature of sword energy. While different kinds of sword energy were able to resist each other for the most part, Kedis wondered whether she could break this pattern. Her sharpness superpower was mainly derived from her mech designer occupation, not her swordsmanship occupation. This caused her to break the conventional rules concerning sword energy. The conceptual cut she invented was basically an attempt to generate an edge that could cut conceptual and non-physical targets. By leveraging her expertise as a mech designer, she utilized that to augment her original superpower to the point where it could theoretically cut through other forms of sword energy. Although the results weren't as good as she hoped, her first attempt succeeded in catching Saipia off guard. The unrelenting raider grew a lot more grave once she saw the shallow cuts that Kedis had managed to inflict on the twin weapons. "My swords, you'll pay for this!" Saipia turned into a raging hellcat as her damaged short swords glowed a lot brighter. Once she came close enough, she split her blades apart and threw them forward. The sudden move took Kedis by surprise. She managed to deflect one of the projectiles, but the other short sword slightly managed to bounce off her shoulder. Kedis had been hit. Although the move wasn't considered fatal, she had obviously lost a serious amount of points. Saipia had leaned backwards again. She held out her hands and received the flying short swords as if they had a mind of their own. "I'm not done yet!" The disciple of the Brevis sword school brought her blades together and somehow caused them to fuse. The thick composite sword began to vibrate as the sword energy on it began to expand. After a few seconds, a bright and nearly solid energy blade had extended from the fused short swords. From the way that Scythia held the weapon, it was as if she was wielding a great sword of her own. "Taste my one blade!" As Scythia swung the great sword that was partially made out of sword energy towards Kedis, a great amount of momentum propelled her attack. Even if Kedis managed to block the incoming attack, she was certain that she would violently launch backwards. Even though she had already exhibited the capacity to cut through sword energy, the one blade exhibited by Scythia was too thick and powerful. The unrelenting raider had truly invested a lot of power in this finishing move. Fortunately, Kedis had a finishing move of her own. "Your sword is an imitation. Mine is much more real than yours will ever be," she declared as she rapidly channeled the sword of Lydia. Although she lacked the time to accumulate a lot of power, Sharpa and her were already working at their peak. The resonance they formed with Kedis' great sword was also spiking. As her CFA greatsword became more alive, Kedis roared as a large and formidable sword energy blade extended out of its tip. Bang! A bright explosion of light erupted as the two energy blades collided against each other. Sword energy clashed head-on against sword energy. An unyielding will pushed right against an unrelenting will. Although this contest sounded even at first, one side quickly managed to gain the upper hand. A single great sword flung out of a swordswoman's grip and landed on the ground. That great sword had long lost its energy extension. As it clattered to the floor, it split apart into two damaged short swords. Meanwhile, the CFA great sword that had completely overpowered Scythia's weapon had lost its sword energy edge as well. Kedis pulled it back the moment she managed to disarm her opponent. As it was, the tip of her great sword was too far away to cut off one of Scythia's limbs. "The match is over," she spoke with absolute certainty. The woman known as the Unrelenting Raider began to deflate. Her forceful momentum had been interrupted and her intensity had begun to fade. She looked regretfully at her fallen sword before turning back to Kedis. "Yes. It's over. You've won." Although the audience was still confused at what had happened at the final moment, that did not change the fact that Kedis was feeling immensely satisfied right now. Unlike her previous victories, this was the first time that she had won a proper sword duel against a proper opponent. Not only did she achieve a clean victory, she also proved that she was good enough to vie for the championship. The top 100 is not enough. Chapter 2908 Difficult Match. Kedis had reached the top 100 of the single personal combat tournament of the Greater Omandari Festival. Out of a body of millions of swordsmen, Kedis had fought her way through both the strong and weak. She not only mowed her way through dozens of small fry, but also vanquished strong disciples of famed and renowned sword schools. Her clean and convincing victory against the Scythia Peperin of the Brevis Sword School earned her a huge amount of glory. Naturally, the Sword Maidens organized a private celebration to mark this stellar accomplishment. "Cheers for Kedis! Cheers for defeating the Unrelenting Raider! Cheers for reaching the top 100! The old Sword Maiden veterans all raised their frothy mugs and clinked them together, not caring if half of the drinks inside got spilled. The women rarely let themselves go, but they were ultimately human, not emotionless bots. It felt good that one of their own had reached the finals of one of the tournaments. Commander Sendra smiled in satisfaction as she observed the happy faces among her close comrades. Ever since the Sword Maidens lost hundreds of mech pilots and many other sisters, a cloud of loss and lack of confidence had settled over them all. Joining the Larkinson clan didn't help, as they were unlike the other mech forces who could instantly expand their ranks by accepting general recruits. It was different now. The decent performance of the Sword Maidens along with the continuous wins secured by Kedis had secured the revival of their sisterhood. If not for the fact that Sendra wanted to make sure that Kedis wouldn't be too distracted, she could have easily let in several hundred qualified recruits to the villa. Each of them were formidable swordsman mech pilots, or swordswomen who learnt about the Sword Maidens after observing Kedis in the arena. "The Larkinsons will become quite surprised once we return to the fleet," she grinned. Although it wouldn't be easy to integrate total strangers into the Sword Maidens, she was confident that her sisters could deal with the changes. They all wanted their sisterhood to rise again, and with the help of stars like Venerable Dice and Kedis, none of the newcomers would be stupid enough to throw their weight around. "Kedis, do you think you can earn the trophy?" The woman at the center of the celebration responded with a modest smile. "I have a chance, I think. I dare not say anything more." "Ha! The championship is already yours. No sword initiate can show off so much power as you. The sword of Lydia alone is enough to cut through every fancy trick." The Sword Maiden Mech Designer continued to smile, but inwardly she shook her head. Her swordsmanship wasn't comprehensive like that of the top seeds. She possessed obvious strengths and glaring weaknesses. She dare not say she could defeat every possible opponent. She calmly drank a glass of nutrient drink. While she wanted to partake in alcohol like the rest of her sisters, it was irresponsible for her to do so when she had to make another appearance soon. In fact, her enhanced physique could easily break down alcohol before it severely affected her judgment, but she did not wish to leave anything to chance. A warrior who vied to be the best must always be disciplined. This was both a mental and physical requirement. As she thought of the challenges she overcame and how much she had grown, Kedis could hardly recognize herself now. Sharpa's presence had grown a lot more vigorous than before, and her will equaled that of an expert candidate for some reason. It was a pity that she wouldn't be staying around forever. The Heaven's Word Association would always remain as just one destination among many in her life. As a prominent member of the Larkinson clan, her future lay in the greater sea of stars. A single second-rate state in the galactic rim could never possibly allow her to design the best swordsman mechs. There should be more states like the Heaven's Word Association in this galaxy and the next. I will have numerous opportunities to learn from different societies as long as I am taking part in the grand expedition. She had already learned that the Heaven's Word Association was not the only state or group that managed to preserve a portion of humanity's swordsmanship tradition. Perhaps the other organizations weren't as large and well organized as a state that was free to do what it wanted on the edge of human space, but there were others who also managed to keep their inheritances alive. Kedis yearned to explore them. Even if she wouldn't be able to learn these inheritances, she at least wanted to get in touch with them so she could find some inspiration. At this point in her swordsmanship progression, she had already begun to step outside the confines of her two sword styles and forge her own unique style. As Kedis mused about her current repertoire of moves, Angelique Harcourt approached her side and bumped her arm. "I never imagined that a mech designer like you would go this far. Top 100, do you know how much my friends envy you for achieving this dream? It would have been even better if you were a part of the local industry." The fact that Kedis was also a mech designer did not attract much attention from the public. Only other mech designers were aware of how difficult it was for them to reach this height. Of course, many mech designers also speculated that Kedis would eventually forsake her mech design career in order to become a sword master. Her attainments in both the Sword Maiden sword style and the Annihilator sword style were far more impressive than the shabby swordsman mech she had designed up until this point. Billions of Heavenswarders admired and respected her swordsmanship, but hardly anyone thought she was a good mech designer. This mainly had to do with lack of fame. Kitty's hadn't published any solid mech designs or achieved commercial success in a mech market yet. She was far removed from Ves in this aspect. Still, she did not intend to remain obscure forever. The gains she made during this visit had increased her confidence and swelled her ambition. She was not resigned to staying in the background any longer. You know, I originally agreed to host you Sword Maidens because I wanted an opportunity to collaborate with the famed Mr. Larkinson, but now I am wondering if I should cooperate with a more suitable devil. Kedys jerked at that. I'm still an apprentice. Angelique's eyes shimmered. The journeyman beheld the sword maiden mech designer as if she was appraising a treasure. You're a much more interesting person to me. Mr. Larkinson isn't famed for designing swordsman mech. You, on the other hand, possess a much greater insight into swordsmanship than pretty much any other mech designers. Even the masters in our state have never come close to becoming a sword initiate. You are truly unique and well worth befriending. She did not bother to hide her motivations. She may be a mech designer, but she was also a swordswoman, if not a particularly excellent one. When facing someone who made a lot more attainments in swordsmanship, Angelique truly did not feel she could rely on her mech designer rank to get her way. This was how the Heaven's Word Association worked. Swordsmen and swordmasters always held more sway in the state. Mech designers solely existed to serve the warrior class. As someone who straddled this line, Kedys didn't know how she should feel about this. If she possessed the genetic aptitude to pilot a mech, then her situation would become even more astounding. Will you not consider joining the Larkinson clan? She offered again. We always have room for journeymen like you. Our design department is so swamped with design projects that we need more lead designers to share the burden. Angelique softly laughed. My answer stays the same. While the prospect of going on an adventure sounds alluring, I can't abandon my home and foundation. As the two women continued to chat, Commander Sendra's comm beeped. Her face changed as she read through the priority message. Kedys! She called. The boisterous atmosphere quickly muted as Commander Sendra marched to the central table. I've just received word of your next opponent. He's a familiar face. Who are you talking about? Ivan Reed of the Cloud Strider Sword School. What? Didn't he lose a limb? Wait, I remember that he chose to graft a temporary arm to his shoulder. I never thought he would be able to get into the top 100 with hardly any physical therapy and adjustment. Commander Sendra projected Ivan Reed's most recent match. The man looked a lot more serious and intense than before. As soon as the battle commenced, he went into action straight away and overwhelmed his opponent with a flurry of unending attacks. Although the sword maidens were keen enough to notice that Ivan Reed's fighting style had changed in several ways, the amount of strength he was able to show was quite impressive for a crippled swordsman. This guy. His physical strength hasn't changed, but he's a lot more focused now. While Ivan Reed wasn't able to return to his peak condition after losing his sword arm, he compensated for this drop by adopting a much more serious mindset. Kedys could already feel a portion of his intensity through observing the recordings of his fights. The Cloud Strider head disciple had become a new man. He no longer talked, and he no longer played to the crowd. Instead, it seemed he had been taking lessons from Kedys and fought to end a match as quickly as possible. He's really my next opponent? She dubiously asked. Sendra nodded. Yes. In fact, from what the media says about him, the entire reason why he chose to delay the regrowth of his arm and opt to graft a battle-ready bionic arm to his body was because he wanted to continue to climb in the solo tournament. His goal is to have a rematch. Ivan was targeting Kedys. She felt even weirder than before. What was going on? Why did Ivan obsess over her so much? Did he want to wash away his shame of getting beaten by his own arrogance? Whatever the case, Kedis felt that her next fight might be the most arduous in the tournament. Unlike any other sword initiate she might meet in the arena, Ivan Reed was clearly gunning for her. The intense expression on his face during his matches already made that clear. His will and determination caused him to squeeze his entire potential in order to get into the top 100. Perhaps the championship didn't matter to him anymore. At this moment, all he wanted to accomplish was to fight a proper duel against Kedis. Every sword maiden looked concerned. They were well aware of how strong feelings could transform someone's battle performance. Ivan Reed looked like a man possessed. He would never rest until he defeated Kedis and proved that his swordsmanship was stronger. Kedis snarled. Well, I'm not a girl he can repeatedly bully around. If he wants another fight, then let him. I've grown a lot since then. There is no way I will fold against someone who fights with a bionic arm. Although she did not seek another confrontation against Ivan Reed, she did not stay meek when someone issued a challenge against her. She was a sword maiden. Backing down was not an option. The media already began to hype the rematch. Both Kedis and Ivan were strong sword initiates who had undergone a lot of changes over the course of the festival. They should definitely be able to push each other to their limits. Many pundits already predicted that they would show their full strength in order to overcome their greatest rival. Kedis grimaced as she estimated her chances against the current incarnation of Ivan Reed. Even with the help of Sharpe, she still foresaw a very difficult battle. Chapter 2909, Fated Match. The rematch between Ves Larkinson and Ivan Reed had become one of the hottest topics in the Omandry system. Everyone sensed that a spectacle was about to occur. The battle where Kedis almost lost against Ivan was already so legendary that those who missed it felt endless regret. If not for the fact that the tickets to the rematch between the two sword initiates were already sold out months ago, a lot of people would have been willing to exchange a seat with enough money to buy a new mech. Several different narratives formed in the media. Some pundits predicted that if Kedis had already defeated Ivan once, she could do it again. Others thought differently. Just look at Ivan Reed's eyes. Those are the eyes of a driven warrior. After suffering a preventable loss, he could have wallowed in self-pity or let himself be consumed by his resentment. Instead, he quickly picked himself up and completely reformed his behavior. He's no longer as spoiled as before and has truly shown the potential of a future sword master. The setbacks that Ivan suffered seemed to have served as a wake-up call to him. As a scion of the powerful Cloud Strider sword school, he was anything but a useless bum. Talent alone was not enough to reach his level of strength. It took a lot of hard work and determination to grasp the essence of a true sword style. It was just that his long string of successes had caused him to become too full of himself. Swordsmen were human as well, and it was easy for any person to get complacent after enjoying a smooth ride. Kedis was the first obstacle that Ivan bumped against in a very long time. Although he suffered a disgraceful fall, his accident also happened to wake him up and correct his path. As she prepared for the next match, Kedis constantly felt troubled by this situation. She felt as if she had become the villain in a budget drama. After beating up the protagonist, the hero of the story reflected on himself and managed to revive his sword heart. Now, the main character had risen up again and sought to vanquish the evil witch. She shook her head as she made her preparations in the backstage area of the first sword arena. This is not a contrived story. This is the real deal. It didn't matter who she fought against. Anyone who stood opposite to her had to be defeated, even if her adversity happened to possess a familiar face. Venerable Dice, Commander Sendra, Angelique Harcourt, and Fred Walensky had all helped her study her opponent and formulate a strategy. Despite all of the gains Kedis had made, she was still a power-oriented fighter. A mobility-oriented swordsman like Ivan Reed still enjoyed a significant advantage as long as he stayed on the move. Ivan's bionic arm may have forced Ivan to relearn his sword moves, but there was nothing wrong with his legs. He was just as fast as before. In fact, Ivan had become even more elusive due to his determination not to get hit. Fred approached her just as she was deciding which weapon to take into battle. "Go serious," he spoke. "You don't have to take Shiva with you if it will only pose a hindrance." Kedis turned and raised an eyebrow. "You're okay with that?" "A swordsmith specifically forged Shiva for my brother. It fits best in his hand, not yours. Although I am grateful for allowing a piece of my brother to taste battle again, you should not overdo it. Let Shiva take a break this time and start off on your best foot." She briefly considered his argument. Although wielding a shorter and lighter blade was more advantageous against someone as fast as Ivan, she didn't specialize in it. She was much more comfortable with wielding her great sword. Although the weapon definitely had its shortcomings, Kedis possessed enough strength and skill to mitigate most of them. With her rapid growth in combat prowess, she did not believe she would end up as sorry as before. "You're right. I should bring the only weapon I need." Carrying multiple weapons didn't matter before. The opponents she fought against were still in a tolerable range. If the fight became more difficult, then she could always toss aside Shiva and fight with her first weapon. However, carrying multiple swords was a sign that Kedis lacked focus. By choosing to bring her main weapon and nothing else, she essentially declared that she wished to rely on her original sword style to win the upcoming match. Time continued to pass. As the match preceding her own one ended in a dramatic fashion, Kedis and Ivan finally entered the stage. Both of them ignored the noise in the crowd. They paid no attention to the hype generated by the announcers. People could say whatever they want about swordsmen, but at their level, their wills were too firm to get affected by external opinion. As Kedis stared at the dour-faced swordsman who had previously given her a very hard time, her eyes inevitably drew towards the artificial limb. The bionic arm was mostly covered by the standard protective suit issued to every tournament participant, but Kedis could still observe plenty of details due to her technical background. It was not forbidden for participants to do what Ivan had done. It was just unusual. Most swordsmen who incurred heavy injuries would usually acknowledge the reality of the situation and drop out of any remaining tournaments. Yet in order to get a chance to fight against Kedis a second time, Ivan made the difficult and costly decision to fight with a bionic arm. There were many issues with fighting with an artificial limb. While there were plenty of arm models that were much stronger and tougher than human arms, the tournament did not allow competitors to replace their limbs with stronger versions. No matter if their arms and legs were biological or mechanical, their strength and other physical properties could not be weaker than their natural state. Otherwise, everyone who yearned to be a champion would voluntarily amputate all of their limbs and turn themselves into cyborgs in order to compete. After half a minute of staring, Ivan finally spoke up. "It's been weeks since you taught me a lesson." His voice was much calmer and more measured than before. Kedis could sense the will in his tone. The Cloud Strider disciple had always remained highly focused on his own goal. "Are you dissatisfied?" Kedis asked as she straightforwardly drew her great sword. Surprisingly, Ivan shook his head. "Not at all. I deserve to get vanquished for how lightly I took the group match. I examined my behavior many times after my defeat. I didn't know how to process what had happened until the sword masters of my school counseled me. Every victory is precious, but every defeat is even more valuable. It is only when we fail that we have the opportunity to recognize our weaknesses. You have painfully torn off my mask and exposed everything that is ugly behind it. I decided I didn't like what I saw in the mirror, so I changed myself so that I can be proud of myself again," She grasped the key point of his voluntary explanation. The sword masters of the Cloudstrider school played a key role in getting his head back together. The Cloudstriders invested a lot of attention and resources in him. How could they stand by and watch their costly investment get ruined? It was more than worth it for the aloof swords masters to devote their personal attention to fixing Ivan. Well, I'm glad you managed to pick yourself up, but why insist on pushing yourself to this point? Do you know that grafting a bionic arm to your body will delay and complicate your real recovery? I'm aware of that, Miss Kedys, but I have already decided to live with my mistake. I won't be getting rid of this bionic arm. What? Not just Kedys, but the entire audience that listened in on their conversation reacted with shock as well. Swordsmen always preferred to fight with their own limbs. Even if they augmented it in various ways, they always believed it was best to maintain enough purity to prevent alienation and lack of compatibility. Yet Ivan resolutely decided to stick with his current arrangement. I seemed as if he wanted to carry a reminder of the consequences of giving in to his arrogance. Yet as Kedys clearly sensed a spike in his will, she knew that this was not a handicap to him. It was a source of strength. Every swordsman clung to certain rules or principles in order to hone their will. This was another instance of that. Kedys grew more serious as she discovered the extent of Ivan's rebirth. Compared to a confident sword initiate like Saipia Paparin, the man in front of her was much more determined. She lowered her stance and reconsidered her approach to this duel. Ivan held his new fencing sword and looked as if he was ready to sprint. Their eyes met each other and sparked. Their wills flowed from their bodies and ran through their weapons. Neither of them wanted to lose this battle. For Ivan Reed, it was a matter of correcting his mistake and redeeming himself. For Kedys, it was a matter of pride and ambition. Commenced the match. No one moved. Even as the people in the vertical stands expected an explosion of action to occur, the two sword initiates didn't appear to be in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they kept staring at each other as if they were waging a mental battle. Eventually, Kedys grew impatient. You worked so hard to get a chance to confront me in battle. Are you just going to waste this opportunity? What do you fight for? Ivan suddenly asked. This question again. Several swordsmen had asked her this question. For some reason, they all wanted to pry into her personal motivations. She didn't know why. I fight for my sisters. I fight to improve my comprehension of sharpness. I fight in order to design better mechs. Ivan raised his eyebrow when he heard the latter. Ah, yes. You're also a mech designer. It's difficult for me to equate that to your current appearance. Look anything but bookish. I am a genuine mech designer. I will not allow you to belittle my accomplishments in this field. She grew angry at Ivan. His patronizing tone made it sound as if she was merely dabbling at designing mechs. The truth was anything but. She would not allow anyone to question her competence in her primary profession. Let's fight already, she said and began to step forward while holding her great sword at the ready. Right now, she just wanted to chop apart Ivan's new limb and teach him not to mess with her dreams. Heh! That's the spirit! That is the vanquisher that I was hoping to fight! Ivan became more excited as he started to move forward. Though his pace was still slow, every step he took caused his momentum to become more imposing. Once they came close enough, they sprinted forward and collided their weapons against each other. Clang! Ivan's body immediately bounced backwards after losing out on their first confrontation. Sure enough, your strength is quite formidable. They had just been testing each other just then. Ivan confirmed that he would not be able to overpower his opponent by force. Kedis, on the other hand, saw that the man had regained all of his mobility. After Ivan recovered his stance, his body began to shake in a peculiar fashion. At some point, sweat began to form on his skin that somehow evaporated into mist. The nature of this mist looked very odd to Kedis. Baseline humans shouldn't have been capable of generating so much fog from their own bodies. As Ivan's were wrapped around the cloud made out of his own sweat, his body grew more red as if it had entered an overloaded state. Cloud cascade! Ivan launched himself forward while dragging his self-generation mist forward. With all of the condensation in the way, Kedis was unable to observe her opponent's weapon. Chapter 29:10 New Moves. A rush of white fog surged forward as if it wanted to engulf Kedis. Though the woman wondered how she was supposed to block an incoming attack when she was unable to maintain vision on her opponent's sword, an even greater priority occupied her mind. You! I am not about to let you submerge me in your own sweat. Disgust and indignation welled in her. Although she was not a woman who cared too much about girly stuff, there were some lines that shouldn't be crossed. Get away, you disgusting creep! Her great sword resonated with Sharpa and her will. A sharp energy formed around it, which Kedis quickly launched forward with a simple slash. This was the beheader, a simplified version of the executioner technique. The sharp and thin energy waves she unleashed did not possess the grandness of the original technique. In exchange for giving up a lot of power, the beheader condensed a lot faster, demanded much less energy, and did not require as much concentration. However, as her sword energy attack entered into the foggy cloud, nothing happened. It was as if the attack she unleashed had disappeared. Ha! The cloud cascade had already rushed up to her. Kedis had no choice but to set her bewilderment aside and enter a blocking stance while she hastily stepped back. Clang! 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 Ivan's fencing sword spontaneously emerged out of the fog and slashed at Kedis from different directions. There were two reasons why Kedis managed to block the incoming blows despite the lack of time to react. First, her large and wide greatsword could cover a lot of angles without needing to move too much. Second, Kedis relied on her intuition and other senses to determine where Ivan would launch his next attack. While this sounded easy, Ivan put Kedis under a lot of pressure with this move. It was several times harder to fight against an opponent who was able to keep his body hidden. The properties of the cloud surrounding Ivan were too strange. She knew the fog didn't consist of ordinary sweat. I need to blow it away somehow. Yet when she thought about which technique she could utilize to remove the annoying cloud screen, she came up empty. None of her attacks was able to affect such a large area. As Kedis continued to remain on the defense, Ivan slowly gained momentum. Since this trick was effective against his opponent, he had no reason to drop it at this point. Seeing that Ivan was more than willing to stick to a single winning strategy, she grew more grim. She jumped back and executed another beheader. Even though she swore that Ivan was hiding in the fog right in front of her, when her quick energy attack sank into the cloud without generating any sound, she became dismayed. There had to be a way to deal with this odd technique. She unleashed a couple of more beheaders. However, it seemed that each of her attacks missed Ivan again and again. Not only that, but as time went by, the cloud continued to expand. It first encompassed a width that was just thrice Ivan's body. After a minute had passed, it was as wide as 6 humans standing side by side. Damn! Did your entire body transform into sweat or something? Of course, Ivan was not stupid enough to respond and give his position away. After Kedis unleashed her 5th attack, she suddenly frowned. What was she doing? Why was she wasting her energy on ineffective sword energy attacks? As her rationality reasserted itself, she realized that she had fallen into a trap. She allowed herself to get swept up in her heated emotions. While that was usually not a problem, this time she had unknowingly entered into a losing exchange. So far, aside from generating and maintaining his so-called cloud cascade, Ivan had done nothing but approach and launch some simple attacks behind his unique form of concealment. From her understanding of energy, she recognized that Ivan was actively channeling his will over an area around him in order to maintain his unnatural cloud. Therefore, under the premise that she could not eliminate him in her current condition, her best choice was to stall and adopt a more conservative approach. Though she felt tempted to switch to annihilation mode and release a glob of annihilation energy, the move was quite wasteful. It wasn't worth it to expend so much effort to get rid of some trivial sweat. Kedis decisively drew back. This forced Ivan to move forward, dragging his misty fog with him if he wanted to remain under concealment. She grinned. Huh. So that's how it works. The sight encouraged her to keep stepping back and avoiding a confrontation. She made conscious use of one of the conventional dueling rules. Since her loadout was heavier, she was under no obligation to approach her opponent. It was different for Ivan. If he did not actively engage Kedis in combat for a certain duration of time, then he would forfeit the match by default. Normally, this shouldn't be a big deal for a swordsman who possessed superior speed, but the problem right now was that he had to expend a lot of effort to bring his cloud forward. Eventually, Ivan recognized Kedis' solution and the futility to fight against it. He retracted his will and let his sweat dissipate. Ivan huffed and breathed heavily. His skin was still red from discharging so much sweat at once. Even though this action should have cooled his body down, Kedis could sense his body was still in an overheated state. You should lie down and take a rest, Kedis kindly suggested. This is nothing but a warm-up to me. I didn't think you would be so clever. Every other swordsman I confronted with this move in the past tried to do their best to break it by force. Well, now you know what it is like to fight against a mech designer. Dispense with the tricks. Ivan smiled as his battle intent grew stronger despite his failed gambit. As you wish. He darted forward in a familiar oblique fashion. Kedis had to move quickly in order to block the incoming attack. Clang! However, she barely had time to turn around before Ivan swept past again. Clang! Numerous exchanges like this happened every second or so. It seemed that his previous injuries hadn't affected his stamina at all. He continued to run as if he had turned himself into a breeze and performed quick and difficult to intercept attacks that quickly put Kedis on the back foot again. This time, Kedis wasn't content to remain in a passive position. When Ivan was about to make his next attack pass, Kedis lurched her body to the side and boldly attempted to tackle her opponent. Ivan reacted quickly though and turned and danced around Kedis, not forgetting to make a quick swipe, only to get blocked by her great sword. Damn! That was dangerous! The Cloud Strider disciple stopped performing his breeze steps after a while. Even if Kedis was too slow to intercept him after he behaved more cautiously, all of his attacks were blocked without fail. Kedis was too good to fall for this approach. He decided to enter into a direct confrontation, which was outside of Kedis' expectation. His fencing sword glowed as he directly lunged at Kedis. Though Kedis managed to deflect the stab with ease, Ivan was not done yet. A familiar disturbance swept her body and mind as she blocked the next incoming attack. Though she really wanted to counterattack, Ivan did not let up on the pressure. He continually lunged and stabbed at her at different points. Each time he did so, a bit of wind picked up. At the same time, Kitties felt some sort of pressure acting on her mind. Ivan was summoning the hurricane again. Yet different from last time, Kitties did not experience any disorientation. Her mental fortitude had grown by leaps and bounds. Her will might not be as solid as that of an expert pilot, but she was considerably stronger than before. Even so, Ivan did not give up on his plan. As his flurry of stabs continued, the raging breeze slowly turned into the beginnings of a storm. As Kitties grew more and more annoyed at the accumulating winds, she decided enough was enough. Her great sword glowed as she performed a counterattack, heedless of her fencing sword heading in her direction. In any case, her weapon had greater reach, so Ivan would definitely be the first to suffer. Though the Cloud Strider skillfully evaded the swinging great sword, Kitties did not miss her attack. Attacking Ivan was just an opportunistic attempt. Her real goal was to break something else. Conceptual cut! Although her glowing great sword only cut through empty air, the supernatural storm that Ivan had accumulated with persistent effort suddenly died down. Only a gentle breeze remained, as much of the power that Ivan previously invested in the storm had forcefully dissipated. This time, Ivan had truly become surprised. "I didn't know you could do that. There is nothing that I can't cut. Even energy fields don't stand a chance against my blade." Spotting an opening, Kitties rushed forward and began to hack at her opponent. Her great sword still glowed with sharpness, but Ivan still managed to negate her strikes without incurring any significant damage. A part of that had to do with his odd defensive technique. In the few times that Kitties managed to pull off a feint, Ivan's body spontaneously pulled back as if he was grasped by a giant hand. Most of the time, Ivan merely evaded her attacks. His dodging capabilities were so good that he even found chances to counterattack. As the clash increasingly favored Ivan, he began to accumulate power in a different fashion. Instead of expanding his will to the immediate environment in order to generate extra wind, he kept his power within his body. Slowly but surely, Kitties felt as if Ivan was growing stronger and faster by the second. Even though Ivan's body shook a few times, the strength and speed he exhibited became increasingly unnatural. "Face my strongest state!" Ivan roared as he lunged forward and struck out with his fencing blade 3 times faster than before. Kitties felt a lot of threat from this sudden attack. She wasn't able to move her great sword fast enough to block the accelerated strike. Her will spiked as Sharp suddenly released a large amount of power at once. A strange field formed around Kitties just as Ivan's empowered sword was about to stab through her shoulder. The field partially blocked Ivan's sinister move. What? Not only did the energy field slow down Ivan's sword to the point where Kitties gained enough time to move her body aside, it also attacked and damaged the weapon in question. When Ivan pulled back his sword, he noticed that a portion of the tip looked worn. That was dangerous. Though Kitties was happy at the result, she winced at how much energy she expended. It took a lot from Sharpet to generate this strange new field. The fight wasn't over though. Kitties took back the initiative and pressured Ivan with repeated attacks. Though Kitties did not try very hard at trying to outmaneuver a nimbler opponent, the force she put behind her blows caused Ivan to feel a lot of distress. However, when he attempted to pull back and open up some distance, Kitties smirked and began to accumulate power. She did not unleash a cheap beheader this time. Instead, she intended to go all the way and unleash a full executioner. Ivan recognized the threat. How powerful! In order to prevent his opponent from completing her power move, Ivan dashed forward while also circling towards the side. This forced Kitties to unleash her attack prematurely. Even though the executioner she released was a bit weaker, it was still powerful enough to knock Ivan out of the tournament if he got struck. "Oh no you don't!" Ivan roared. To her surprise, the Cloud Strider's will spiked as he forcefully jumped and stepped onto the air. Even though he was only able to step on the air twice, he managed to gain enough height to completely jump over the lethal sword energy attack despite its last-second course correction. As Ivan's will continued to flare, some sort of wind propelled his body forward. He dived down onto Kedis with his sword ready to overcome her defenses by force. Chapter 29:11 Without Direction. The first sword arena had become a wellspring of excitement and exhilaration. As Kedis of the Sword Maidens and Ivan of the Cloud Striders began to clash against each other with increasing intensity, the millions of spectators who had managed to secure an expensive seat in the vertically stacked stands became engrossed by the spectacle taking place. Both of them were evenly matched. When two strong sword initiates clashed against each other without either side taking the upper hand, the match turned into a thrilling, drawn-out engagement that was rare to see in the arena. The crowd loved it. They paid a lot of money to witness the glory of higher-level swordsmanship. Since sword masters rarely showcased their powers in public, the only way for the general public to get in touch with battles like these was to attend fights like the one unfolding before their eyes. Many swordsmen and swordswomen eagerly tried to capture anything that might help them advance their own sword-fighting ability. Almost no one succeeded as the battles at this level were too high for them to comprehend. For example, the sword maidens that had gathered at the backstage to cheer Kedis on all recognized the moves she made, but in her hands they seemed to reach an unfathomable level. "I never knew you could do that. Kedis is so brilliant. She can cut everything." People like these were only able to observe the surface of a sword duel. There was only so much they could gain from perceiving the obvious. Only the true sword masters who had already found their direction were able to appreciate the struggle that happened beneath the surface. To Venerable Dice, the entire first sword arena turned into a furnace of wills. The heated emotions from the crowd mingled together in a giant cloud of human energy. Normally, this odd energy was very strange and undetectable, but expert pilots like Venerable Dice barely managed to sense it when it had concentrated and accumulated to this level. This energy did not sit still. Instead, as the two sword initiates clashed against each other in the center of the arena ground, their competing wills seemed to suck in the emotions of the collective. This indescribable reaction seemed to drive the two sword initiates forward. Even swordsmen weren't immune to the power of human desire. Venerable Dice looked thoughtful as she looked around the arena. The vertical architecture and the huge capacity of the venue did not seem so random anymore. Interesting. What's interesting? Commander Sendra asked as she stood at Dice's side. Nothing important. Who do you think will win, Dice? I can't say, the expert pilot honestly replied. That brat Ivan hasn't entirely gotten used to his altered body yet, but he is still able to execute his sophisticated sword techniques to an extremely high degree. Kedis is the opposite. She is very comfortable in her own skin, but the execution of her techniques leaves much to be desired sometimes. Sendra stared at Kedis in the distance with a playful expression. She's innovating. The reason why little Kedis looks sloppy at some points is because she's trying out new ideas. A proud expression appeared on Venerable Dice's face. She has already grown up. While I don't particularly like Mr. Reed, I am grateful that he is managing to bring out the best of our sister. Kedis needed to experience a duel like this. She has butchered a lot of weaker opponents, but that will never get her ahead. We're lucky that the Heaven's Word Association is able to offer her a true challenge. Both of the senior sworn maidens exchanged knowing glances. They clearly recognized the value of holding tournaments. This was just one of many local customs they intended to bring back to the Larkinson clan once they returned to the expeditionary fleet. Clang! In the center of the arena, Ivan did not resist when a glowing greatsword collided against his luminant fencing sword. The wind seemed to assist him in pulling back and bleeding away the force acting on his body. He did not relax, though. His instincts warned him of an acute threat. Ha! He spontaneously pushed his body to the side, borrowing the power of the surrounding wind in order to give him an extra boost. Swing! A sharp energy blade narrowly missed his body as it cut through the remaining wind before tearing into the solid floor. Made of a special blend of exotics and materials that allowed those below a clear view of the battle above their heads, the floor was very resilient against attacks. Not even mechs were easily able to crush the material. Yet the narrow sword energy blade that extended from Ketty's greatsword managed to leave a clear groove behind. If Ketty's hadn't cut off the energy blade after she realized that she had missed, the cut in the floor would have been much deeper. She gritted her teeth. Even though she managed to adapt the original form of the sword of Lydia into a slender and less consuming version, she could not waste her energy willy-nilly. Both of them had long realized that it was difficult for them to finish each other off with powerful finishing moves. Ketty's possessed the remarkable ability to cut insubstantial energy. This meant that she was always able to interrupt Ivan whenever he attempted to stoke up the surrounding winds. On the other hand, Ivan still possessed an undeniable advantage in mobility. If Ketty's invested in any big moves, then her adversary would simply become incredibly elusive, thereby preventing her from landing her potent attacks. Due to these realities, the duel turned into a stalemate where both sides entered into a battle of attrition. While Ketty's and Ivan attempted to preserve their resources and minimize their expenditures, the struggle between the two rivals did not abate too much. Ketty's, who had become more in tune with her own swordsmanship, disdained passive defense. She did not wish to repeat her performance in her first duel against Ivan. She was not cut out for defense. She excelled at making the edge of her blade sharper. Why should she use the flat of her great sword to block Ivan's swift attacks? Therefore, she decided to go on the attack and always move closer to Ivan regardless of the fact he was always able to outmaneuver her. In any case, she was considerably more difficult to pin down if she was in constant motion. Even though she looked like a fool for constantly trying to catch up to someone who was able to outpace her, she didn't care. Her unyielding will kept propelling her forward even as she built up her momentum. With each exchange of blows, her lethality increased a little. Ketty's constantly tried something new whenever she saw a possibility of landing a hit against Ivan. The thin and narrow beam of sword energy that extended from the tip of her great sword frequently altered in shape. She was steadily optimizing its properties so that it granted her the most optimal balance between sharpness, reach, and power consumption. Perhaps an average sword initiate would never be able to alter a sword technique to this degree, but Ketty's was different. Sharpa's assistance along with her considerable body of knowledge related to mech design granted her both the power and the knowledge to experiment freely with her power expression. Whereas other sword initiates from the Heaven's Word Association rigidly tried to imitate the wonders of their sword masters, Ketty's had boldly moved beyond the initial teachings of Venerable Dice and Venerable Trey Walensky. As a scientist and engineer, she was trained to absorb knowledge and apply them in creative ways. Mech design was all about combining and configuring a limited quantity of building blocks in order to yield an outcome that was greater than the sum of its parts. This mentality allowed her to experiment boldly and without fear. It didn't matter too much if anything went wrong. While her own control over her sword energy was actually quite rough due to lack of practice, Sharpa constantly babysit her. Anytime her experiments threatened to go out of control, her living sword intent actively intervened to suppress any dangerous outbursts. I'm getting closer to understanding how I should wield my power. Just a normal scientist, Kedis approached her current activity as an experimental study. With her enhanced intelligence, she was easily able to track everything that went right or wrong. She analyzed the results and drew conclusions from them which she tested in her subsequent experiments. Slowly but surely, Kedis grew more adept at wielding her prodigious powers. Whoosh! The wind blew onto her body even as Ivan's fencing sword lunged in her direction. Kedis had just launched an attack that failed to hit the mark, so she was not able to bring her great sword up in time to fend off the poisonous strike. Ha! Kedis roared as a small barrier of sword energy appeared in the path of the fencing sword. Ivan already expected this response. He quickly diverted his fencing sword before its tip collided against the barrier. If he persisted in his attack, he risked damaging his blade further. Even though his fencing sword was forged out of high-quality exotics, Kedis had already succeeded in scratching it despite its toughness. Without this trick, Ivan would have been able to take out or at least score points against Kedis right now. Still, he did not lose patience or grew annoyed that he had to abort his attack yet again. How long can you keep that up, Miss Kedis? That's none of your business, she snarled. While she was able to apply some of the principles of shield generators to form a barrier made out of her own sword energy, it took a lot to maintain it, especially when it got struck. Defense was not her forte. She did not want to fend off an attack like that again. She sped up her pace and began to slash repeatedly in Ivan's direction. The blade extension technique she used to extend the reach of her great sword underwent some changes under her deliberate manipulation. Even as her attacks missed against the elusive Cloud Strider disciple, her will flared just before the extended blade of sword energy broke off and then curved in Ivan's direction like a homing missile. Ha! Ivan hastily deflected the sharp sword energy with his empowered fencing sword, frowning as he did so. In order to prevent his blade from getting cut, he had to leverage a lot more will and energy than he liked. He decided to go on the offensive again. He swung his blade quickly in front of him. Even though he did not come close to hitting Kedis, his attacks whipped up the wind around him. Once the air around him had become sufficiently agitated, he rushed forward with light and airy steps. Instead of attacking immediately, he kept circling around Kedis at a rather sedate pace. The pressure he exerted onto the sword maiden was considerable despite his lack of action. Why do you fight? This question again. Why do you keep asking it? Are you so stupid that you failed to remember what I said a few minutes ago? Ivan's eyes became more intense as he gazed at his opponent. Your will is abundant and exuberant. Of all of the sword initiates I have fought, you are the most inexhaustible that I have met. What does that have to do with your damned question? Not everything about you is great, though. The more I fight against you, the more I become puzzled. Your will is massive, but you lack direction. Are you telling me that I'm confused? Answer my question and you will know. Why do you fight? Why did she fight? Didn't I tell you that already? I fight for my sisters. I fight to increase my understanding of sharpness. I fight so that I can design better swordsman mechs in the future. Ivan slowed down his steps a bit as his lips curled in a smirk. While I am sure that those are your goals, I don't feel you have truly answered my question. You don't know the actual reason why you fight. This is your greatest weakness as a swordswoman. What? Although Kedis did not want to fall for Ivan's ploy, for some reason she could not dismiss his remark. Ivan saw that Kedis had become slightly distracted. This was his chance. He turned inwards and surged towards her at great speed. Chapter 29:12 Catharsis. Clang! Though Ivan cleverly managed to disturb Ketty's thoughts, her battle instincts were not for show. She woke up just in time to fend off her opponent's charge. The winds that assisted Ivan allowed him to evade her follow-up attack. Ketty's tried to come close enough in order to dispel his winds with a conceptual cut, but her opponent had learned from his previous attempts and kept his will contained. She could not cut something that was out of her reach. As Ivan cautiously circled around her in order to spot another opening, Ketty's couldn't help but go think back on what he said. Was she truly without direction? From her understanding, sword initiates were equivalent to expert candidates. Both were excellent fighters who had gone above and beyond to unlock their hidden potential. She was different from the rest. She was originally supposed to be a mech designer, but somehow managed to step onto the path of higher swordsmanship with the help of Sharpe. Although she wielded her will like a blade, she was very well aware that she was remarkably different from more conventional sword initiates. Her fights against Ivan Reed and Sipia Peperin took place on both a physical and mental level. While she was able to resist Ivan's will with her own, that mainly had to do with the quantity of her mental energy. She sensed that she was able to expend considerably more energy than Ivan. Yet her opponent did not lose out. Constant training and dedication in a single sword style honed his will to an exceptional degree. Even if Ivan was lacking in quantity, he had plenty of quality to make up for his shortcomings. In other words, Ketty's was like a lumbering giant who was barely able to control her great power. Her moves were wasteful and inefficient. Ivan was like a precision instrument. His high control allowed him to achieve results with considerably less effort. Even though he was constantly dashing and moving around, he had always rationed his will throughout the duel. He did not care too much about his physical exertion because of his body augmentations. It was easy to upgrade a swordsman's body. What truly mattered was whether a swordsman was able to develop their willpower. This was not an easy process, and everyone had a different method to hone and condense their wills. "What is your reason to fight, Miss Ketty's?" Ivan asked as he fended off another strike from her. "What do you truly care about?" "I care for my sword maidens. I care for my fellow sisters," she snarled as she unleashed a quick beheader energy attack. "That's not good enough. While I'm sure you love your comrades, that's not a distinct enough goal for you. That's a sign that your vision stretches beyond your own circle. You have a greater ambition." She did? "I want to become the best swordsman mech designer in the galaxy," she insisted. "This is the best way to help the people I care about. My fellow sword maidens will pilot the strongest swordsman mechs that I can design. This is my ambition." "Is it truly the case?" Ivan smirked. "Look at yourself. Feel your heart. Do you truly believe this is the most important goal of your life?" She hastily raised her great sword to block Ivan's unpredictable assault. The man had gained a lot of courage all of a sudden, and continually lunged in order to poke a hole through her defense. It took some time for Ketty's to push him back. She breathed deeply, and so did her opponent. While they were far from reaching the point of exhaustion due to their augmented bodies, their consumption was not light. A sense of urgency drove her forward. She intuitively sensed that dragging out this match would not go well for her. She needed to find a way to pin down her opponent and exploit one of his weaknesses. Yet that was easier said than done. She was becoming slightly more adept at dealing with swifter adversaries, but Ivan was no common opponent. His skill, physical capabilities, and battle consciousness were all excellent now that he was fighting seriously. He even had the time to torment Kedis by picking at her greatest mental weakness. "What are you fighting for?" Ivan asked as he unleashed another flurry of blows before darting back in order to dodge Kedis' furious counterattack. "Why are you wasting your time on practicing swordsmanship? Do you really have to work so hard to get good at something you aren't serious about?" Kedis grew furious. Ivan was constantly attacking her confidence and image as a swordswoman. He was essentially stating that properly trained heavensworders like him were much more superior than someone who learned swordsmanship in a much less systematic fashion. Not only that, Ivan also accused her of lying to herself. This wouldn't have bothered her so much, but a part of her simply couldn't shrug off this possibility. No matter how much she tried to ignore this issue, it continued to hang over her like a cloud, which slightly affected her judgment and rhythm. Even so, her unyielding will grew firmer. Each time she suffered a setback, she became more unwilling to let her opponent have his way. "I won't let you question my dedication." Something snapped inside her. Her will grew more furious around her as she imposed a greater influence on her immediate surroundings. As Ivan dashed forward in order to launch another opportunistic strike, he yelped a bit as he felt as if his entire body bumped into a bed of needles. Even though he rapidly dashed back, he found to his surprise that Kedis managed to attain a burst of speed. While it was not enough to match his pace, she was still able to get close enough to pose a serious threat. "I have lost many sisters due to my lack of ability." Her CFA greatsword whooshed as it barely missed Ivan. The glowing blade was so sharp that it seemed it could even cut air molecules in half. Having been on the receiving side of Kedis' unnatural cutting power, Ivan felt an awful itch from his shoulder area. His bionic arm quivered a bit in fright. "I have felt lost and powerless in the face of overwhelming strength too many times to count." Kedis generated an unstoppable momentum as she constantly closed in on Ivan despite his best attempts at getting out of her reach. Was she speeding up or was he slowing down? Neither explanation made sense, but Ivan somehow felt as if he had inadvertently stepped into a nightmare. A large blade of sword energy extended straight from Kedis' great sword. The length of the extended blade was considerably longer than she had exhibited earlier. Wielding it caused Kedis to look as if she was carrying an oversized toy in her hands. The difference was that her radiant weapon was much more lethal than an ordinary toy sword. The air around Ivan grew less restless as his opponent's lengthy weapon cut through a huge area in front of her. The wind forcefully calmed down in its wake as the sword energy blade cut through his influence. "I have long grown upset at my inability to catch up to my mentor and sisters." As her unwillingness increased, so did her unyielding will. Sharpa activately changed as Kedis underwent a remarkable shift in mentality. Her sword grew sharper and her energy became more unbound. She had repressed her desires and ambitions for so long that unleashing them felt as if she was liberating herself. "I feel so powerless for my inability to save my first teacher and mentor." Her emotional catharsis drove her to fight harder despite her prior consideration of conserving her energy. Right now, fighting all out was the only way for her to vent all of her unwillingness and frustration. A strong field of sharpness appeared around her. It resembled that of a resonance shield but was undeniably shaped by her attributes. This was odd. Every sword master in the VIP areas looked on with surprise as they witnessed the birth of an unprecedented phenomena. Even Venerable Dice was surprised at what was happening. "I feel so disappointed at myself when I compare my mech designs to that of my mentor and his wife. They're so much better." As her thoughts strayed to her frustrations as a mech designer, her nascent design philosophy joined the party as well. It resonated with her words and drew strength from her desire to become better. The field of sharpness that surrounded Kedis turned her into a lethal hedgehog that Ivan did not wish to tangle with. His steps grew lighter, yet Kedis somehow managed to keep up with his pace. It was as if Kedis was cutting the air resistance that should have constrained her pace. "I am not willing!" she roared as she raised her abnormally long great sword and chopped it down like she was an incarnation of a butcher. Boom! A long and narrow trench had formed in front of Kedis as her energy blade managed to cut deeply into the resilient floor material. "I am tired of lacking options." A painful cutting sound echoed in the arena as Kedis unleashed a wide horizontal slash that briefly seemed to cut apart space itself. "I will not rest until I have become stronger." The energy she released began to overflow. Her mind and spirit expanded beyond reason. Two humongous changes occurred at the same time. First, Sharpa grew enormously. Some kind of limit had been breached that caused her sentient sword intent to swell in size and strength. Normally, such an explosive change would have broken the living spiritual construct, but somehow the quantitative change also came paired with a qualitative change as Kedis became more and more aware of why she struggled. Second, Kedis finally experienced a long-awaited transformation of her design philosophy. Having been stimulated by all of the resonance and her strong emotions, the spirituality that was dedicated to her mech design specialization was finally beginning to grow and concentrate into a new seed. These simultaneous changes caused Kedis to become unprecedentedly focused and aware at the same time. Perhaps they should have conflicted under normal circumstances, but her mind and spirit did not show any signs of breaking. Sharpa bore the brunt of her advancement to Sword Master. Even though it was an extension of her own spirit, it still counted as a separate entity in some fashion. Meanwhile, the main part of her spirituality evolved in response to her desire to design better swordsman mechs. A large sample of the thoughts in her mind, including a bit of her unyielding will, got caught in the vortex that was currently in the process of condensing her design seed. Even though Kedis began to imagine many fantastical swordsman mechs, she did not become distracted at all. In fact, she became more joyous as she realized that these possible mech designs were all strong enough to elevate the sword maidens. This was what she wanted. This was what she was chasing after. "I will no longer be powerless. I shall become the first sword god and star designer at the same time." Impossible! No one had ever imagined that someone would make such an impossible goal. No one had become a sword god in modern history. As for becoming a star designer, the odds of achieving this exalted rank was much lower than winning the lottery. Kedis did not acknowledge the impossibility of her immense ambitions. Instead, she drew strength from her unflinching desire to become stronger than anyone else. As if in response, the energy blade that extended from her great sword became even longer. She swung her weapon up and hacked it down in an unavoidable trajectory. "I surrender!" Ivan yelled in panic. "Don't cut me down!" Hidden shield generators came to life and projected multiple layers of shields that were strong enough to resist the force of mechs. Crack! 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 Multiple energy shields broke in quick succession as they were unable to resist the sheer might and extraordinary cutting power of Kedis' fatal chop. It was only at the final moment that Kedis gained a tiny bit of awareness. She minutely shifted the angle of her grip, causing the end of her enormous energy blade to slice right through the floor beside Ivan. A trench that covered a third of the length of the arena surface had formed. "I am alive!" As the sharpness field around Kedis seemed to reach a crescendo, she did not feel as if she had completed her unique and unprecedented transformation. She looked at her trusty CFA greatsword. It sang to her as she resonated with it to an unprecedented degree. It had become more alive than ever as it actively fed from the force of will she exuded. It was at this time that she finally understood. She slowly lowered her stance and tilted her enormous blade back. She looked up above her head and focused on the narrow roof that was high above. Her lips briefly moved as she uttered a whisper. "From now on, your name is Bloodsinger." As she finally named her great sword, she cut into the sky, unleashing an enormous and destructive sword energy wave that broke through a couple of energy shields, passed between all of the vertical stands and broke right through the transparent roof material that enclosed the top of the narrow arena. From the outside, the huge burst of sword energy continued to travel straight into the sky until it reached the heavens. Chapter 29:13 Sovereign. A small gathering of sword maidens and other people gathered outside the guarded entrance of a recovery room. Commander Dice, Angelique Harcourt, and Fred Walensky all looked concerned as they stood in the wide and sparse corridor. Venerable Dice stood a bit away. Unlike the other three, she remained calm. "You do not need to be concerned," she calmly spoke. "Kedis is a strong woman. Even though I can't entirely explain what has happened, I sensed who she could potentially become during that unforgettable moment." "What was she like?" Angelique cautiously asked. The sword maiden expert pilot did not immediately respond. "Kedis became grander than I could ever imagine. Even though she can't become an expert pilot or ace pilot, at that time I knew she could cut through mechs if she wanted." "What? Are you serious?" "You just need to look at all of the energy shields she managed to break," Venerable Dice replied with a wry smile. "Even I felt powerless at her irresistibly sharp and powerful blade. It was as if she had become an absolute authority of swords. In other words, a sword goddess." The mention of that term almost caused Angelique and Fred to pop out their eyes. While the sword maidens didn't have any strong associations with this phrase, it took on a much greater meaning to the Heavenswarders. The ultimate purpose of their state was to develop their swordsmanship tradition to an unprecedented height. The best way to achieve this was to enable the emergence of a genuine sword god. The two Heavenswarders quickly regained their composure. Though Kedis had shown power beyond anything else they had witnessed, much of that ought to be a temporary outburst. Just like expert pilots that had just completed their apotheosis, newly advanced sword masters also carried an excess of energy. Once they unleashed all of their exaggerated reserves, sword masters became a lot more reasonable. Their human nature and lack of strong and huge amplifiers such as expert pilots prevented them from posing a serious threat against mechs. They were merely deadly against infantry and light vehicles, and only within a range of around 100 meters. Although the Heavenswarders didn't like to admit it, any sniper could end the life of a precious sword master. Sure, the sharpshooter had to overcome the shield generator that every person of this stature wore, but as long as their attacks went through, a legendary figure might easily die unjustly. Unlike expert pilots, sword masters weren't a protected class. The MTA did not care whether someone unscrupulously assassinated these archaic sword wielders. Angelique gently coughed as she faced the sword maidens. "Won't you reconsider my proposal?" "Our answer remains the same. Kedis will not be staying here. The Heavensward Association is not her home. She can make our state her home. With the power that she has shown, no one will deny that she is a sword master. We can offer an immense amount of assistance to her. With the Heavensward Saint presiding over our state, she will always have the opportunity to receive the best possible advice on her swordsmanship that she can obtain in her life. Perhaps, she might even take office as the next Heavensward Saint if she stays." "Miss Harcourt is not exaggerating," Fred Walensky added. "If Kedis stays, she will have a bright future ahead of her. Although she still needs to work hard in order to make greater attainments in her swordsmanship, she has as much chance as any sword master to ascend to the top in our society. Think of what she can do with the power of an entire state that is dedicated to the sword. Commander Sendra crossed her arms. I don't see what that has to do with Kedis and her wishes. We know her best. She never expressed any interest in staying in this state, let alone trying to attain a position of power. She only reluctantly accepted responsibility over the Annihilator Sword School because she felt obligated to. She can't handle anything more, so stop trying to turn her into something she doesn't want to become. The Heaven's Word Saint is worth fart in our eyes. Ahem. Someone softly coughed behind her back. The gathering of four all turned and faced a uniformed official. The garments of the man was both richly decorated and refined in a way that made him completely stand out from the representatives of other organizations. While the Sword Maidens did not recognize the new arrival, it was different for Angelique and Fred. Heaven's Word Commissioner! The two locals straightened their backs and saluted the well-groomed middle-aged man. For his part, the man nodded back. I am Commissioner Bertrand Trumbull. I have been informed that Swordmaster Ves Larkinson is still undergoing treatment at the moment. Who is her guardian? Seeing that the Sword Maidens didn't entirely comprehend who they were facing, Angelique couldn't help but supply a brief explanation. Commissioner Trumbull is part of an organization that directly answers to the Heaven's Word Saint. If he is here in an official capacity, then that means the Heaven's Word Saint himself has taken notice of Kedis. Think carefully on what you say to him. He will convey all of your words back to the head of our state. The Sword Maidens did not have a habit of bending down to others. They became vigilant at the arrival of someone as important as Trumbull. What did the Heaven's Word Saint want? Would he insist on keeping Kedis confined in this state? If so, then the Sword Maidens would have a very big problem with the Commissioner. I am her superior. Commander Sendra stepped forward. I can speak on her behalf. The official only took a brief glance at Sendra before turning his gaze to Venerable Dice. To the Heaven's Word Association, expert pilots and sword masters had a much greater say than ordinary swordswomen. Dice sighed and stepped forward as well. What is it you want? Despite her rude tone, the Commissioner did not appear offended at all. Instead, his face turned respectful as he grabbed a small suitcase from a nearby hovering bot. He slowly opened it up and presented its contents to the expert pilot. Venerable Ves Larkinson, please accept the will of the Heaven's Word Saint. My sovereign wishes to convey his sincere congratulations to Swordmaster Ves Larkinson's impressive breakthrough. As one sword lover to another, my sovereign looks forward to seeing how far she can go. The sword goddess may not have been born here, but she shall forever be welcome in our ranks should she choose to reside in our ranks. The Sword Maidens relaxed a bit. According to Trumbull, it appeared that the Heaven's Word Saint was well aware of where Kedis truly belong. As a sword saint beyond compare, this legendary warrior was not the sort of person who would force a sword master to stay in her state against her will. Thank you, Commissioner. It is my pleasure, Venerable. While it is a pity that Swordmaster Kedis will not be keeping us company for much longer, we wish to offer her good luck in her future journeys. The Heaven's Word Association will always be proud to call her one of its citizens. Please take a look at the gifts that she has earned. The man gestured at the open briefcase. 3 different items rested inside. First was a stack of documents along with an accompanying data chip that contained the text in an electronic format. Dice quickly went through the pages. She realized that they mainly consisted of certifications and other paperwork that officially declared that Kedis was a sword master of the Heaven's Word Association. This acknowledgement was also valid in other states that recognized sword masters across human space. After confirming that the documents did not include any restrictive contracts or other traps, the expert pilot put them down before shifting her gaze to a sword-shaped badge. There was something very unusual and exceptional about the exquisitely crafted ornament. "What is this?" "That, Venerable, is your protégé's Heaven's Word badge. Consider it her badge of office. It not only symbolizes her identity as a sword master in our state, but also marks her as one of our own in foreign states." "Pardon?" "She need not fear about representing us in foreign territories. As a sword master who has the right to leave her name in the Hall of Swords, she is always allowed to act as an unofficial diplomat and representative of our state." "She can do that?" "Why not? Sword Master Kedis is not only an honorable swordswoman who has found her own way, but she is also the head of one of our sword schools. These are two very distinguishing identities in our circle. She is comparable to a noble in a feudal state." The sword maidens did not believe in this crap. No one was perfect. Not even sword masters. It was much more likely that the Heaven's Word Association wanted to turn everyone who wore this badge into free mascots and spokespersons. As long as Kedis did a fine job at putting the Heaven's Word Association in a good light, the state would have no qualms of backing her up. If she did the opposite, then the state would definitely disavow her or ignore her existence. Ultimately, Dice concluded that the badge was worthless to a sword master outside the Heaven's Word Association. She soon turned to the final item in the briefcase. The third item was a small transparent case that contained a very compact implant. "Is this a cranial implant?" "Correct, Venerable." The commissioner smiled. "The Heaven's Word Saint learnt that Sword Master Kedis has yet to install an implant in her head. He has personally procured one from the MTA. Based on the intelligence that we have gathered, my sovereign carefully selected this implant model out of all of the options within his consideration. It may not be able to provide the most optimal boost to her swordsmanship and mech design pursuits, but it can assist her in both without distorting her future progress. This will become clear once you read the accompanying document." Thanks. We do not insist that Sword Master Kedis should install this implant in her brain. If she has a different choice in mind, then she may sell or gift the implant to someone else. Compared to her admirable swordsmanship, the fate of this material product is immaterial. There was only one chance for humans to put a cranial implant in their heads. This was an extremely personal choice, as there was no going back. The implant not only had to be suitable to the recipient, but also had to be free of any bugs, malware, backdoors, and other vulnerabilities. Even if the gifted implant came directly from the MTA, Venerable Dice did not assume it was sound. If Kedis wanted to make use of it, then the sword maidens would insist on combing over every single detail. "I am sure that Kedis will appreciate this generous gift," Venerable Dice said as she accepted the briefcase. "Is there anything else?" Commissioner Trumbull nodded. "We understand that your organization is currently engaging in recruitment." "That is correct. We would like to offer some assistance to that purpose. While Sword Master Kedis' dramatic breakthrough has undoubtedly directed a lot of attention to your sword maidens, we can help you achieve or even exceed your goals. You don't mind if we take away your strong swordsmen? We are not short of skilled swordsmen and swordsman mech pilots." Commissioner Trumbull confidently smiled. "Granted, out of several considerations, you cannot take away an entire mech army from us. We do not mind if you wish to lead a more reasonable number of Heavenswarders to the Red Ocean. Since Sword Master Kedis is one of us, we shall entrust them to her. Please encourage her to do her best to spread our brand of swordsmanship to the stars." "I shall do that. Please keep in mind that she is also a sword maiden and a member of the Larkinson clan. Those identities matter more to her. In comparison, we have only been guests here for a short amount of time, That is fine. We believe that all of the benefits we have given to Sword Master Kedis will make her feel indebted to our state. We do not ask for much in return. As long as she can return a few favors to us when she has reached the Red Ocean, my sovereign will not complain. Venerable Dice grimaced a bit. While everything he said sounded reasonable, why did she feel as if there was something fishy about this arrangement? Chapter 29:14 Change of Mentality. Ves Larkinson underwent a complete metamorphosis after her incredibly stellar breakthrough at the first sword arena. Most people thought that she had become a very talented sword master, but no one knew that she had also experienced a breakthrough as a mech designer. It was difficult for other people to recognize a high-ranking mech designer due to their lack of spiritual sensitivity. Even Ves was only a little better off in this regard due to her unique quirks. When Ves woke up a few days after releasing her excess energy, she immediately knew she had become a different human being. The best way to describe it was that she had become greater than the average human. Whenever she was in the company of other people like her fellow sword maidens, a sense of superiority and alienation welled up inside her heart. Deep within her bones, she recognized the truth that she had risen above them. Not even Commander Sendra, who she used to look up to as the third-generation leader of the Sword Maiden, held as much sway to her anymore. In fact, as Ves quickly recovered and became accustomed to her vastly expanded capabilities, her behavior and thought patterns had undergone a drastic shift. As a proud sword master and ambitious journeyman, it was impossible for her to act like a follower again. Her incredible strength introduced a sense of superiority in her. She became addicted to making other sword maidens look up to her as if she was an idol. Her will and intellect had grown so much that every action and word from her possessed a distinct charm that clearly marked her out as a demigod. I can accept the allegiance of other fallen sword schools, but their heritage must be of value to the sword maidens. The recruitment of mech designers is not our purview. The Larkinson Patriarch is in charge of the LMC's design department. Its staffing is under his arrangement. We won't accept any alliances. We'll be leaving soon, so the friendship of fellow sword masters and established sword schools is irrelevant. We can take care of our own. We can use our own money to procure the extra mechs and starships we need to accommodate our new recruits. Don't accept any favors or discounts. Just buy what we need at market price. With my identity, the sellers won't dare to delay the transactions. As Ves began to exercise her authority, Venerable Dice carefully observed the new swordmaster for a few days. Eventually, the expert pilot couldn't remain passive anymore. She invited Ves to a small room and held a private discussion. Ves. Yes, Dice? Although Ves still respected the first expert pilot of the Sword Maidens, her demeanor had changed. She was finally able to face Dice as an equal. The strong force of will that radiated from her body did not lose out that much against Dice's more restrained presence. Ves' only shortcoming was that she had broken through later and was further behind the curve. Have you looked at yourself? I have. What about it? Ves furrowed her brows. Dice sighed. I know it feels great for you to become the woman you have always wanted to be, but do you really need to throw away everything that defines the old you? Your past self wouldn't be able to recognize your current self. Is there something wrong with that? Ves defensively replied while crossing her arms. I have shed my weakness. I can finally stand on an equal basis in front of you in VS. Isn't that great? I'm not the kid I used to be. I've grown up now. With my new capabilities, I can contribute much more to our fellow sisters. Although she was right, Dice still felt uncomfortable about the sudden swing. I'm not suggesting that it is bad for you to change, but your shift is too extreme. I have observed you long enough to ascertain that you have lost something in the process of your evolution. If you continue to act this way, then I'm afraid that this quality will be forever out of your reach. Kedis may have changed a lot, but she was also a clever woman. She did not think that Venerable Dice was messing with her. What is the quality that you are talking about? Compassion. Venerable Dice placed her palm on her heart. Look, when I broke through, I experienced a rush quite like yours. However, I also had a lot of help who made sure I became more grounded. Look at yourself now. Are you treating your fellow Sword Maidens as sisters and comrades, or are you treating them like pawns and underlings? Kedis' force of will grew a bit unstable as she reflected on herself. Despite her stubbornness, she did recognize that her change in attitude was a bit drastic. As she reflected on how she acted since she recovered, she realized that she was unconsciously modeling her behavior after Ves. To her, the mech designer she admired for several years had always served as a successful example. Now that she finally managed to close the gap, she automatically assumed she was qualified to take charge in the same way. Though she did not see any problem with this at first, now that Venerable Dice brought this matter to her attention, Kedis could not remain ignorant. Maybe I have changed a bit too much. Diagnosing the problem wasn't difficult, but fixing it was another thing. Kedis had fully awakened her unyielding spirit now. The inferiority complex that she had developed after being in the shadow of so many great figures had haunted her for a long time. She felt now that she was able to extinguish it from existence. How could she ever go back? She talked frankly with Venerable Dice about this issue. The latter had already tempered her mentality to a large extent, but there was only so much advice she could give. From my experience, every expert pilot is different, Venerable Dice said. I am in frequent contact with the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, and they all have their different quirks. Right now, I feel you are resembling Venerable Janzi a little too much. Just like you, her personality swing was also on the extreme end. While I consider her a friend and battle comrade, she has become a bit too dedicated to her goal. Is that a bad thing? Kedis sat down and asked. Dedication is great. It keeps us on the right track. You're not wrong, but I don't want you to go too far to the point of forgetting about what you used to care about. There is more to life than designing mechs and improving your swordsmanship. During the past few days, how much time did you spend on thinking about your relationship with Venerable Joshua? Dice sighed. Thought so. Just because you have become more than human doesn't mean you have to discard everything that isn't directly related to your pursuits. You need something to ground yourself and remind you what you are truly fighting for. The sword masters that I've spoken to all agree on this. The Heaven's Word Association doesn't want to raise sword maniacs who have shed aside all of their morality, humanity, and compassion in order to attain pure power. The result of this will only lead to uncontrollable weapons that can easily go astray. Control was of paramount importance to the sword maidens. It was very easy to lose control of a long and heavy weapon like a great sword. This was why each of them had to drill over and over again in order to minimize the occurrence of dangerous accidents. Kedis felt as if she had become a young teenager again who finally received the chance to pick up a great sword for the first time. Back then, the weapon was so heavy that she barely managed to swing it a few times before having to put it down. Was she having similar problems with her new strength as a sword master? Her will had become a lot more powerful, so much so that it clouded all of her thinking. While she undoubtedly felt that she could continue to advance her swordsmanship by leaps and bounds if she channeled her highly motivating will, it was not necessary for her to think like this all of the time. When Venerable Dice left in order to give the newly advanced sword master some space, Kedis frowned. The source of her permanent new state came from Sharpe. Somehow, her living sword intent changed from a tiny companion into a formidable dragon in her mind. It not only intertwined with her mind and will to a greater degree, but also produced so much power that Kedis felt that she could easily defeat every sword initiate regardless of their tricks. Yet did she need all of this power at this time? There was no opponent for her to beat. There was no threat for her to overcome. Was there a way for her to repress or reduce her source of strength? Sharpe. Swish swish? Can you tone it down a bit? I love that you have grown up so much, but you're affecting me a bit too much. Swish. It turned out that Sharpe couldn't repress itself. Any swordmaster's will was indomitable. They weren't meant to be hidden. This was especially the case with Kedis, who had broken through after recognizing her desire to stand out and become the best in her professions. Several minutes passed as Kedis tried out several different solutions. Nothing worked. It wasn't until her eyes fell onto Bloodsinger that she started to have some ideas. Bloodsinger was the definitive name for the CFA greatsword that had accompanied her throughout her adventures in recent times. Kedis wasn't sure why she settled on this name in particular, but just thinking about it increased her resonance with her blade. The sword sang to her when she resonated with it, and the blade had already spilled a copious amount of blood. Therefore, the name Bloodsinger truly fit her trusty weapon. At the moment, Bloodsinger rested in its floating sheath and followed her around like an obedient puppy. Maybe you can become something more. Sharpe, can you move out of my mind and stay inside Bloodsinger for a while? Swish, swish. Sharpe had already left her mind in order to inhabit other swords in the past. This was not a new activity. This time was different, though. As soon as Sharpe left her mind with difficulty, his strong and radiant presence became very palpable to Kedis. A large void emerged in her mind as she immediately felt as if she had lost a lot of intensity. As she tried to get accustomed to her weaker and less determined state, Sharpe effortlessly darted inside Bloodsinger and began to merge with the weapon. VS modeled Sharpe after the CFA greatsword to begin with, so the compatibility between the two was pretty much perfect. Though Kedis did not observe any visual changes from her blade, her mind sensed as if her sword had come alive in a way that she had never experienced before. A connection still existed between Kedis and Sharpe, but their separation had caused the feedback to become a lot weaker. She already felt more clear-minded and subdued. She carefully reached out and unsheathed her great sword. Familiar strength flowed back into her. The will that she had previously parted with flowed back into her body. There were no barriers in the way. The only difference was that the increased distance caused Kedis to become less affected by this influence. This can work. As she continued to hold her great sword, she intuitively sensed that it had become a lot greater. She did not dare to swing her weapon in her office. After she returned her weapon to her sheath, she made up her mind to stuff Sharpe inside Bloodsinger most of the time. I'm much more personable now, she guessed. I feel more free when I think about mech designs as well. Maybe it's not a good idea to be too narrow-minded. Chapter 29:15 Departing Sword Maidens. After a week of recovery, recruitment, procurement, and preparation, the Sword Maidens were ready to depart the Heaven's Word Association. Though the Sword Maidens desired to stay longer in the state, they could not remain separated from the Larkinson clan too long. Fortunately, Kedis and the Sword Maidens gained enough goodwill from the Heaven's Word Association to receive their full cooperation. Bureaucratic and legal procedures that should have taken days or weeks to complete under normal circumstances no longer became an issue after a few minutes. Kedis or her representatives only needed to make a few personal calls with some high-level contacts to solve their problems. Sword masters were at the top of the hierarchy in the Heaven's Word Association. Though Kedis had already heard about this when she initially arrived in the state, she never imagined that her new privileges were so massive. A lot of Heavenswarders went out of their way to please her. Whether she wanted to procure a batch of quality combat carriers or complete the emigration paperwork of every new member recruited from the Heavensward Association, no one stopped her from getting what she wanted. The Sword Maidens didn't even get hindered by other sword masters and sword schools. Kedis had defeated a lot of strong disciples in her tournament run. The Cloud Strider Sword School should have had a grudge against her, and the Brevis Sword School shouldn't be very happy with her either. Yet as the preparations continued to go smoothly, the hindrances that she expected never arrived. Victory and defeat is normal in tournaments. Angelique Harcourt respectfully answered her doubts. A single elimination tournament will always cause a lot of promising seeds to drop off early. There is little point in sulking over a loss. It is much better to sharpen your skills and make sure you're able to achieve a better result in the next tournament. The Heavensward Association hosted lots of tournaments. The Greater Omandari Festival was just one of many annual events. There were plenty of chances for young and promising swordsmen to secure their own moment of glory as long as they possessed sufficient strength. I see. I hope you're right. After discussing some other matters related to the upcoming departure of the Sword Maidens, the conversation turned into a more personal direction. How do you do it? How can you become a sword master and journeyman at the same time? Can you give me a hint? You are the only person I know who has managed to achieve this impossible feat. Angelique's attitude towards Kedis changed drastically after the latter's breakthrough. Previously, the local journeyman treated her guest as an equal. While Kedis was just an apprentice back then, her excellent attainments in swordsmanship made her worthy of respect. Yet now that Kedis had broken through as both in both of her professions, she completely surpassed every other journeyman. There was no way that Angelique could treat Kedis as an equal colleague anymore, especially since she had been taught to revere sword masters above all else. Kedis felt a bit sad about the unavoidable changes in their relationship. Though she wanted to earn everyone's respect and stand out from the rest, she never fully thought about the downsides of becoming a greater figure until now. It was impossible for her to be as casual and intimate with most anymore. If she hadn't pushed Sharp into Bloodsinger, then she wouldn't have even realized how much she missed her past interactions with people. As I've explained before, my situation is unique. I can't divulge the details because I will have to betray the trust of my benefactor. I'm sure you don't want me to break one of my promises. The only way you can potentially follow in my footsteps is if you leave the Heavensward Association and join the Larkinson clan. Though Kedis had made this offer several times, this time Angelique looked awfully tempted. She struggled between her competing desires. I can't. I'm sorry. I truly wish I could go with you and meet this amazing mentor of yours in person, but the Heavensward Association is where my heart is. Leaving it forever is like cutting it out. Perhaps I'm not making the best choice for my career, but some matters are more important. Hey, I understand. I don't think you have made the wrong choice at all, Kedis said as she softly patted Angelique's shoulder. You can't give up everything you care about in order to pursue greater power. Even if you have all of my abilities, it isn't worth it if you have to leave all of your friends and family behind. She repeated the same advice that Dice had given to her. Now that she had sobered a little, she fully understood the favor she received. A few days later, the Sword Maidens and the Annihilator Sword School had completed their preparations. Both organizations had taken in thousands of eager new members. While sorting them out was bound to be a time-consuming process, for now they remained well-behaved as none of them wished to shame themselves in front of a sword master. Kedis and the remaining cadre on the surface of Omandari 3 were about to depart from the surface. Hundreds of shuttles and passenger transports rose into the skies. The Sword Maidens had reserved an entire section of a spaceport in order to organize the transit of so many new people. Kedis, Dice, Sendra, Fred, and a couple of other leaders watched on as all of the vehicles flew up into orbit in an orderly fashion. Since this was a formal occasion, Kedis dressed at her best. No longer did she wear the ordinary uniform of a sword maiden or a mech designer of the LMC. Instead, she wore a resplendent martial dress uniform in white. Its sky blue embroidery, along with the badges and medals representing her identity as a sword master, director of the Annihilator Sword School, and so on, caused her to look like a leader. The white cape with the emblem of the Annihilator Sword School was a very nice touch to the ensemble. Kedis understood now why Ves liked to wear them during his speeches. It could make anyone who wore them appear larger than life. As the final sword maidens were about to enter an armored shuttle that was surrounded by an honor guard of hundreds of military mechs, a surprising guest arrived to bid her farewell. "Sword Master Kedis, can I have a moment of your time?" The familiar voice caused the woman in question to freeze. "Do you want us to send him away?" Commander Sendra already started to crackle her fists. Kedis shook her head. "None of that, please. You go on ahead. I'll be with you later." She fearlessly turned around and separated from her companions. She walked back the way she came until she arrived before a familiar sword initiate. "Mr. Ivan Reed, you shouldn't be here." The man gave her a nervous smile as he felt her strong but tightly controlled will. "I'm not your enemy, Sword Master. I never was. Whether in our first bout or second bout, I only treated you as a competitor. There shouldn't be any animosity between us. We are simply swordsmen who happen to be matched against each other in the tournaments. Now that the last competition is over, our swords are back in our sheaths." Kedis relaxed a bit after she sensed that Ivan was being sincere. "You have a point. That said, we don't have any ties to each other anymore. Why are you here?" "I just want you to know that I am happy for your breakthrough." Ivan gained some confidence. "It doesn't matter to me whether you are a foreigner who is destined to leave our state. Humanity has gained one more sword master, and that is always a cause for celebration." The Heavenswarders were pretty broad-minded people from what Kedis had experienced so far. Their swordsmen were particularly noble and honorable in character. Her impression of Ivan improved. She knew that not every defeated opponent would be able to accept his loss as well as the Cloudstrider disciple. A question popped up in her mind. "During our rematch, did you question my purpose because you wanted to disturb my mental rhythm, or were you trying to do me a favor by pointing out the shortcoming that has kept me from breaking through?" "I suppose it's both," Ivan replied. "I never wanted to ruin you or take revenge for my previous loss. I just wanted to win and prove that I'm still a strong swordsman. I just saw an opportunity during our battle. Based on the research collected about you and the lack of direction I've sensed in your will, I tried to mess with your concentration by making you question yourself. And you did that knowing that you might achieve the opposite result instead? Hey, it worked out for you, didn't it? I don't see why you should give me a hard time over that. Even if you fell for my scheme, you would have learned something about yourself from your defeat. This is what serious fights between swordsmen often yield. Either you overcome the challenge or fall short. Either way, you can't enjoy a smooth ride all the time." Kedis agreed with the sentiment, though she did not entirely like who was telling her this. "I thank you for giving me the opportunity to find my own way. For that, you have my thanks, Mr. Reed. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a shuttle to catch up to. Our new fleet is on a tight schedule and any delays will mess up our timetable." "Wait. Before you go, I have a gift I wish to pass on to your hands." Ivan turned around to accept a bouquet of flowers. He carefully presented it to Kedis. "For you." Kedis slowly reached out and accepted the bouquet. The aromas from the specially cultivated flowers soothed her mind and softened her attitude. Women always liked flowers, and she was no exception. "What is this for?" she asked. Ivan looked hopeful after she accepted his flowers. "I am infatuated with you. I admire your strength and appreciate your personality. You are quite different and exotic compared to the swordswomen of our state. Would you allow me to accompany you and enter into a relationship with you? I am willing to follow you into the Red Ocean if that is what it takes." Kedis abruptly froze. She looked intently at the lovely bouquet of flowers. "If you think my strength is not sufficient yet, then please give me more time," the man hastily added. "You have already fought against me twice, so you should know how close I am to becoming your equal. In fact, I have already caught a glimpse of how I should proceed after our last match. The help you have given me is another reason why I appreciate you. I think we can continue to stimulate each other's growth if we are together. Think of all of the benefits we can gain from sparring against each other." The hand that gripped the bouquet shook. Kedis grew more and more intense until a dark energy escaped from her palm and ran through the delicate flowers. Right in front of Ivan's face, the beautiful and aromatic flowers that he had spent a fortune to procure from a special boutique darkened and crumbled from existence in a matter of seconds. Kedis raised her head and pinned Ivan with a stare that could kill a human. "I already have a boyfriend. He is 10 times more worthy than you. Besides, you're too old. Get lost." She didn't bother to hear his response. She forcefully turned around and strode away, her cape whooshing as she moved. As her strong form grew smaller in Ivan's eyes, the sword initiate lowered his head and felt utterly defeated. "What a pity!" he softly whispered to himself. He had a feeling that he had failed the most difficult challenge of his life. If he succeeded, he would have been able to accompany someone who had the potential for greatness for the rest of his life. His will was firm enough to accept this outcome. He soon regained his composure. He gazed at the shuttle rising upwards in the company of a large formation of mechs and saluted its departure. Chapter 29:16 Total Blockade. A fist slammed against the tabletop. "These obstinate lifers! Why are they so stubborn?" Professor Benedict Cortez had lost his temper yet again. A dark rage swept over him as his thoughts turned into a more bloody direction. Yet soon, his rationality reasserted itself. When he thought about how many military biomechs and bioships were blocking any vessels from entering the inner half of the prosperous hill system, he felt helpless. Patriarch Reginald Cross looked upset as well, but he was very clear that he didn't have the power to change the situation. The local military garrison already made their stance clear. As much as we want to rescue our stranded people, we cannot overcome over 100,000 space-borne biomechs. The Life Research Association may have become engulfed in a civil war, but the professional military had remained steadfastly neutral. It was one thing for the military to decide that they didn't want anything to do with the power struggle taking place in the upper echelons. It was another thing for them to actively block the advance of civilian ships that attempted to get close to Prosperous Hill 6 to evacuate those who were trapped on the war-torn planet. Over the span of an entire week, Professor Cortez managed to persuade the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance to adopt his plan on uniting every foreign and visiting fleet. There were at least tens of thousands of formidable starships lingering in the outer system. If all of them ignored the instructions of the lifers and advanced forward, there was no way that the military patrols would shoot them all down. The diplomatic outrage that would ensue should have been enough to turn the LRA into a regional pariah. Yet, just as the Golden Skull Alliance had just convinced a tenth of the visiting fleets to form a united front against the lifers, a substantial collection of trading fleets had already made the first move. 8 different trading convoys that encompassed hundreds of ships of different classes boldly crossed the border and ignored every warning from the nearby military biomachines to stop and turn around. Not even warning shots deterred the traders from going forward in order to rescue their people and, more importantly, trade goods. The Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers were just about to follow suit, but they quickly changed their minds when they saw what happened next. The projection in front of Professor Cortez displayed the aftermath of a slaughter. An innumerable amount of chunks of debris drifted in space served as the only physical proof that a large collection of ships had attempted to test the patience of the local armed forces. Everyone on a ship that was orbiting the border between the inner and outer system had become absolutely terrified at what had happened. The strong military patrols hadn't ignored the grave intrusion. Instead, they called in reinforcement and immediately opened fire when they had gathered enough mechs. The tragedy that unfolded did not need to be described. Although trading fleets customarily traveled with strong escorts in order to deter pirates from raiding their valuable goods, how could these forces withstand the might of a large, organized military force? Not every private fleet was as formidable as that of the Golden Skull Alliance. In fact, even if the convoy guard mechs were on par with that of the Cross clan, they still would have lost. The prosperous Hill system was a major commercial port system. The enormous concentration of trade, industry, and other activities turned it into a vital strategic location. It was easy for the military garrison to gather thrice as many mechs as the opposition. Though the amount of mechs escorting the various visiting fleets were not trivial, their strength was mixed. Not only that, but every foreign force possessed their own thoughts. They weren't united at all and would never be able to match the cohesion of soldiers in the service of an entire state. Ever since the Lifer military had ruthlessly slaughtered the offending trade fleets, the tentative allies that Professor Cortez secured had all backed off the plan. No one wanted to test the resolve of the military. "Are we supposed to sit around and do nothing out here?" Professor Cortez growled. "It seems so. We are not in our home territory here. The most we can do is stay prepared and be ready to move out if anything changes." While Patriarch Reginald was not the most conservative clan leader in existence, there were many instances where even a high-tier expert pilot like him was rendered helpless. This was no fault of his own. He was not a god. In fact, even an ace pilot wouldn't be able to single-handedly bull through so many enemies. Still, it felt very bad for Reginald Cross to surrender to the current reality. "Why do you think these soldiers wiped out the intruding trade fleets without remorse?" he asked the guest designer of the Cross clan. "If the Lifers merely wanted to halt an intrusion, then they could have made an example of just a couple of the offending ships. There was no need to go all the way and wipe the trespassers out to the last man. They were already turning back and fleeing from the military biomechs before the first ship succumbed." This was indeed an uncharacteristically forceful response. The military garrison was so powerful that it could have made its point without inflicting heavy losses to the powerful trade companies that operated the fleets. The news of this massacre had already spread throughout the galactic net. Many people in the Star Sector gained a very bad impression of the Life Research Association. A lot of established business partners were also considering if they needed to pare down their trading activities with the state. Professor Cortez hummed as he considered the current situation. If the officers in charge haven't gone mad, then the military must be following a specific purpose. There has to be a logical reason why the brass would rather offend numerous trading partners and depress foreign trade for years to come. The leaders in charge of the military garrison aren't fools, Patriarch Benedict noted. You can see that from their crisp maneuvers, smooth logistics, and excellent discipline. Not a single military unit in space has gone rogue as far as I can tell. There is no way that the massacre that took place earlier is spontaneous. If this was the case, then there must be an incredibly strong incentive to keep foreigners away from the heart of the prosperous Hill system. Professor Cortez glowered. There has to be an enormous secret in the inner system. Among the settled planets, Prosperous Hill 6 is the most dangerous one. Perhaps they are competing for something extremely vital to them and don't want any foreigners spoiling their party. What could be so valuable that the factions are going all out to conquer the planet? I have no clue. The Crossers weren't the only ones to come to this conclusion. Calabast and Gloriana were also wondering what the local factions were truly fighting for. The collateral damage was already considerable, but the militant lifers showed no signs of easing their conflict. Mel? Clixie jumped down from Gloriana's lap and approached the odd eight-legged mammal. Arnold stopped sniffing and rubbing his side against Calabast's long and tight boots. Squeak? Meow meow. Squeak. Meow. Clixie hissed and darted forward in order to press her paw on top of Arnold's head. Squeak. As Clixie showed the mutated Argonaut Placenta who were in charge aboard the Spirit of Bentheim, the two Hexers both looked troubled as they regarded their chances of rescuing Ves. Though neither of them were particularly close despite their common origins, this time they were on the same side. Have you managed to communicate with Ves and the other stranded Larkinsons? Gloriana asked. Calabast shook her head. There has been no change in the situation. While we know that some sporadic quantum communication nodes are still in working condition, their owners have already cut external access to them. The public is completely cut off from outside contact. We can't even broadcast long-range signals to the planet the old-fashioned way. The military garrison has put up a wall of interference over the entire planet. This is a very serious act. This was yet another sign that something fishy was going on. Prosperous Hill 6 was not only the starting location of the Supreme Revolution, but remained hotly contested despite the large number of biomechs that had already perished from the seemingly pointless fighting. Ves. Gloriana squirmed in her seat and rubbed the wedding band on her ring finger. I can sense he's alive, but I don't know how he's doing. He could be stuck in a cell and getting tortured right now. We have to get him out of this rotten planet. I want the same thing, Gloriana, but we truly don't have any options. Don't you have a stealth shuttle or something? Calabast shook her head. The chance of getting caught and subsequently losing this valuable asset is too large. I won't mention the difficulty of circumventing all of the mech patrols and security platforms in orbit. Re-entry from orbit to surface always generates a lot of heat. If a shuttle dives down quickly, then it will light up like a meteoroid regardless of its active stealth systems. If it dives down slowly, then it has to expend a lot of energy to control its descent, which means that the shuttle's engines and other systems will be outputting too much heat. You don't need to tell me that. I'm a mech designer. I know my science, Gloriana grumbled. Then you shouldn't have asked this question in the first place. I just want you to do something. It didn't matter how many times Gloriana yelled at Calabast or other Larkinsons. The clan wasn't strong enough to challenge the might of an entire state. Complaining was all the journeyman could do. Without Ves, she felt as if she was missing an entire half of her life. She had entangled herself way too much to her current husband to be able to go without him. She loved him so much that she was even willing to smuggle herself onto the surface if it was possible. As Gloriana imagined all kinds of suffering that Ves must be going through, the man in question was currently having the time of his life. Boom! 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 Ha! Ves laughed as he observed the outcome of his latest test. I'm making progress. Only 3 out of 12 test subjects failed to endure the pressure. This is better than yesterday. Over the past couple of days, he continued to experiment with the aspect of transcendence. The exploded heads and bodies of hundreds of captive and sentenced criminals already confirmed its potency. What VS sought to do was to retain its useful effect but mitigate the lethal side effects as much as possible. He constantly tweaked the spiritual foundations of the aspect of transcendence and the aspect of tranquility. Though he was far from eliminating the risk of death at the moment, he believed the chances of survival were much greater if he subjected this experimental procedure to a strong-willed Larkinson. Scum ultimately aren't representative of proper clansmen, VS muttered. He continued to perform some follow-up experiments on the surviving test subjects, and only stopped when they all expired. As soon as VS emerged from his secret lab, someone was already waiting for him in his office. Patriarch VS! Commander Rivington saluted. We have just come across a highly controversial piece of intelligence. It's mostly a rumor, I think, but there are enough signs for us to think it is plausible. VS raised his eyebrow. What is it, Commander? If you remember, you ordered us to look into whether there is a pinnacle lab nearby. We did so and began to question a lot of locals for unusual signs. We not only succeeded in gathering some clues on the possible location of the Supreme Sage's lab, but also got word that it contains something explosive. What is it you're talking about? The life-return Larkinson took a deep breath before spitting out the answer. There is a possibility that the Pinnacle Lab contains a dose of high-grade life-prolonging treatment, sir. In fact, there is a possibility that it may hold multiple doses. VS completely froze. Chapter 29:17 Gathering Clues. What was a high-grade life-prolonging serum? That was the magical cure for one of the most difficult-to-cure diseases for every form of life, aging. Humans, like almost every other form of life, were natural products that came with an expiration date. The cost of growing them was substantial, but the cost of maintaining their operation rose exponentially as they continued to exceed their original expiration date. It was not that difficult for a typical baseline human to live beyond 130 years old by receiving special treatment. While the price was not affordable to ordinary humans, the wealthy could probably secure a modest extension after paying a very significant price. The real challenge came beyond this initial period. Trying to extend the life of a person who was already operating beyond his original parameters became at least 10 times as hard. Fortunately, a second round of life-prolonging treatment was not out of reach for the wealthiest citizens of a typical second-rate state. What about after that, though? Though VS did not comprehend the specifics, Rania once told him that a third round of treatment was at least 10 times more difficult than the preceding one. This pattern continued until not even the Big Two had the technology or resources to extend the life of an ancient geezer who should have died centuries ago. Though VS only possessed a very shallow understanding of life-prolonging treatment serum, he had his own unique insights on them after owning a vial once. At his age, he had plenty of time to spare before he needed to worry about extending his life. The true value of the serum rested in its incredibly potent universal life-attributed spiritual energy. This mysterious quality, which VS suspected to be the key to the efficacy of the serum, was one of the best spiritual ingredients that he had ever come across. His own life attribute excelled at creating life where there was none. This was what he was working towards, so of course it had to excel in this aspect. His mother apparently couldn't replicate this capability, but she was much better at draining and converting heterogeneous spiritual energy. Both of them utilized life energy in different applications. They worked better for some purposes and didn't work at all for other purposes. What was remarkable about the life energy derived from life-prolonging treatment serum was that it was incredibly potent and universal. It had a gentle, neutral quality that could basically merge with anything without generating any rejection. This turned it into a powerful amplifier that could provide an enormous qualitative and quantitative boost to his spiritual products. So far, Ves utilized the energy derived from the serum to create some of his best spiritual products. The Superior Mother, Lufa, and Sharpa all gained boundless potential due to the all-around improvement granted by the high-quality energy. Unfortunately, Ves lost the potency of the serum in his possession to his mother before he could do more with what was left. If he knew that his voracious mother would suck his energy without any regard for propriety, he would have used up his universal life energy a long time ago. He could have created a lot more wonders if his vial still retained much of its potency. This was one of his lifelong regrets. He often thought back on the Battle of the Abyss and how much he sacrificed in order to secure victory. He always wanted to travel back in time so that he could beat his younger self on the head for being stupid enough to venture so deep into the Nixian gap. Ves thought this would stay as a dream for a very long time. The cheapest form of life-prolonging treatment serum was no longer inaccessible to him, but the MTA and CFA imposed multiple arduous requirements to those who wished to obtain the high-grade variants. He gave up on obtaining them through regular channels after he learned how many barriers were in the way. Yet this time was different. The news provided by Commander Rivington sent a shudder through his body. He did not fully appreciate the full value of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum until he had finally lost it all to his mother. He experienced many frustrating instances in the future where he felt he could have accomplished more if his serum was still intact. Now that he had the chance to make up for it, Ves did not want to let go of this promising opportunity. Still, his sense of prudence quickly reasserted itself. Though it normally didn't play a major role in his life, common sense dictated that something as supremely valuable as high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum should never be easy to obtain. This was especially so if it was stored inside one of the Supreme Sage's mysterious pinnacle labs. These top-end research facilities were incredibly desirable by pretty much every faction in the LRA. Ves doubted that he and his mob could just barge past their biomechs, pass through all of the security measures and pull out a vial or two like he was shopping for groceries. Though his greed for the serum threatened to overwhelm all of his good sense, Ves was still able to calm his raging emotions. He did not forget about his current circumstances. Though he managed to gather an expanded mob of lifers who he managed to convert to the Larkinson clan, the hundreds of biomechs at his disposal could easily be crushed by any major organized force. Ves needed to gather more details in order to make a more thorough consideration on whether he should go for it. A single vial of serum was not worth his life. He turned his attention back to Commander Rivington. "Tell me what gives you the confidence to bring this up with me. If this is just a rumor, you wouldn't have bothered to waste my time." The former competitive team leader had done a decent job at organizing all of the newly induced clansmen. Even with the help of the Larkinson network, it was not easy to get every single lifer in line, especially when many of them were previously members of gangs, eccentric organizations, and fringe groups. "Well, it's like this, Mr. Larkinson. Do you remember Spiritus Sancti?" Ves glowered. "Yes, I do. It's the cult that treats biotechnology as a faith rather than a science. Samandra Avikon used to be a part of this organization as well." Though he had his apprehensions for the widows with the purple mechs, Samandra and her cultists had remained well behaved so far. Aside from their insistence on maintaining their religious beliefs, they got along decently well with other Larkinsons. The only caveat was that the vast majority of Larkinsons in his air fleet consisted of other former citizens of the Life Research Association. It remained to be seen whether the cultists would be able to adjust to life in his main fleet where the majority of clansmen did not have much affection for biomechs. "Well, sir, the primary source for this intelligence comes from the former members of Spiritus Sancti." "What? Are you sure?" "Perhaps it is best to hear from her yourself. I have already taken the liberty of summoning her. She'll be arriving soon enough." In the meantime, Rivington explained the other clues they gathered about a possible pinnacle lab in the vicinity that may have relations with light-prolonging treatment. After an investigation, we have pinned down 2 possible locations for a pinnacle lab, he said as he projected a map of the greater metropolitan area. Rusin Arena may be one of the most probable possibilities. The extreme defenses, the oversized underground complex, and the constant fighting that still goes on in the area are all indicators that there is something of extreme value there. There is no other reason for the opposing factions to fight so hard over a simple arena. Ves firmly nodded. He agreed with this logic. He didn't need to listen to any rumors to know that there was something fishy going on in that place. Perhaps the instance where its audience platforms turned into killer tree tentacles was not a random terrorist act. Although the air fleet was currently far away from the arena, they could still perceive the intensive fighting going on to this day through their long-range sensors. The Larkinsons also came in touch with witnesses who had fled the city center after falling victim to the copious amount of collateral damage that the fighting forces were producing every day. Practically every tree structure in the surrounding districts had already been trashed from all of the ordnance flying around. While I think you are definitely onto something, Rusin Arena is not a place where we should return. We almost lost our lives to the chaos in our efforts to get away from that war zone. Even if there are 100 vials of high-grade light-prolonging treatment serum in storage over there, there is no way I'll return. The risks were too high. Not even Ves could stomach the extremely high likelihood of getting targeted by powerful hostile forces. These mech forces and their backers would never allow a random outsider to compete for the treasures of a pinnacle lab. Commander Rivington looked a little more relieved. I agree with you. The second possible location should not be as dangerous. You mentioned something about an unreasonably large warehouse depot. I've read through Venerable Tus's reports on his scouting runs and tasked some of my men to dig up more information. Did your investigations yield anything? We didn't manage to get access to solid records and other data, but we did find a few former workers of the warehouse complex. Despite the unusual location of the depot, the containers that pass through this place are always properly accounted for. They are sourced from normal biotech companies and they are shipped to various destinations on the planet, not just nearby biotech facilities. It seems as if the warehouse is merely situated in this poor region in order to take advantage of the low regional taxes and other preferential policies. That shouldn't be all if this is everything you've managed to gather, Ves replied while steepling his fingers. Correct, sir. One of my investigators thought to look up something different. He tracked the news of visits of prominent old guests to the planet. It is quite rare for centuries-old dignitaries to visit Prosperous Hill 6, so each time they come, the news inevitably mentions their names. What did you find? For one, they rarely visit Prosperous Hill 4, which is considered to be a much more elite and high-class environment to entertain important dignitaries. Instead, most of them chose to stay in Prosperous Hill 6 for weeks and months at a time. The news makes few to no mentions of their appearances during their stay, but they have to be somewhere. Doesn't this sound as if they are being treated? Ves furrowed his brows. This is not a proven correlation. These important dignitaries could be engaged in many other activities during their stay. They don't need to publicize their entire itineraries. But we have another clue that makes their visits more notable. Those companies that are shipping containers to the warehouse depot. Several of them are owned in part or in full by those ancient dignitaries. It's rare, but there are enough instances for us to conclude that there is definitely something secret taking place. Now this was more suspicious. The amount of companies that operated in the LRA and the rest of the star sector was immense. Even the slice of companies that produced resources relevant to the biotech industry numbered into the millions or billions. Ves became more and more convinced that Rivington was on to something. This is compelling circumstantial proof, but it's not enough to conclude that the warehouse is tied to a pinnacle lab. Alternate explanations still exist. We are aware of that. That is why the testimony from the former members of Spiritus Sancti is important. On their own, their words are not convincing enough, but combined with the intelligence we've gathered, the picture grows stronger. While Ves normally wasn't inclined to believe the words of occultists, this time was different. If there was enough supporting evidence, then it might be worthwhile to take this person seriously. Chapter 29:18 Superseding Oaths. Miss Avicon, please enter. A woman garbed in remarkable purple robes entered the room. She nodded at Commander Rivington. As prominent leaders among the lifer contingent of Larkinsons, they frequently worked alongside each other. Ves was a bit taken aback by her appearance, though. While he interacted with her every now and then, lately he had become too preoccupied with his experiments. Besides, his air fleet already developed a working hierarchy now. He did not have to waste as much time with solving various management issues. It had actually been at least 6 days ago when he last met Samandra. Back then, the priestess possessed a familiar demeanor. Now, she looked much more focused and intense. When her eyes rested on Ves, he felt as if she was trying her best to restrain herself. She bowed deeply. Patriarch Ves. It is good to see you again. You look different. I have been praying a lot lately, and so have my fellow compatriots. That sounds okay. I have been praying in front of the aspect of healing. For a long time, I did not realize that I was bearing a burden. Reflecting on myself while in the presence of the divine angel has made me realize that. Oh. Of the 4 aspects of Lufa, Ves reserved 2 of them for his experiments. The aspect of rationality was very dangerous, but also very useful in certain circumstances, so its use was heavily restricted. This left the aspect of healing as the remaining statue open to the public. Every Larkinson who wanted to clear their minds and find some joy in their lives were allowed to have a session with the statue. A short session. As Ves and some of the leadership became more concerned about the potential long-term effects of constant exposure, they increasingly limited the amount of minutes someone was allowed to spend in the statue's presence. Ves did not want to raise a bunch of spiritual drug addicts. The statue was solely there to help the traumatized and displaced citizens move on from their depression. It was not meant to turn Larkinsons into the next versions of Axlar Strion. He thought that cutting down the session time to 10 minutes was already good enough. Yet seeing how Samandra had become a lot more fanatical than before made him feel he needed to pare down that time interval even further. He coughed. Madam Samandra, I hope you have kept in mind that the cure can sometimes be worse than the disease. I am aware that the grace of the aspect of healing should not be abused. However, it has helped me discover what is truly important. Now that I have pledged my loyalty to the Larkinson clan, I should not let my old bonds hinder me from doing what is best. I think the reason why I am here is related to my enlightenment. If not for that, I would have been much more hesitant to divulge the information that I hold. Ves narrowed his eyes. Please explain. Priestess Samandra, please tell Ves about your ties to the Supreme Sage. Huh! Ves straightened his back as he stared at the woman in shock. You know the Supreme Sage? The priestess quickly shook her head. Not directly, no. I am a small figure to this great researcher, though I do admit that my organization and I worshipped him as the greatest apostle that can realize the holy grandeur of biotechnology. What are your ties to him, then? My prior organization, Spiritus Sancti, is an arm of his direct organization. We were essentially one of his agents, not that most of us were aware of this. I am one of the few who know the truth due to my rank. Ves was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The Life Research Association maintained a strong secular tradition. Its people strongly valued science over baseless superstition, and did not take cults like Spiritus Sancti seriously. The lifers were much like Brighters in that regard. The only difference was that the former adopted their stance based on science while the latter made the same decision based on ideology. As someone who sat at the very top of a technocratic state, the supreme sage should be one of the most repellent towards religion. There was no way that Ves could ever tie such a renowned and successful biotech research to a cult that plied illogical and unfalsifiable assumptions. Commander Rivington saw his confusion and chuckled. That's my reaction as well when Priestess Samandra first told me about this. I have to say that it makes good sense, though. Who would ever suspect that Spiritus Sancti actually served as the Supreme Sage's eyes and ears? No lifer, especially the stuck-up biomech designers, would ever guess the truth. Ves became enlightened. If he disregarded his instinctual disgust towards cults, then he had to admit that the Supreme Sage erected a brilliant scheme. Spiritus Sancti were treated as outcasts in the LRA. This made it difficult for them to get in touch with people and organizations that were aligned to the Supreme Sage, but that also meant they had an easier time befriending those who were opposed to the current order. As the implications and possibilities of this arrangement became more clear to Ves, he was furiously taking notes. While he didn't think it was necessary to spread informants in his clan, he might need to implement this kind of plan when he became involved in other organizations in the future. So what was your purpose? The leaders of Spiritus Sancti answered to an emissary of the Supreme Sage. Samandra clarified. I do not know the name of the organization to which the emissary belongs, but we believe that it answers directly to the Great Leader. Personally, I have the impression that we were working on behalf of an intelligence agency that is directly under the control of the head of our state. Ves thought about something interesting. Wait a second. According to the rebels, the Supreme Sage who we all thought was alive until recently had actually turned brain dead more than a year ago. Did Spiritus Sancti continue to receive instructions from this mysterious emissary in recent times? The priestess sighed. We did, sir. We received more and more instructions to get in contact with other shunned organizations and understand their situation. Once we have supplied the intelligence we have gathered, we are no longer part of the process. I have kept an eye on these groups, though. I have noticed that some of them have started to undergo some changes. Do you believe the emissary and the group he is part of has gone rogue? I cannot say, Patriarch. It may be that the conservatives or the opposition has taken control of them instead. Whatever the case, I feel rather betrayed that we have been following the whims of lessers in the last 1.5 years. I pledged an oath to serve the Supreme Sage and his chosen agents who are loyal to his cause. You told us earlier that the aspect of healing caused you to rethink this oath. I did not break my sacred oaths, Samandra stated in a fiery tone. However, there are instances where oaths are no longer valid. For example, now that the Supreme Sage has perished and the agents we have answered to no longer execute his will, I believe that I am no longer bound by my previous promises. Besides, even if he was still alive, he is no longer the apostle who can make everyone acknowledge the greatness of holy biotechnology. As your living statues have already shown, you are a much better envoy of biotechnology. Regardless of your reasons, you're a Larkinson now, Rivington added. Your new loyalties supersede your old ones. If there is a conflict between the two, then you must always prioritize your current responsibilities. Well said, Commander. Ves smiled and clapped. Anything that served the interests of his clan above the interests of other organizations would always have his approval. Let's get back to the more immediate topic. Samandra, did Spiritual Sancti deal with life-prolonging treatment in any way? She shook her head. I will have to disappoint you, sir. As far as I am aware, we have never gotten in touch with such a high-end matter. What I can disclose to you is that we may know where one of the Pinnacle Labs is located. Oh? How come? These labs are also high-end. I believe that Spiritus Sancti has assisted in some of the Supreme Sage's experiments. In what way, I can't tell, she slowly said. There were several instances where some of us traveled to the warehouse depot that we are investigating at the moment. While I cannot directly tie these incidents to the instructions given by the emissary, I believe there is definitely a connection. Spiritus Sancti ordinarily doesn't operate that much in this area. If this was the case, then the depot was definitely remarkable. VS made up his mind. I've decided. As soon as our air fleet is ready to move from this biomech production facility, we're heading straight to this place. Won't that be too obvious, sir? If the Pinnacle Lab is truly buried in the vicinity, we might alarm those who are also aware. I don't think it's a big issue if it is not as contested as Rosen Arena. While the odds of finding something good at that warehouse is low, we don't know until we examine the place. Just consider this a gamble. If our suspicions are wrong, then no harm is done. The only price we paid was the opportunity cost of venturing to a more productive location. He didn't care too much about this. Enough time had passed for the Larkinsons to perform rudimentary repairs and maintenance on many of its biomechs. While not all of them were in good condition, they were still adequate as long as they could fight. VS faintly felt that time was running out. The anarchy on the planet could not last forever. Once the conservatives or whoever else managed to push out the opposition, it was only a matter of time before the effective rulers clamped down on all of the chaos. While a part of VS would feel relieved that common sense took hold again, another part of him would feel sad that the good times were over. He had gained so much from the current situation. Now that he had made up his mind, his subordinates received orders to prepare for another migration. They had lingered in this location long enough. Their strike companies had already ventured out and cleaned up all of the murderers and anarchists in the surrounding city district. Though VS did not completely assume that there was a hidden Pinnacle Lab at their next destination, he chose to divulge the possibility to a select few people. You're doing something stupid again, VS. Venerable Janzi crossed her arms. When will you learn that you need to stop going after everything that looks shiny? We should just stay put and wait for the fighting to die down. Our primary goal has always been to return to our fleet. We should not jeopardize our survival by getting involved in this murky business. I hate to say it, but she's right this time. Venerable Tusa concurred. VS remained stubborn though. This is different. The risks of exploring an abandoned warehouse isn't as great as heading right back to Rosen Arena. I just want to try and see if I can pick up some invaluable salvage on the cheap. If it doesn't work out, I'll back off. I promise. Do you know what you are saying, VS? You're thinking about barging into the most strategically important facilities in the LRA in order to steal something that doesn't belong to you. This is not honorable conduct. Well, the way the lifers have treated us isn't honorable either. I never asked to get caught up in their civil war, but they didn't give me any choice. I'm just heading out in order to collect some interest. I need compensation for all of the trauma the state has inflicted. Chapter 29:19 Paramilitaries. Though Venerable Janzi stubbornly opposed his decision to explore the suspicious warehouse complex, her disapproval didn't matter. VS was in charge, not Janzi. They were not crossers who universally treated high-ranking mech pilots as their rightful leaders. While a bit of hero worship was fine, VS hated it when people ascribed competency to expert pilots that they did not possess. Expert pilots were grunts with superpowers as far as VS were concerned. They excelled on the battlefield but couldn't even solve a single differential equation. This was why he deliberately structured his clan in a way to separate expert pilots from actual authority. The Cross clan may have chosen to perpetuate the backward customs of the Garland Empire, but the Larkinson clan ought to be more enlightened. The air fleet continued to prepare for departure regardless of the opinions of his expert pilots. He merely informed them of his intentions as a courtesy and to fill them in beforehand in case he needed their assistance inside the Pinnacle lab. Soon enough, the air fleet moved out in force. Over 500 biomechs rose into the air, followed by hundreds of organic transports and shuttles. Everyone that looked up from the ground would definitely become awed by the sheer amount of heavy vehicles flying over their heads. This aerial armada did not dare to fly too high in the air. Though it was too large to hide its presence, the Larkinsons didn't want to make it easy for hooligans to take potshots at their fleet assets. Biomechs along with a small number of metallic mechs frequently went on ranging patrols. It was not enough to defend against any threats that took action. The Larkinsons favored a more proactive approach where they preemptively squelched any potential danger along their route. Few of these patrols actually bumped into dangerous elements. The notoriety of the Larkinson air fleet had already spread among the locals. Many gangs had already chosen to relocate. The few troublemakers that stayed either did not receive word or didn't believe in the rumors. Venerable Tusa enthusiastically scouted the way forward with his Piranha Prime. He and a number of other scout mechs shouldered the important mission of gathering real-time data on the warehouse complex. The last time that Tusa eyed the place, he spotted a large group of unknown gray mechs helping themselves to the abandoned containers at the site. Ves stood in the improvised command center of one of the larger biotransports. Though he still felt uncomfortable about traveling inside the belly of a large vehicle that was entirely made out of flesh and bone, he brushed aside his feelings as best as possible. He was waiting for Venerable Tusa to broadcast a live view of the site in question. While average people did not have much use for the containers filled with feedstock and other industrial goods, the abandoned cargo was very valuable to large and organized mech forces. "What will you do if a strong group already occupies the site?" Commander Casella Ingvar asked as she stood on the opposite side of the operations table. "It depends. If the other party consists of less than 100 mechs, then it shouldn't be an issue to push them away. What if there are more mechs? What if there are 300 biomechs present like last time Venerable Tusa scouted the site? If we approach them like this, we will undoubtedly make them feel threatened. It is one thing if they are criminals or hostiles. However, they may also be similar to us. What if they are just trying to survive? Then we'll still insist on taking over the place," Ves answered. "It's just a warehouse. Most of the containers there are filled with feeder stock that is only useful when it is put into feeder pools. There aren't any production facilities in the immediate vicinity, so there shouldn't be a reason for them to insist on staying put." Commander Casella did not look particularly convinced at his arguments. She felt that this was folly. The air fleet wasn't short on feeder stock after they had raided the inventory of the biomech production complex that they had just departed. In fact, their transports were already filled with supplies and loot the Larkinsons managed to salvage from their surroundings. There was hardly any room for more cargo. "Where's Lucky?" Casella changed the topic. "I haven't seen him around recently. Is there something wrong?" He's fine. My cat just needs a break. He'll be back in action in no time." Lucky looked like he had drained his soul after ejecting his latest gem from his metallic body. Ves had no idea why this was the case. He chalked it up to his cat's recent hoarding behavior. He briefly patted his chest pocket where he was still hiding his pouch of gems. The large Supreme Comprehension gem was still active most of the time, but it had nowhere to go. As much as he disliked the vague gem, he did not discount its potency. Ves was determined to find a use for it. He guessed that it should have a very powerful reaction if he paired it up with a biomech. A few minutes passed. Soon enough, the air fleet picked up the transmission that Ves had been waiting for. A new projection appeared over the map that displayed a live view of the warehouse in question. Ves immediately felt his heart sink. "These bastards again!" he cursed. "Why are they here?" The Piranha Prime had moved close enough to the suspicious warehouse complex to transmit a detailed view. Venerable Tusa did not dare to resort to any active sensors for fear of alarming the other party. "VS," the expert pilot whispered over the comm despite the futility of lowering his voice when he was inside a cockpit. "There are a lot of gray biomechs out there. Compared to last time, my mech counts at least 100 more organic machines. They've also brought a lot of vehicles as well. It doesn't look like they're planning to depart anytime soon." The clearest sign of this was the defenses erected by the other party. Work parties were installing numerous turrets, sensor arrays, and more around the complex. The air fleet slowly halted. VS needed time to make a decision on how to handle these strangers. He was not in a rush to barge into their territory and provoke a destructive fight. VS sighed. "Please rein in our scout squads. I don't want them to alarm these unknowns, though I suppose we can't hide our massive fleet forever." "Very well, sir. What do you wish to do next?" the Sentinel commander asked. "We need to learn more about this organization before I am ready to decide. I don't want to fight against this force, but I don't intend to rule out this option. Can anyone tell me about the organization behind these gray biomechs?" The Larkinsons asked around, but no one in the air fleet recognized their color scheme and markings. Not even Samandra Avikan and all of the other former members of Spiritus Sancti recognized these strangers. While the intelligence specialists in the air fleet attempted to take a closer look at the occupied warehouse complex, other Larkinsons were trying to glean clues through observations. Commander Casella quickly made note of some relevant points. "The unknown organization runs a tight ship. Their mechs are moving with precision and purpose while their people on their fleet are always preoccupied with work. Look at how orderly they organize their new base. Nothing looks sloppy." "Are they military?" VS guessed with worry. "I haven't spotted any military-grade mechs, but if their mech pilots are as tough as nails, I don't want to tangle against them. Our own forces are too heterogeneous to fight in a uniform fashion." My guess is different, sir. In my experience of training and leading the living sentinels, I estimate that these unknowns are equal or maybe a little bit better than my men. In my opinion, we're not looking at a military unit, but I think there are definitely numerous veterans in their ranks. My best guess is that we're looking at a paramilitary force." "Paramilitaries?" VS puzzlingly frowned. That sounded quite troublesome to VS. Paramilitary organizations were quite formidable in some cases. Their mech pilots were not as selfish and cowardly as mercenaries, but they weren't as disciplined and coordinated as active service members either. Paramilitaries sat somewhere in between. In fact, the Larkinson clan also fit in this category in a sense. If VS had 500 Larkinson mechs at his disposal, then he would have no doubt that his side could crush the unknown party. The problem was that his air fleet was protected by dozens of smaller forces that had only recently joined hands. VS had observed the quality of his newly acquired biomechs and their accompanying pilots, and came away disappointed. While the quality of biomechs did not diverge that much, the mech pilots were a different story. Despite being able to attend a second-class mech academy, the mech pilots he recruited during this campaign were mostly used to the lower standards of the private sector. Hardly any of them were ready to fight a pitched battle where they needed to put their lives on the line. The only mech pilots he could trust were Venerable Janzi, Venerable Tusa, and a small band of Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers. He only had less than 30 of them, which was far from enough to carry an entire battle. However, even if he had confidence that his side could win the battle without suffering crippling losses, VS still lacked a reason to enter hostilities with the unknown force. For several weeks, the Larkinsons on the ground purposefully cultivated an honorable and righteous image. They did not harm civilians and only attacked vicious criminals. VS could already tell that the unknowns were not like the rest of the people that the Larkinsons had dealt with. Their solid discipline along with their lack of independent movement suggested that he wasn't dealing with thugs. If this was the case, how could he possibly convince his fellow Larkinsons to attack the people that were preventing him from investigating the warehouse complex? Although the possibility of encountering a life-prolonging treatment serum at this site was low, VS did not wish to miss this opportunity to obtain an absolute treasure. In any case, most of the lifers his air fleet spontaneously recruited were completely expendable in his eyes. VS did not care for the lifers at all. Though they had officially joined the Larkinson clan, the current circumstances meant that Goldie and the Larkinson network were not very effective at changing their behavior. He recruited them because he had no other choice, not because he wanted them. There were many mech pilots in the air fleet that were completely unworthy to fight alongside real Larkinsons. He was not opposed to getting rid of them early. It was too bad that many other Larkinsons wouldn't agree. Damn! How will I be able to solve this problem? After an hour of careful observation, the analysts barely learned anything new. The paramilitaries did a good job of controlling their emissions. Every communication signal was under heavy encryption and their off-duty personnel never chatted with each other outdoors. VS grew suspicious at these precautions. This was yet another sign that there might be something of great interest at the warehouse complex. Still, looking at them from afar only yielded so much information. VS urgently needed more. For this reason, VS temporarily left the command center. He moved through the corridors and entered the compartment where he slept. "Lucky! I have a job for you!" he shouted. "Mole!" Lucky lied flat on his bed while trying his best to return to his slumber. He looked kind of cute in the way his pale bronze body slumped his limbs. VS grew impatient. He stormed over and picked up his cat. "Hello? Is anyone home? I have a mission for you. I don't care if you are sick. You've already used up all of your sick days for the year." "Mio, mio! PFFF. You can't sue me for exploiting your labor and endangering you. Stop joking and get to work. You still have a lot of debt to repay after eating for so many months only to produce a weird gem." Chapter 29:20 Unknown Power. The warehouse complex became more and more intriguing to VS. Aside from all of the unusual points that he had already ascertained, the fact that a force of roughly 400 mechs not just visited the site, but beefed up its defenses was very suspicious. The warehouse complex was a poor defensive site. It was overly large and expansive. It did not hold any terrain advantage. It was vulnerable to long-range bombardment. It did not offer any substantial logistical support aside from offering lots of supplies. Yet these raw materials needed to be brought to an industrial facility in order to be of use. It was much harder to make use of feeder stock in field conditions. The unknown paramilitary organization is not entrenching the warehouse complex because they wish to use it as their new base, Commander Casella Ingvar noted as she studied the projection in the command center. Their overall approach suggests that they are merely setting up a temporary forward operating base. Commander Rivington looked thoughtful. He may be decent at managing different personalities, but his civilian background limited his vision when it came to military deployments. One of the reasons why VS valued Casella so much was that she had attended formal officer and command courses. That made her very suitable to lead a large mech force like the Living Sentinels. "Tell me why you think so," VS requested. The female commander pointed at the areas where the paramilitaries stored their ammunition, energy cells, and other relevant supplies. "The amount of supplies these unknowns have brought is too little to sustain a mech force of this size on a long-term basis. I estimate that the paramilitaries can probably live off these supplies for half a year under calm circumstances, but weeks if they are engaged in active combat. Ves hadn't noticed this, but now that she pointed it out, that did sound suspicious. A mech force as large as this must have a permanent base. If they are migrating from their old location because it is too close to the center of the city or something, then they should have brought a lot more goods. Even if they are lacking in transports, they can just procure more from their surroundings. Casella nodded. That leads me to believe that this is not their entire force. It is possible that they still have hundreds or even thousands of mechs back in their base. That caused Ves to frown. That was bad news. If he ordered his Larkinsons to attack the paramilitaries occupying the warehouse in a hurry, then even if he managed to secure a victory, they might be subject to an intense counterattack. He felt a bit relieved that he chose to pause the air fleet's advance. Right now, his troops had diverted to another light industrial district in order to give the impression that they were merely taking care of their own business. Under normal circumstances, there should be no reason for his air fleet to attack the occupied warehouse complex. As long as the paramilitaries remained unaware that Ves might have hostile intentions towards them, then he should still hold the initiative. This was important as Ves could initiate all kinds of operations that could stack the deck in his favor. However, if it turned out the occupation force was just one battalion among several, then that changed the equation. Ves did not want to piss off a secretive organization that could potentially field 2,000 mechs at once. Casella continued to point out some details that caught her attention. The turrets they have deployed around the base are made up of modular organic parts. While I'm not familiar with organic technology, the principles should be the same. These turrets shouldn't be ordinary goods that you can buy from the market. Private sector outfits vastly prefer to rely on mechs and maybe other mobile assets such as self-propelled anti-air platforms. Installing static defenses means that they will just lose a lot of money if a fight gets too dicey. Mercenaries never fought to the death. They always secured an escape route for themselves. So you're suggesting that the paramilitaries are well-funded and not profit-seeking in nature? Correct. The biomechs they use might not be top-of-the-shelf goods, but none of them are cheap. Together with the tight discipline exhibited by their people, I have the feeling we are dealing with former veterans turned mercenaries. In other words, we may be looking at a private military force that works for a powerful insider in the Life Research Association. It could be anyone, then. Commander Rivington shrugged. I bet that any master in the LRA can set up a paramilitary force like this. They have the wealth to afford all of the hardware, the status to attract former military mech pilots, and the connections to somehow get away with organizing so many biomechs on a planet known for its stringent restrictions on mechs. The more clues they gathered, the more Ves felt intimidated by these unknowns. Attacking them rashly with a poorly organized force that was made out of lots of random mechs would surely end in folly. Even if Ves was able to rely on strong heroes like Venerable Janzi and Venerable Tusa, they could only do so much without genuine expert mechs. A frightening possibility came to mind. Do you think they have an expert pilot on retainer? Neither Rivington nor Casella knew the answer. They both frowned. I'm not sure, sir, Commander Casella replied. It's unlikely for a typical paramilitary organization to have an expert pilot on retainer. You probably know what expert pilots are like. They are extraordinary soldiers who are willing to dedicate themselves to a cause that is greater than themselves. It is hard for mech pilots in the private sector to adopt this mentality. Any expert pilot who broke through while in military service will often remain in service for the remainder of his career. Ves tentatively nodded. While it was not impossible for expert pilots to resign from the military for various reasons, it was a low-probability occurrence. The chance that the paramilitaries had an expert pilot in service should be very minimal, though he was still careful enough to take it into consideration. Expert pilot or not, It's clear we can't mess with these guys. Not with our current force composition. He felt rather weak and helpless at the moment. For the umpteenth time, he wished he had access to all of his mech forces. Even at their depleted numbers, the avatars of myth, living sentinels, battle criers, flagrant vandals, and so on could definitely crush these paramilitaries. Yet right now, they were situated several light hours away from Prosperous Hill 6. They were so deep in space that they might as well be stationed in a different star system. Commander Rivington approached VS and softly patted his back. Sir, I implore you to reconsider your options. Even if there is something valuable buried underneath the warehouse complex, it's not worth sacrificing hundreds of mechs for it. Our air fleet has become a safe haven for all of us because of how many combat assets we have managed to put under our banner. If we lose much of them in pursuit of treasure, we lose the ability to defend ourselves against major threats. Do you think you can keep hold of whatever riches you have plundered in that case? He was right. The Larkinsons and converted refugees had fought hard to build up their strength and remove the threat of annihilation due to weakness. VS had no doubt that numerous hidden enemies would begin to eye their vulnerable air fleet if he lost over 2/3 of his mechs. VS lowered his head for a moment. Numerous considerations flowed through his mind. Eventually, he slumped. Fine. Let's abort our war planning. As long as these paramilitaries occupy this warehouse complex, we won't take initiative to displace them. For now, we should remain put and maintain a healthy distance from these unknowns. Keep scouting, but don't make any aggressive moves. Very well, sir. You made the right decision. Commander Casella smiled in relief. She wasn't the only one who reacted positively to the decision. Many other Larkinsons who were in the loop expressed relief as well. Their patriarch wasn't pushing them into fighting a ruinous battle this time. In fact, when other Larkinsons heard about the news, they became confused for a moment. What? VS called off the attack? Tusa sounded as if he had difficulty accepting the truth. Has someone replaced him with a clone or something? That's not like him at all. He's always looking to grasp opportunities. Venerable Janzi lightly punched the other expert pilot's arm. Shut up. This is a good development. VS is actually listening to me this time. There's at least some good sense in him left. I don't think that you had anything to do with it at all. From what it sounds like, the other guys are too strong. Fortunately, the rank and file remain ignorant of the considerations at the top. They just thought that the air fleet was still accumulating strength, as usual. After VS made the difficult decision to give up on an assault, he left the command center and returned to his temporary bunk. One of the primary reasons why he lacked confidence in defeating the current occupants of the suspicious warehouse complex was because one of his strongest combat assets was out of action. How are you, Lucky? Mio. Lucky still looked as listless as ever as he rested on a pillow. When VS came close and petted his cat, he noticed that the situation hadn't improved. For some reason, the production of the Supreme Comprehension Gem caused Lucky to enter into a period of long-term exhaustion. It was as if Lucky expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to synthesize the mysterious living gem. VS was quite familiar with this particular condition. Under normal circumstances, it took weeks or even months for a typical spiritually active individual to recover to full. Though he sensed that his cat hadn't drained himself completely, it was clear that Commando Lucky wouldn't be making an appearance anytime soon. If I knew this would happen, I would have insisted you to hold it in. You've avoided going to the toilet for months. Couldn't you have waited a few weeks more? Mio. He didn't hound his gem cat too much. It was unreasonable for him to rely so much on Lucky. Though his feline companion had been an invaluable aid in many circumstances, he should have been relying on his subordinates instead. The fact that VS was not at this point yet meant that there was still much to go before his clan became strong enough to solve all of his problems on his behalf. When do you think we'll be able to return to space? Mo. Weeks have passed. Civil war or not, it's unreasonable for the lifers to maintain a blockade for so long. What is going on exactly? Day after the day, the planet remained in hot contention. In the distance, the sounds and vibrations of active fighting continued without interruption. No matter whether it was day or night, the forces fighting on behalf of the political factions continued to throw themselves at each other without any regard for their losses. Was it worth it for their masters to expend so many assets to secure a pinnacle lab? Perhaps this frenzy might make sense if there was a chance of retrieving high-grade life-prolonging serum, but VS didn't entirely believe this was the case. There had to be something else of great value on this planet. Something that might be worth more than the opportunity to extend an old geezer's life. VS lacked too much information to make a guess. It could be anything, as the Supreme Sage worked on many different high-level projects. He only revealed a fraction of his work to the public. Many of his accomplishments never saw the light of day. Chapter 29-21, Lull. The air fleet under the command of VS entered into a slightly awkward state. In a matter of weeks, it had ballooned in size and strength. However, it became increasingly harder to sustain this pattern. People weren't stupid. Even after a lot of criminals and anarchists took advantage of the situation and inflicted a lot of death and destruction, it was impossible for them to engage in wanton destruction for so long. These crazed murderers either killed each other off, got cleaned up by a stronger force like V's air fleet, or simply sobered up and went into hiding. The outskirts had calmed down. While many ordinary citizens were in dire need of aid, they were no longer under great threat. One notable development was that millions of refugees who resided in the downtown areas had fled to the periphery. Many of them didn't dare to take the risk of traveling in biovehicles because any random mech might shoot them down for random reasons. This has led to an enormous migration of people on foot. They fled from the center of Velian like a tide of slow-moving ants. Many of them suffered from various indignities along the way, but their situation became a bit better once they started to group up and organize themselves. The Larkinsons paid careful attention to the refugees passing by the air fleet. Compared to the citizens who lived in the outskirts, the downtown folk were much more desirable. There was a greater proportion of well-educated professionals among their population. Lawyers, managers, and even low-ranking biomech designers could be found among their ranks. It was easy for the air fleet to persuade these valued human resources to join the Larkinson clan. After getting caught up in the devastation of the Civil War before fleeing through a long stretch of dangerous and lawless streets, their sense of security had sunk to the bottom. They welcomed any chance of joining a strong and well-armed organization. Though the Larkinsons had to put the aspect of healing to much greater use in order to treat traumatized city folk, VS was happy with this development. The supply of highly skilled professionals was so great that his Larkinson clan wouldn't be short of excellent medical doctors, geneticists, implant surgeons, beast designers, and other biotech experts as long as he could bring them all back to his expeditionary fleet. Normally, it would have been much harder to poach these elite personnel. They were largely lifelong employees of established biotech companies. There was no reason for them to quit their promising careers and abandon a state that was entirely geared towards fostering their development. However, wars had a way of changing people's minds. When shells started flying over their heads, the Life Research Association didn't seem like a good place to them anymore. No amount of support for the biotech sector was worth the risk of death. "How are we doing in terms of recruitment?" VS asked as he sat behind his desk. "We're doing extremely well compared to before, sir," Commander Rivington answered. "Our numbers have just broken through 20,000 members. The stress of absorbing so many lifers into our clan is enormous, but upon your orders, we have tried our best to pick up every desirable professional that we can find. In fact, many of the refugees have already heard about us and wish to join. We have to slow down and impose a lot of restrictions in order to cope with the current situation. We are nearing our limits, so we have to be a lot more selective than before. Recruiting more than 20,000 people in a short amount of time was not as great as it sounded at first. This was because only a third of them were actually desirable. The rest consisted of spouses, children, and maybe other extended family. The Larkinsons had no choice but to accept these excess people, and Ves wasn't too upset about the situation. His clan prized family, so he couldn't be hypocritical about it. Besides, the needs of the extra refugees weren't great. They just needed a small amount of space and a vehicle in order to keep them happy. Have you managed to pick up any senior professionals? Ves asked. Rivington shook his head. Journeyman mech designers and other people at this level have better ways of escaping the current chaos. They are either working for an established organization or they have relied on their guard forces to flee from the city center. They don't need to take shelter with us in order to secure their lives. A pity. Ves already expected as much. It didn't matter. The kind of personnel he had already managed to recruit already plugged the lack of doctors, researchers, and other necessary personnel in the Larkinson clan. In this regard, Ves fully met his original goal for visiting the Life Research Association. If he was able to leave the planet right away, then he would not feel as if he had wasted his opportunity. It was just that Ves still felt he was missing out by giving up the opportunity to obtain a vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum. He constantly reconsidered his difficult decision throughout his day. He felt so bad about backing off that he always had to remind himself that courting death was not a good way to get ahead in life. He vigorously shook his head. Maybe I need to spend some time with the aspect of rationality. His mood lightened after he thought about his latest innovation. The organic statues had all demonstrated their value in different ways. The aspect of transcendence was a particularly epic transforming existence. Though Ves had reached a bottleneck in his research where he wasn't able to prevent his test subjects from dying or failing to arouse their spiritual potential, at least he was heading in the right direction. For something as promising as being able to induce spiritual potential in people who originally possessed none, Ves was not in a hurry to achieve quick success. He knew that something as fantastic as this could not be done with a rudimentary amount of knowledge and experimental results. Ves had to keep performing experiments, keep trying something new, and keep gathering more data in order to progress this long and difficult project. Perhaps he might not even be able to achieve a truly successful result unless he achieved another breakthrough in his understanding of spirituality and spiritual engineering. Considering the current circumstances, Ves suspended his experiments. There were way too many people in the air fleet now, and who knew if one of them were perceptive enough to notice some clues. Besides, the supply of convicted criminals had dried up. The air fleet had become so notorious in the region that every malcontent had long moved away. In essence, the forces under the command of Ves essentially replaced the planetary guard as peacekeepers. Their excellent reputation and good deeds had spread far and wide. No one cared that the Larkinsons were a bunch of foreigners who didn't fully embrace biotechnology. During these troubling times, safety was more valuable than national pride. Now that he suspended his experiments, Ves suddenly had a lot more time on his hands. Though he could still spend his time on analyzing data, managing his ballooning air fleet, and more, a part of him missed the opportunity to engage in his primary passion. I'm a mech designer. Why am I not designing mechs? Technically, he could do so at any time, but it was pointless. He needed to coordinate with his fellow journeymen and his design teams in order to start a serious project. Even if he came up with a fantastic new idea, it wasn't his turn to lead the next round of design projects this time. Gloriana had waited a long time to take the helm in designing the first expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. She was in charge of coming up with the initial mech concepts and determining all of the important design choices. If he dared to come up with a competing idea, Gloriana would probably scream in his face. Perhaps I might not be able to design any mech soon, but that doesn't mean I have to sit still. The upcoming expert mech design projects would probably be his best products for a very long time. Ves wanted to design an individual mech that exceeded the quality and potential of his Devil Tiger for a very long time. He saw a lot of hope in his upcoming projects. He had at least 6 chances to succeed in his aim. I have to make sure that Venerable Joshua's expert mech is the best out of the batch. He had an opportunity to implement some of his recent ideas. For example, he could apply the principles of prime mechs to them. He could also integrate some organic components in them in order to amplify his design philosophy. All of this required a lot of thought and preparation. Even if Master Willix promised to provide her assistance to the projects, she was only responsible for solving the problems that were beyond the capacity of journeymen to deal with. She was not supposed to dictate the direction of the mech design projects. Still, that was already enough. Ves had to make the best possible use out of this unique opportunity. Master mech designers were very busy and they rarely volunteered their services to little journeymen. What was even more important was that the upcoming expert mech designs would play a pivotal role in defining the high-end mech power of the Larkinson clan for years to come. The stronger his expert mechs, the longer they remained relevant. Ves did not want to design a mediocre expert mech and be forced to replace them a few years later because their power level couldn't catch up to the competition in the Red Ocean. Maybe I should find a way to incorporate a battle network in them as well. Venerable Dice and the Sorn Maidens already showed they didn't need to rely on a design spirit to unleash a lot of power. As Ves mused about creating new battle networks centered around his other expert pilots, his comm beeped in alert. What's going on, Casella? The occupied warehouse complex is under attack. A third party has just started to bombard the site. What? I'll head to the command center straight away. Ves dropped his prior ideas and immediately started to think about who would want to attack the paramilitaries. Obviously, this third party must have learned there was something valuable at the complex. This strengthened his suspicion that the light-prolonging serum that he was drooling over may actually be buried underneath the site. When Ves reached the command center, he immediately observed the projections. They currently showed several live feeds of hidden scouting drones that his forces had planted in the vicinity of the warehouse complex. All of them showed a lot of activity. The recently installed organic turrets along with a number of biomechs armed with ranged weapons were firing their weapons into the sky. Numerous explosions erupted in midair, as all kinds of ordnance attempted to bombard the warehouse complex. Only a handful of explosive shells managed to reach their destinations, but that was not the extent of the bombardment. Thump! 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 Powerful kinetic impacts roiled the entire site. Mech suffered heavy damage, and the ground started to get cratered as a lot of purely kinetic rounds slammed onto their targets with unstoppable force. Due to their extremely high kinetic energy, it wasn't easy to intercept them. They not only traveled incredibly fast, but also couldn't be stopped through regular means. The paramilitary force was forced to erect energy shields to protect their most strategically important positions. However, as dozens of kinetic projectiles slammed into these barriers, the shield generators keeping them up were quickly reaching their limits. Who the hell are attacking them? Ves questioned. We've dispatched our scouts. We'll get an answer for you soon enough. Chapter 29-22 Inexplicable Attacks. The paramilitary force was taking an awful beating. Yet they were not without the power to hit back. The projections showed that the besieged side was already starting to fire projectiles at the origin point of the long-ranged artillery fire. The counter-battery fire might not be as accurate due to the lack of preparation, but it should at least exert a bit of pressure on the attacking side. Ves carefully observed the artillery duel as both sides continued to sling projectiles at each other. Due to the nature of this kind of exchange, either side resorted to energy weapons. It seemed the paramilitaries were prepared for this situation. A lot of biomechs armed with laser weapons and positron weapons decisively dropped their main weapons and took out spare projectile weapons. Even if their models weren't optimized for physical weapons, they could still add to the weight of fire. Their accuracy might be worse, but it was already worth it if at least 1 in 10 shots hit the mark. Ves continued to observe the artillery duel for a while before Commander Casella realized something important. "We need to distance our air fleet from the battle site, sir. Right now, we are close enough to make it seem as if we can take part in the battle. If we continue to stay in our current position, both sides can easily misconstrue our intentions and gang up on us in order to remove an unstable factor." Although this possibility sounded unreasonable, Ves did not dismiss Casella's words. It would be very odd for the air fleet to stay in the vicinity of a random battle that didn't have any relations with the Larkinsons. A typical uninvolved party would panic and move away as quickly as possible. "All right. Start up the emergency evacuation plan. Get us out of here as quickly as possible. Fly as far away as possible from both the paramilitaries and the unidentified attackers. I don't want to generate any misunderstandings." "Very well, sir." The Larkinsons did not forget that they were still stuck on a dangerous planet. It was essential to prepare a way to leave their current location as soon as possible. Still, it took a lot of time for everyone to get back to their vehicles. It took even more time to transport all of the supplies and equipment back to their transport vessels. In the end, the Larkinsons were forced to leave a significant amount of assets behind in order to speed up their evacuation. Roughly 20 minutes after ordering the evacuation, the entire air fleet briskly rose into the air. Every biovehicle and biomech moved away from the direction of all of the explosions and impacts. Every clansman felt relieved as they were distancing themselves from the active battlefield. None of them were eager to put themselves in harm's way after surviving the outbreak of violence in prosperous Hill 6. Ves didn't feel too bad about this. The mobility of his fleet was high enough that it wouldn't take much time to turn around and reach the battlefield. He doubted that the situation would change in a short amount of time. As the artillery duel continued, it had become clear that this was not the prelude of a decisive engagement. The scout drones dispatched by the Larkinsons failed to detect any large troop movements. This meant that the third party initiated a bombardment for other reasons. When a scout mech finally managed to reach the location of the attacking force, the colors and markings of the biomechs immediately elicited a reaction from Ves. "It's these guys again. Do you recognize them, sir?" "It's the ultralifers." Both Ves and Commander Rivington did not have a good impression of these radical nationalists. They dispatched numerous soldiers and mechs on a mission to slaughter the foreigner who humiliated their state. Although the ultralifers hadn't showed up again after Ves and his followers reached Gentle Lotus Base, the animosity hadn't gone away. Ves found it strange that these ultralifers chose to attack the paramilitaries occupying the warehouse complex. Why weren't they trying to finish what they started? After all, it was not exactly a secret that Ves and his Larkinsons had amassed a formidable air fleet in this area. If the ultralifers had enough courage to attack the Grey Mechs, then they should have enough strength to attack his air fleet. VS could only conclude that the ultralifers prioritized the warehouse complex and the secrets it may hold over pursuing a trivial vendetta. Interesting. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Well, I'm no friends with either side, so there's no harm in letting them beat each other up. I hope they destroy each other in the process. However, this was a vain hope. Neither side appeared to be eager to escalate the fights. After 2 hours of constant bombardment, the ultralifers ceased their efforts and pulled back their artillery biomechs and accompanying escort force. For their part, the paramilitaries simply let the attackers go. The base personnel were already in the process of repairing the battle damage and clearing all of the rubble. VS and his advisors could only guess at the reasons why this engagement ended in such a tepid manner. This doesn't really make sense. VS frowned. If the ultralifers wanted to take over this complex, then they should have waited until they could launch an all-out attack. They should have dispatched an assault force after softening up the defenders with artillery barrages. Since the ultralifers chose to pull back, they're giving the paramilitaries plenty of time to fix the damage and restore their defenses. Commander Rivington also looked puzzled. The ultralifers lost the advantage of surprise. The moment they started to shell the warehouse, they exposed their hostile intentions. The paramilitary organization will definitely be on guard against another attack. This will make it harder for the ultralifers to achieve good results next time. There are other reasons why the ultralifers chose to attack the site in this fashion, Casella stated. For example, the two sides might be engaged in negotiations. If the ultralifers are displeased with the direction of the talks, they may have decided to exert pressure on the other party by resorting to bombardment. Even though their efforts resulted in a considerable amount of material and psychological damage, the paramilitaries didn't actually lose that much combat effectiveness. This means that the two sides have not completely turned into irreconcilable enemies. That explanation made quite a bit of sense, but no one knew for sure. There could be a dozen other possible explanations. VS grunted. We'll just have to wait and see. From what I know about the ultralifers, they're not exactly the most restrained bunch of people in this state. I bet they will definitely launch another attack tomorrow. His prediction turned out to be correct. Different from last time, the ultralifers didn't engage in another bombardment. Instead, a couple of their mech companies sneaked close and launched a brief and momentary close assault. A dozen turrets got wrecked and a lot more biomechs incurred varying degrees of damage. After just 10 minutes of fighting, the ultralifer mech companies immediately retreated. Again, the paramilitaries didn't pursue. They remained stubbornly in place and guarded themselves against other attacks. Even though the Larkinson air fleet had pulled back by 50 kilometers, they were still able to observe what happened by relying on scout mechs and observation devices. There was definitely something fishy taking place. VS had the impression that he was a spectator to another game. It felt strange for him to be uninvolved in a fight. Usually, he would find himself right in the middle of a crisis. Do you think the ultralifers will launch an all-out attack? It's a possibility, Casella answered. The ultralifers have acted with caution up until now. If they stick to their pattern, then they will launch another harassing attack tomorrow. However, this could be part of a greater ploy to lower the vigilance of the paramilitaries. VS and the Larkinsons waited for tomorrow in order to see how the situation evolved. As expected, the ultralifers launched another tentative attack. They decided to put their artillery mechs in action again. The warehouse complex came under bombardment yet again, but this time the paramilitaries erected significantly more countermeasures against persistent shelling. VS expected the base defenders to fire back at the artillery mechs. However, a couple of mech companies that belonged to the paramilitaries suddenly showed up at the flanks of the bombardment units and collided against the ultralifer artillery units. A furious skirmish ensued. VS watched with rapt attention as he observed a battle between two groups of biomechs. He keenly took note of the strengths and weaknesses of the different biomech models. The short but furious engagement caused both sides to lose dozens of biomechs. After a harsh struggle, the Oralifer units received orders to retreat. They left the field while leaving their downed biomechs behind. The paramilitaries quickly picked up the valuable wrecks and disappeared from view. VS became more and more confused. If the Ultralifers weren't confident enough to win against the paramilitaries, why did they engage in hostilities in the first place? At least we have managed to confirm one of our guesses. The paramilitary organization has more biomechs at its disposal. Their assault force did not come from the warehouse complex. The biomechs on guard over there are all accounted for, Commander Casella said. This was hard proof that there were much more biomechs out there than what was visible to the Larkinsons. VS felt more and more at ease with his decision to lay low and retreat. Sure enough, these paramilitaries did not unveil their full strength. However, this caused him to feel more and more powerless. There was no way he could defeat the current occupants of the warehouse complex. Who knew what the paramilitaries were doing over there? Perhaps they had already succeeded in breaking into the Pinnacle lab. God damn it, Lucky! Why are you still sleeping like a baby? If Lucky had recovered, VS could have dispatched his commando cat in order to find out whether there was actually a Pinnacle lab. Right now, he was only guessing at the truth, and that uncertainty was gnawing at him. He constantly dreamed about getting his hands on additional vials of serum. He could create and boost a lot of design spirits. He could permanently bolster his upcoming expert mechs. He could use all of the abundant amount of life energy to create powerful new spiritual constructs. There were so many uses for light-prolonging treatment serum that VS was starting to feel more and more tortured by his decision to stay away. It was as if he was undergoing withdrawal symptoms. Every bone in his body wanted to get closer to the warehouse complex. God damn it! I need to resist this impulse. VS thought about subjecting himself to the aspect of tranquility, or the aspect of rationality. However, he was too wary of altering his mind state to do so. Besides, his mental strength was formidable enough that he was able to resist their effects. He knew that the best way to deal with this situation was to rely on his own willpower to suppress his urges. Self-control was essential to his continued survival. For a long time, VS neglected this quality, but perhaps this was a good opportunity for him to exercise this neglected side of him. No matter how much he wanted to obtain the valuable serum, he could not afford to lose the gains he made so far. His air fleet was too weak to take part in the fighting. However, his plans couldn't keep up with reality. On the fourth day, the Ultralifers did not choose to launch an attack on the paramilitary force. Instead, their artillery mechs opened fire on the air fleet. Explosions rippled through the slow-moving biomechs and biovehicles as distant attackers launched an unprovoked attack on the Larkinsons. We're under attack! Red alert! Intercept those attacks! Chaos immediately spread among the clansmen as they were completely caught off guard. Chapter 29-23 Lack of Rigor. The majestic air fleet of the Larkinson clan resembled a giant animal armada. Almost every vehicle and mech was organic in nature. Their exterior either consisted of resilient flesh, skin, or bone. Combined with the deliberate bestial aesthetic that the local designers adored, the air fleet might as well consist of hundreds of primal creatures. Though the vehicles looked incredibly disturbing to humans who weren't citizens of the Life Research Association, the local citizens were accustomed to seeing them. The sight of the massive air fleet awed and reassured many people, especially as the Larkinsons started their peacekeeping operations. Over the weeks, The newly inducted clansmen increased the cohesion of the fleet in various ways. Aside from unifying command and control, seasoned Larkinsons such as Commander Casella Ingvar paid close attention to the uniforms and color schemes of the recent additions. Issuing the same uniforms to every new recruit was a great way to increase everyone's belonging and identity to their new clan. The Larkinsons also changed the color scheme of every biomech and vehicle in order to match the standard red color scheme of the Larkinson clan. This caused the air fleet to look like a tide of red. The extra touches of white, black, and golden motifs broke the monotony and made the biovehicles look more impressive. In truth, the air fleet was just a giant caravan of random biomechs and refugee vehicles. The only reason why it gained a reputation of strength was because it had never clashed against a strong adversary. This became very evident when chaos started to spread after the air fleet got shelled. The biovehicles under fire quickly began to perform evasive maneuvers regardless of the fact that they were in the middle of a formation. Some of the fleet elements left the protective envelope and flew away from the crowd. Other vehicles paid so little attention to where they were moving that they almost collided against other vehicles. If not for the automated safety and anti-collision features of these advanced organic vessels, a lot of passengers would have lost their lives due to the mistakes of fellow clansmen. VS witnessed all of this happening by looking at the projections in the command center. The proud and famed air fleet he managed to build up over the course of his forced stay on the surface of prosperous Hill 6 was already starting to fall apart at the seams. The newly recruited Larkinsons showed their lack of rigor at this time. Unlike the Larkinsons in the expeditionary fleet who had been baptized in war, these former lifers did not undergo any training and experiences where they could toughen up their mentalities. The original Larkinsons that VS brought to the surface tried their best to reassert control. Commander Casella urgently issued new instructions on the command net. Spread out but don't move on your own initiative. Follow your new track and await further orders. As shells continued to rain down the air fleet from afar, a couple vehicles that got hit multiple times already started to crack, bleed, or even fall apart. Numerous smaller shuttles which were more fragile than other vessels even began to crash to the ground. Some clansmen managed to evacuate their vessels in time, but the initial volleys already harvested the lives of hundreds of Larkinsons. Knight Mechs! Shield the most vulnerable vessels! Venerable Janzi roared as her bright warrior flew in front of a damaged biotransport that carried dozens of families. Under the rallying cry of an expert pilot, many mech pilots regained their composure and performed their duties. The biomechs with shields covered the beleaguered air vessels as they spread out and slowly lowered their altitude. The mechs with ranged weapons either fired back at the calculated origin point of the enemy shelling or tried to intercept the incoming ordnance. VS was not satisfied with the slow and sluggish reactions. The quality of the clansmen at his disposal was worse than he thought. The irregular recruiting effort along with the lack of veteran Larkinsons in the ranks caused him to have an overinflated impression of their competence. Their first true setback as a member of the Larkinson clan cruelly exposed their actual readiness. While bombardments were scary, the air fleet was not without the means to resist. VS and his leaders based their current strategy around the assumption that they would be able to deal with this kind of situation. Unfortunately, the mostly civilian mech pilots they employed in recent weeks rarely encountered this kind of situation. Getting shelled by heavy mechs only happened in wars, not small-scale skirmishes between private outfits. The shock and surprise factor caused many of them to believe that they were being attacked by an entire mech army. Though the Larkinsons in the air fleet slowly began to sort themselves out, the speed at which they did so left much to be desired. They were acting like headless chickens who only formed up because others were forcing them to move to the right spot. VS became rightfully pissed, but this was not the time for him to blow up at his own subordinates. Right now, They needed to resolve the immediate crisis. Tusa! He directly called his cousin. Your orders, sir? Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson replied as he jumped inside the cockpit of his mech. Get out there and lead a bunch of fast-moving mechs to annihilate the attackers. Will do, sir, but let me warn you that our other mechs won't be able to keep up with my machine. It doesn't matter, just go ahead first. If my guess is correct, the ultralifers have deployed modest-sized detachments of artillery mechs and escort mechs. You don't have to touch the latter, but you must absolutely neutralize the former. The faster the shelling stops, the more lives you save. Speed is of the essence. Venerable Tusa welled with fury. You've gone to the right person for that. I'll take care of it pronto. When the Piranha Prime emerged from a mech transport, it zipped forth at full speed, not even bothering to wait for backup to gather. Even though he still didn't have access to a genuine expert mech, Tusa had gained an abundant amount of confidence in his ability to defeat regular mech units. The crimes and depravities he witnessed during his stay on this planet passed through his mind. Recalling each of these incidents caused him to accumulate more and more indignation. He had an especially strong dislike towards the ultralifers. What did Ves and the Larkinsons do to them? Why did they insist on launching unprovoked attacks over and over? These ultralifers need to be cleaned up, he growled. If these radicals think that the Larkinsons are willing to continue taking hits, then they have another thing coming. It took a lot to make Tusa truly angry. The more he stayed on Prosperous Hill 6, the more he questioned his ideals. The reality of the situation brutally crushed his overly optimistic views on freedom and put him in a cycle of confusion and self-doubt. Yet at this moment, the expert pilot pushed all of those difficult questions aside. His clansmen were under attack. Though the refugees who recently joined the clan barely qualified as Larkinsons in his eyes, he still had an obligation to treat and defend them like any other clansman. Seeing the newest batch of Larkinsons suffering and dying in front of his eyes sent him over the edge. As he urgently piloted his light mech to cut through the air and fly over hundreds of different tree structures, he gradually realized that his earlier dilemmas were distracting him from what truly mattered. His doubts faded from his mind. While he still hadn't resolved the questions in his mind, he recognized that some freedoms mattered more than other freedoms. The freedom to live was one of the most essential rights of humans. Tusa strongly believed in his principle. Yet his attempts to police this planet had taught him that there was only so much a single expert pilot could do. In addition, a lot of scum didn't deserve the freedoms they enjoyed. He was not an ally of justice or a beacon of righteousness. It was futile to try and make everything right in human space. He recognized that he should focus on activities that were within his capacity to fulfill. I can't fight for every innocent human in the galaxy, but I can definitely fight on behalf of my family and comrades. As a true-blood member of the Larkinson clan, it was his right and duty to stand up for the Larkinsons. He saw nothing wrong with showing favoritism. The freedoms he enjoyed, such as the right to pilot the unique Piranha Prime, came from the clan to begin with. There was no future for him if he did not ensure the freedom of his fellow clansmen. Righteousness burned from his force of will as it flowed into his prime mech. Its receptive, unending alloy began to resonate with his burning fury. The ultralifers must be punished. Although the Piranha Prime did not excel in aerial combat, the mech that Tusa piloted was an upgraded variant. It contained a lot of high-end parts that forcibly elevated the performance of the Prime mech. It took less than 5 minutes for the Piranha Prime to reach the hostile artillery unit. Venerable Tusa rapidly took in the numbers, mech composition and positions of the enemy force. Just as predicted, the ultralifers fielded around 3 biomech companies. Only 15 consisted of heavy artillery mechs. though they barely fit this description. The six-legged biomechs looked similar to the swarm monarch that Dr. Navarro deployed in the design duel. The only difference was that the artillery mechs in the hands of the ultralifers were smaller, slimmer, and apparently more mobile. The artillery cannons mounted on their backs were smaller in caliber but dangerous nonetheless. Each of them were loosely surrounded by a plethora of light and medium humanoid and bestial biomechs. The escort force consisted of many different mech models, but Tusa did not spot any signs of disorganization despite the sporadic counterfire they received from the airfleet's counterattack. He knew that would change very soon. "Catch me if you can!" His prime mech dove towards one of the artillery biomechs, dodging numerous shells, positron beams, and kinetic rounds along the way. Though some of the attacks hit the mark, the unending alloy layer ensured that none of them dealt a lot of damage. Death! The Piranha Prime came close enough for its heavy, disorienting glow to affect every nearby mech pilot in the vicinity. Tusa noticed that the ultralifer mech pilots didn't expect to get exposed to suppressive glows. He grinned wider as he saw that numerous mechs momentarily froze or lost control. The daggers of his prime mech sunk into the artillery biomech without effort. The force of the Piranha Prime's dive practically forced the poor insectal machine to its knees. The attacking mech kept stabbing the wounded mech at various points until it collapsed while bleeding a copious amount of blood. Next! The Piranha Prime jumped into the air and soared onto the next artillery mech, completely ignoring the futile counterattacks by the escorts. Every melee mech that attempted to come close quickly collapsed as their mech pilots were unable to handle the dual pressure of a heavy and suppressive glow. Every ranged mech that attempted to fire their weapons at the rampaging light mech either missed their shots, held their fire for fear of hitting friendly mechs, or simply achieved no observable damage due to their target's unreasonable defensive properties. It took less than 2 minutes for the Piranha Prime to silence all of the heavy artillery units. Their limited mobility ensured that none of them were able to retreat before Tusa exacted his retribution. By the time the first wave of Larkinson reinforcements arrived, the nightmarish Piranha Prime was already in the process of slaughtering the escort mechs. Now that the ultralifers were finally aware that the single high-quality light mech was not something they could deal with, their commander decisively ordered the surviving biomechs to scatter. The attackers who ambushed the Larkinson air fleet were running like dogs. Chapter 29-24 Indignation. The Red Air Fleet carefully hovered over the ruined site where over 100 biomech wrecks were sprawled across an area spanning several kilometers. Most of the remains of the green-coated biomechs were concentrated on an open road. The most conspicuous among them were the 15 ruined heavy artillery mechs. Each of them bore a copious amount of stab wounds on the surface that had all been dyed with insectal blood. Almost everyone riding aboard the vehicles or piloting one of the mechs on protection duty observed the aftermath of the slaughter. Only a handful of the fallen mechs consisted of red-coated Larkinson biomechs. They succumbed after trying to hold back a superior number of hostile biomechs that tried their best to run away from the Piranha Prime. Though powerful and fast, it was beyond the ability of the Piranha Prime to hunt down lots of fleeing biomechs if all of them scattered in many different directions. In order to ensure that the ultralifers suffered much greater losses than the Larkinson clan, the reinforcements that followed after the Piranha Prime had done their best to contain as many fleeing enemies as possible. Though there was a decent amount of risk of flying over a wreckage field while knowing that the ultralifers could return at any time, Ves chose to do so because he felt it was necessary. "Do you see what has become of our enemies?" He addressed his clansmen in a confident but also solemn tone. "Witness the fate of those who dare to attack our brothers and sisters. Just one of our expert pilots is enough to crush this formation. The enemy mech pilots lasted a couple of minutes before they lost their demeanor as warriors." The command center broadcasted hastily edited footage of the short battle that ensued. The Larkinsons all became fascinated by how domineering the Piranha Prime dismantled the enemy artillery mechs while weaving through many other hostile mechs. Don't fear our enemies. Even if they are strong, we are stronger. Just look at their reaction. After learning firsthand that attacking Larkinsons comes with a price, their courage fell short. After giving in to their selfishness, they abandoned their mission and only sought to save their lives. The craven mech pilots even ejected prematurely from their biomechs in order to get out of our reach. Now tell me, do we have anything to fear from these bullies? No! The Larkinsons in the air fleet roared. I wish I could strangle them myself. Our expert pilots are invincible. Ves carefully observed the reactions of the Larkinsons stationed in the command center. They not only felt satisfied at the fact that their force managed to crush the enemy artillery unit, but also tried to hide their shame at their initial reactions. Many of the Larkinsons who recently joined the clan had never lived through an event like this. Their primary reasons for joining the growing air fleet was to seek safety in numbers. The Larkinsons implicitly promised to protect the lives of everyone who sought refuge here. This unspoken contract came under significant strain now that the air fleet lost numerous biovehicles. Out of the thousands of people in the air fleet, hundreds of them had perished from the unprovoked bombardment. This was a trivial loss in relative terms but a heavy loss in absolute terms. The confidence of the newly recruited Larkinsons had grown shaky in the span of a single hour. Ves immediately recognized the threat to the continued existence of his powerful air fleet. This was why he immediately set aside every other matter in order to hold a speech that would hopefully restore everyone's morale. He knew that he had to project an image of strength at this time. He and his fellow Larkinsons should not be seen as helpless and incapable of defending their fellow clansmen. Fortunately, the audience was receptive to his ploy. They became more and more engrossed by his narrative as he continued speaking. We have crawled up from adversity and shed blood in order to earn our success. We have lost many lives and mechs, but we have gained much more in return. Our clan is not a pacifist organization. In this dangerous cosmos, we can only rely on ourselves to maintain our existence. This grievous attack sought to break us. It did the opposite. Do not let the ultralifers have their way. This attack won't go unanswered. This I promise. I will not rest until we have punished the people responsible for killing our fellow clansmen. Kill the ultralifers! We need to track them down and destroy their base. Are we making the right decision? A lot of clansmen were eager to take revenge, but there were numerous Larkinsons who possessed a more sober mind. It was not wise to attack the ultralifers. Ves was well aware of the shortcomings of his current force. Their air fleet was constantly vulnerable and needed continuous protection. Their biomechs were too heterogeneous. Their mech pilots were lacking in training and coordination. However, the most important shortcoming that Ves had recognized in his band was the lack of fighting spirit. Tvonzeo 2 hm znl avo vol vftmra esmjf plomkut omar val uknudoamrfs do j fel eurojuf luro vuzu. Tvilk firkas mb sausvulf skarmal avo vol vft araufigs mpivo jizu ovum rum rol jvm kferiferet over lurla mb nzatu frt hmdaturhu avo vol vft farlef keri lausa msaz over wufsel. If the new recruits were surrounded by his regular Larkinsons, then the former would quickly take after the latter through passive osmosis. However, because the former lifers didn't know anything better, their development in this aspect was too rudimentary. This was a problem, especially when they were still stuck on a planet filled with hostile forces. Ves decided to take matters into his own hands. If his new recruits all lacked a fighting spirit, then he would ram it down their throats. He snarled. The Eutralifers are completely ignorant to the fact that they have provoked a dragon. No matter how many times they outnumber us, we will not back off from making them bleed 10 times as much as we did. Our scout mechs are already backtracking the route of the artillery unit we have defeated. We'll be able to uncover their hideout sooner or later. Once we have collected enough intelligence on our adversaries, we will storm their gates and overrun their biomechs with the strength of our righteous fury. For the clan! Commander Casella Inger cried. For the clan! For the clan! Ves ended the broadcast at this high note. He sensed that he had sufficiently aroused the fighting intent of his clansmen. For now, they were not thinking about acting selfishly or splitting off from the air fleet. While Goldie was strong enough to make these people reconsider such decisions, he did not wish to rely on this unnatural safeguard, especially when it already exhibited some flaws. Huyekout over HMQQ farti huras FRT huras at ethelk fi kor ZMMQ jav val diem chunkftuzzle. Now that they were out of view, Commander Casella and Commander Rivington dropped their enthusiastic facade. As the people in charge of leading the Larkinsons in the air fleet, they were much more aware of their actual condition. They were also cognizant of how this aggressive approach could go wrong. Casella was most upset about V's response to the attack. Did you really have to push us into this confrontation, sir? I won't argue with you that the ultralifers pose a threat to us. However, do you realize that we are on their home ground? From what my sources have told me, the ultralifers may be a fringe group, but they still enjoyed a lot of support over the years. They have a long foundation in Prosperous Hill 6 and will certainly be able to field a lot of biomechs. If they are as strong as I think, then defeating them is either impossible or extremely costly. We've already lost a painful number of Larkinsons. Please don't exacerbate our losses by seeking conflict against a stronger opponent. She made some good points. Though she was just as pissed with the ultralifers as Vs, she did not feel it was worth the risk of attacking the ultralifers. He did not respond to her points. What do you think, Commander Rivington? Weren't you targeting the paramilitaries? They're still occupying the warehouse complex that you have been eyeing all of this time. Why are you turning your attention to one of their enemies? If we attack the ultralifers, we not only incur a lot of losses, but also fail to attain any strategic goals. In contrast, the paramilitaries can just sit back and watch as we do their dirty work. In the end, we'll weaken ourselves while ridding the warehouse occupants of a significant threat. That was a more important counterpoint to Vs. You're not wrong, Commander. Attacking the ultralifers will indeed reduce our chances of taking over the warehouse complex. I still believe my course is correct. Right now, I'm not thinking about accessing a hidden pinnacle lab or obtaining any high-grade life-prolonging treatment serums. I'm thinking about keeping our men together. Remaining passive and running away from this awful attack will have a devastating effect on the confidence and morale of our fellow Larkinsons. What do you think will happen if we are confronted by another unprovoked attack? Both Casella and Rivington looked dour. They might not fully understand his considerations, but they were still experienced enough in leadership to know that Vs was rightfully worried about this problem. I don't think the consequences will be as awful as you say, sir, Casella softly said. I agree with you that stepping back from a provocation will depress the confidence of our men, but I am sure that we can still keep our clansmen together. Going on the attack can easily lead to much greater losses. Death is permanent. It's not worth the risks of attacking an unknown enemy force. Not when we are lacking in too many capabilities. Our lackluster intelligence capabilities mean that it is very difficult to figure out anything critical about the ultralifers. We'll be going in blind if you insist on launching a reckless assault. Vol Leavoy Jarhat. Wavenpok Fiflo FRTQ FRWMD was Bif Kfal, Oval Skarmo VF10 Zahamp IO Ayul Nal FRT Arms Kuzzle Mr. Ova Esmpert. Veu Ovu VF10 Euro MD Dimkuz La Duzzle AR Ovu as ZFRCL JVM Jizu Zuifout MZ Fitfrout Jav Avnlu JVM Lullet Plud P Armskfomer, ovuzjflfikoomvmjqphv onahafujurhunk prof from VFL tusumsfout Mr. Oval Nifruo. Still, he had a number of other ideas in store to compensate for this lacking capabilities. He also wasn't resigned to letting Lucky claim more sick days. I haven't lost my reasoning, Commanders. I won't attack unless I am reasonably certain that the deck is stacked in our favor. We can work on the issues you've mentioned. What we can't do is sit still or turn back. We have to keep moving forward. We have to signal to every Larkinson that we are warriors, not cowards. Try as he might, the two mech commanders still harbored a lot of misgivings about the direction that Ves had chosen. In fact, he felt rather helpless about his current predicament. He needed to show bold leadership, and turning his ire towards the paramilitaries made no sense. The only legitimate group that he could justifiably attack was the ultralifers. Even if attacking them was fraught with peril and did not advance any greater strategic purpose, his concerns about the airfleet's morale along with his personal hatred against the ultralifers was enough for him to settle on this choice. The damned radicals had punched his face over and over again. Did they think the Larkinson clan consisted of herbivores? No. The clan of the Golden Cat might not have chosen the most impressive animal as its mascot, but every kitty had claws. I have already made my decision, fellows, he told his commanders. Don't try to persuade me any further. Instead, work with me to ensure that this operation will go as painlessly as possible. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. If the ultralifers are too strong, we'll take our revenge in other ways. Chapter 29-25 Mobility Conundrum. Did Ves make a stupid decision? Commander Casella and Commander Rivington certainly leaned in this direction. Many other senior Larkinsons also doubted their new objective. While it was awful that they had suffered an attack, most of them had managed to survive. Wasn't that good enough? Why must they go on the offensive when their main goal had always been to wait until they were able to leave this dangerous planet? You're making the wrong decision, Ves. Janzi confronted Ves as she picked up a listless-looking Lucky and started to pet his tired form. Look, I am just as upset with the ultralifers as you, but some forces are too strong for us to challenge. Let's assume that the ultralifers on this planet are not too numerous. Have you ever considered that they might have allies? There are many different factions and other groups on this planet, and from what I have learned, many of them maintain at least some ties to each other. The agenda of the ultralifers may be repugnant, but it probably resonates with at least a couple of other organizations. Ves hadn't thought of that. Moo. Lucky cutely turned his body in her? P. See? Even Lucky agrees. He's just being lazy. He doesn't want to go out on another infiltration mission. Ves dismissively waved his hand. Look, even if you are right, many groups are too busy trying to fend for themselves to take care of an ally. Mechs are worth their weight in exotics during dangerous times. I seriously doubt that anyone is willing to risk the loss of many mechs and mech pilots to help a beleaguered friend. You'll regret it if you test this assumption, Ves. No, I won't. We'll just have to perform more research and collect more intelligence, he firmly stated. I'm willing to slow down the timetable in order to ensure our success. I'm not asking for too much as well. I'd like to destroy the ultralifer presence on this planet if possible, but I'm okay with giving them a bloody nose. My primary motivation for going on the attack is to shape our clansmen and condense their fighting will. If they can't even gain the courage to fight before we are able to return to space, then what is the point of retaining them? We don't seek trouble, but every Larkinson should be capable of fighting adversity when danger comes. Danger that you often attract on your own accord. Not this time. Venerable Janzi sighed. They held this kind of discussion many times. Though she was an expert pilot known for her steadfastness, there were some realities that even she couldn't change. She had spent enough time with VS to realize that changing his mind on certain matters was a Herculean task. She relaxed in her seat while continuing to massage Lucky's belly. She frowned as she observed his condition. "What's wrong with your pet? Lucky usually isn't like this. Does he need an oil change or something?" VS shrugged. "I don't know. He's been this way for a while. He just needs time to recover. He'll be back up in no time." Meow. Though Janzi felt there was something odd about Lucky's condition, she did not pursue this matter further. She did not have any technical acumen, so she was completely in the dark on how to fix the mechanical cat. "If you insist on confronting the ultralifers, can you modify my bright warrior?" she requested. "I miss my shield of Samar. I can do a lot more if I have my main mech, but I can still cope with piloting a bright warrior if there isn't any other choice. I can do more with it if you improve it. Can you turn it into a prime mech?" "You're asking too much," he sputtered in response. "I need a lot of unending alloy to do so. It's easier to procure an expert mech for you. Look, our clan doesn't have any unending alloy left to spare. This is also why your shield of Samar is only partially clad with this material. In addition, even if we have some extra tons of this material on hand, it's impossible for me to retrieve it from the spirit of Bentheim. You'll just have to make do with a more normal mech." She looked quite upset at that answer. Tusa gets to pilot his own prime mech. That's because his mech looks small and innocent enough to get approval from the inspectors after a cursory examination. Your shield of Samar is way too big and intimidating for that. Speaking of that, do you have any ideas about what weight class you wish to retain for your expert mech? My expert mech? His shameless attempt to change the topic of the conversation succeeded as Venerable Janzi immediately changed tracks. She couldn't help it as the shield of Samar was not only her primary mech, but also her lifelong partner. She had waited a very long time to witness its conversion into a true expert mech that was strong enough to keep up with her capabilities. Your wife approached me a few times on this issue, she answered. I haven't made up my mind yet. A super-medium space knight is the most familiar choice for me, but it doesn't make much sense now that the limitations in the past don't exist anymore. VS was not surprised to hear that Gloriana already started to quiz his expert pilots in private. Her design philosophy and approach compelled her to learn as much as possible from her clients. She needed these details in order to achieve the best possible fit. Are you thinking about stepping up the weight class to a heavy mech? Janzi fell silent for a moment. She softly scratched Lucky's cheeks, which caused him to utter a pleasant mew. I'm thinking about it. In the past, it was unthinkable for us to field heavy mechs. Now we have hundreds of transcendent punishers in our fleet. A heavy expert mech better complements my piloting style. You're aware that will mean that your new mech will remain slow, right? In some of our previous battles, we were never able to put you to good use. Your mech is too slow to keep up with offensive actions, and it is too slow to chase after attacking melee mechs. The only real use for your mech is to block enemy firepower, but this is largely redundant as of late now that we have converted to beefier second-class starships. What are you trying to say, VS? Janzi frowned. She even paused in petting Lucky, which prompted the spoiled cat to lodge a complaint. Meow. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want another belly rub? Meow meow. Lucky exaggeratingly wiggled his body until Janzi brushed his plated belly. His eyes squinted as he enjoyed his luxurious treatment. Getting pampered by an expert pilot was one of the most pleasant experiences in his life. VS narrowed his eyes in suspicion at his gem cat. Was Lucky really as infirm as he sounded and acted? VS coughed a bit. The utility of a heavy defensive mech is extremely limited in space combat. Distances are magnified because the void is simply too big and empty. The rapid speeds of other space-borne mechs means that a heavy space knight can't effectively intercept them without resorting to unusual options such as grappling chains. Our expeditionary fleet spans at least 20 kilometers on average. An attacking mech force can easily fly in a wide circle around your shield of Samar and attack our starships without worrying too much that you'll catch up to its mechs. Mobility was king in space combat. The ability to move was so vital in space that good maneuvering could literally decide the outcome of a battle. Look, heavy knight mechs make more sense when deployed on land, he elaborated. Their relative speeds are higher because it is a little easier to speed them up when they walk on legs. Distances are far shorter on solid ground, and there are numerous terrain features that further make it easier to funnel enemies in a narrow area. Vertical movement is also more limited on land. Unless we are facing a lot of aerial mechs, you can easily force an enemy to confront your shield of Samar head-on in the right circumstances. Indeed, land-bound heavy knight mechs were more abundant on certain land-based battlegrounds. Some military regiments often liked to field them in order to defend against a siege or to push an assault against a fortified position. While all of this sounded nice, Venerable Janzi was aware that moments that the Larkinsons deployed on land would not happen too often. Moments like these where they were forced to fight on land were more of an exception than the rule, and even then she was unable to pilot the mech she wanted. Ves could see that his words were having an effect. Don't forget your core purpose. You have to defend as many Larkinsons as possible. The expeditionary fleet is our home base and houses most of our clansmen. It should go without saying that you should be equipped to defend it as best as possible, but under the current circumstances, any space-borne mech with decent mobility can simply outpace you and prevent you from hindering their actions. Expert mechs are top-of-the-line machines, Janzi retorted. They are always faster than standard mechs. As long as you upgrade their flight systems, I won't necessarily be outpaced by light mechs. That is true, Ves admitted, but he did not leave it at that. It is doable to speed up your heavy expert mech to the point it can win a race against the ferocious piranha, but its design will have to incorporate a lot of trade-offs that might not be cost-effective. What is more concerning to me is that you won't have any chance of catching up against a mobility-oriented expert mech. Any light expert mech and most medium expert mechs will easily be able to run rings around you. It just so happens that these hostile elements happen to be the ones that you have to stop the most. He made a very good point. Though Janzi was already aware of this issue at some level, she always dismissed it out of helplessness. I don't need to fulfill every role, Ves. I can just try to be the best at what I do. We have other expert pilots who can do a better job at chasing after other expert mechs. I don't necessarily need to shoulder this responsibility. You have too few responsibilities in battle as it is, he painfully pointed out. If we can slim your shield of Samar down during its expert mech conversion, then you can finally catch up to most combat actions in space. You won't be a useless rock in space anymore. I am more than just a useless rock. Don't belittle my contributions. Look, I don't want to change the weight class of your mech either, but if you want to do a better job at defending our fellow clansmen, then you need to adapt to our needs. Your current approach is not a good fit to what we need to defend our fleet against fast and agile melee mechs. You need to stop being so selfish and do what is best for our clan. I am not being selfish, she defended herself, but her words rang a little hollow as she couldn't refute its logic. She stopped petting Lucky as she fell into a difficult situation. She was comfortable with piloting tough, immobile mechs. Moving around too much wasn't her style. She is on the other side of the spectrum from Venerable Tusa in this regard. Yet, as she recalled the many times that Venerable Tusa took action and achieved fantastic results due to the amazing mobility of his prime mech, Janzi couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Was it really right for her to insist on piloting a sluggish mech?